comprehensive anime simulating all worlds starting from Uchiha. Chapter 1 Simulator of the Universe. Sobu High School, the rooftop of the teaching building. This is such a fed up world. A 17 or 18-year-old boy raised his middle finger to the sky. Su Yang felt like crying but couldn't. He had been in this anime world for so many years and felt that all his efforts were in vain. Su Yang is a time traveler. This world is an everyday anime world, at least that's what Su Yang thought before. There are beautiful girls like Kazuma Jayaka Uta, Yukinashita Yukino, Kitagawa Umi, Hoshino Ai, Shinomiya Kagaya, etc. After learning that this was such a world, Su Yang planned to build a big crystal palace. He started out as a comic book author, Hokage, and entered the stock market as soon as he got his first pot of gold. He accumulated a lot of wealth in just a few years. Now he has even entered the mobile phone industry, and he is about to become a chaebol. But just 3 days ago, Su Yang saw Yotsuya Maiko. At first, Su Yang thought it was just a similarity, but after some investigation, he got very detailed information about Yotsuya Maiko this morning. It was definitely Yotsuya Maiko. And the person he sent to investigate, based on her expression and behavior in recent days, suspected that she had a problem with Chiyunibiu or mental symptoms. What the hell, Chiyunibiu and mental symptoms? She must have seen a ghost. Su Yang's mouth twitched, his expression a little ferocious. He was clearly on the right track to become a chaebol step by step. What does it mean that such a situation suddenly popped up? Now that ghosts have appeared, who knows what else he doesn't know? After all, this is a world of anime. With Maiko, maybe a dragon maid and a lazy angel will appear soon? When Su Yang thought of this possibility, he didn't even have the mood to take Kitagawa Umi to see his maid series collection tonight. Suddenly, at this moment, an emotionless mechanical voice sounded in Su Yang's mind. Ding! The 10,000 Worlds simulator is loading. Loading successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the 10,000 Worlds simulator, which can be simulated in all the heavens and all the worlds. System? Cheat? My cheat is finally online. Su Yang was ecstatic, and then he saw a transparent attribute panel appear in front of him. World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Occupation, none. Level, none. Talent, none. Skill, none. Simulation points, 0. Number of simulations, 1, once per day. A series of knowns was too eye-catching. What is the function of this thing? Su Yang asked, but got no response. Obviously, there is no system elf or anything. It seems that I can only study it myself. After a while, Su Yang finally roughly figured out the capabilities of his world simulator. In short, it is a thing that allows him to simulate his life in the heavens and the worlds. He can gain abilities through simulation to improve his strength. Su Yang clicked on the simulation interface and found that there was only one world vacant. Clicking on the second one would consume 10,000 simulation points, or get an A-level evaluation. Only one? Then let's see what world it is. The world slots are randomly opened, and you can also lock a certain world, but you need to consume simulation points. Facing his big zero, Su Yang can only choose random. The world is randomly selected. The world is confirmed. You successfully open the simulation of the Hokage Ninja world. It's actually a Hokage Ninja. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. You know, after he traveled to this world and learned that there were no Hokage Ninjas, he took out the Hokage Ninja when he was 10 years old. This is his starting point in this world. Now it seems to be another starting point. I really have a connection with Hokage Ninjas. With a sigh, Su Yang didn't waste any words and directly chose to start the simulation. The world is confirmed. Enter the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation is a free simulation and does not require simulation points. The remaining simulation points are 0 points. Simulation starts. This simulation draws talents for free. You can choose one of the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Master of Cultivation, white, Double Happiness, white, Concentration, white. Master of Cultivation, white talent, which allows you to have a talent that is very enthusiastic and persistent in cultivation. Double Happiness, white talent, which allows you to have double pleasure in certain special situations, you deserve it. Concentration, white talent, which allows you to have very good concentration and easily enter a state of concentration. Hiss, there is such a talent. Looking at the double happiness, Su Yang was numb, but also moved. It's already very cool. What kind of experience is this double pleasure? Very excited, but Su Yang still honestly chose the third talent. Although Master of Cultivation is not bad, it is obviously far inferior to concentration. After the talent is determined, the simulation interface begins to change, and some simulation text begins to appear. You are born. Soon you find that you were born in the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Although your parents are ordinary, you at least have the Sharingan blood limit, which is good news for you. Uchiha clan? This is great, there is a Sharingan bloodline limit. Su Yang's heart moved, thinking this is a good thing, but after continuing to read, he found that he was too happy too early. When you spoke at 7 months old, your parents were shocked. They once thought you were a genius and took you around to show off. Your reputation as a genius attracted the interest of Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. He deliberately came to see you once, bringing his 5-year-old son Uchiha Itachi. 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi. Su Yang was a little dumbfounded. Uchiha Itachi killed his parents and wiped out the entire Uchiha clan at the age of 13. Doesn't this mean? Su Yang's face gradually became ugly. I can only live to 8 years old at most. New book collection. Collection. Please support with data. Chapter 2, First Simulation at the Age of 6. What can an 8-year-old do? But what made him very depressed was that he could only watch this simulation and could not intervene. Uchiha Fugaku thought that you might have a good talent, and deliberately asked your parents to train you well. A few months later, you, who were 1 year old, could walk knowing the horror of Uchiha Itachi, the most filial son of Hokage. You planned to try to practice. But you soon gave up because you found that your body was too young to support your practice. Faced with this situation, you changed your strategy and began to learn everything about ninjas, waiting for yourself to grow up. 2 years later, you were 3 years old. At the age of 3, you started to study in the school of the clan, and you started to try to refine chakra again. Refined chakra successfully. At the age of 3, you finally had chakra, but you found that due to physical problems, you were very slow in refining chakra, and each time you would consume a lot of physical strength. Not long after, you fell ill. You finally understood that every time you refine chakra, you are completely squeezing your young body, which is harmful to you. But you know more clearly that if you don't squeeze your body, you will die in 5 years. You still continue to refine chakra, but change from refining once a day to once every 7 days. Even if you refine chakra once every 7 days, it will cause certain damage to your body. Soon, your parents discovered your problem. Under the examination of the clan's traditional Hyuxia medicine doctor, you were found to be refining chakra recklessly. Your father was angry about your recklessness and forced you to eat a meal of bamboo shoots and fried meat. For the next 3 days, you can only sleep on your stomach. Su Yang. Seeing such content, he was speechless. But there was nothing he could do. Who told him to be born at such a time? At the age of 4, your chakra can barely release a transformation technique. Since eating a meal of bamboo shoots and fried meat, you have been more careful and secretive in refining chakra. But it is precisely because of this that you cannot quickly improve your chakra. Good man, this is too slow. It takes only 1 year to improve this chakra? It's useless. One day when you were 5 years old, your father went out on a mission and never came back. 7 days later, the clan leader officially announced the fact that your father had died, and you were stimulated. You opened your eyes. You opened your eyes at the age of 5, and your talent shocked the entire Uchiha clan, and even Konoha was spreading your name as a genius. Because you are too talented, you are valued by the Uchiha clan and have obtained a lot of training resources. Opened your eyes at the age of 5? Su Yang's heart moved. This is simply a super genius. You should know that Uchiha Itachi also opened his eyes when he was 7 years old, and he opened his eyes at the age of 5. Is it because of the death of your father that you were stimulated? Su Yang's heart moved, thinking that this was the reason, but this was just the beginning. Your mother fell ill due to excessive grief, and the clan leader assigned a clan member to guide you in your training. You worked hard to train and lived up to the expectations of the Uchiha clan. After opening your eyes, you showed even more outstanding talents. You lost your mother the day after your birthday when you were 6 years old. Because of your father's departure, your mother who loved him deeply finally couldn't bear it and became depressed. No one knew that on this day, your Sharingan opened too megatama. Too fast, and too exaggerated. Su Yang frowned, because he didn't think it was a good thing. And the self in the simulation also understood that this was not a good thing, so he deliberately hid it. But can you hide it? 1 month later, you accidentally opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan, but it was seen by Uchiha Itachi. He didn't say anything, but just told you to be careful. You listened to Uchiha Itachi's advice and still hid your Sharingan. 3 months later, you were suddenly attacked. The attacker was very strong, and you fought hard. Then, you died. At the age of 6. This simulation ends. Sure enough. Seeing this, Su Yang was not surprised at all. 6 years old, that is, Uchiha Itachi is already 11 years old. At this time, he had already joined Anbu and was completely brainwashed by the 3rd generation. Su Yang knew very well that Uchiha Itachi must have reported to the 3rd generation that he had opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan. And he was sure that he had attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen after opening his eyes, but because he was too young, he had not taken any actual action. If he survived smoothly in the future, Su Yang guessed that after entering the ninja school, the 3rd generation would appear as a kind old man and brainwash him. It's just that because I opened the 2 Megatama, I'm afraid that Danzo, the pot shadow, has targeted him. Su Yang dared to be 100% sure that the attack he encountered at the end of the simulation must have been made by Danzo. It's a pity that he died too early. Su Yang shook his head slightly, but soon his eyes fell on the text behind. After the simulation, you can get rewards. This simulation is rated E. You can choose rewards for free for the first simulation. You can choose one reward from the following reward options. Option 1, Talent Concentration, White. Option 2, Chakra Realm. The realm of this simulation includes chakra and chakra control methods. Option 3, Uchiha Bloodline. New Book Collection. Collection. Please support with data. Chapter 3, Just a Ghost, I will destroy all the Susanoo Buddhas. Only 1 out of 3? Although it was a pity, Su Yang was not surprised. After all, this was only the E-level evaluation, which was only a little higher than the lowest F level. If it weren't for the opening of the 2 Megatama, this would probably only be the lowest F level. Shaking his head slightly, Su Yang's eyes fell on the 3 rewards, and he didn't hesitate to choose the 3rd one directly. You get the Uchiha Bloodline. That's it. Feeling that there was no change in himself, Su Yang was a little surprised and subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel. World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Occupation, none. Level, none. Talent, Sharingan, unopened. Skills, none. Simulation points, 0. Simulation times, 0 times, can be obtained once a day. It's just an extra Sharingan talent, but it's still in the unopened state. Su Yang suddenly understood. Choosing the Uchiha bloodline does not mean that he has the 2 Megatama Sharingan. You need to have blood to have a relationship before you can have Sharingan. Then the 2 Megatama opened in the simulation are wasted? When Su Yang thought of this, he felt a little heartbroken and could only comfort himself. It doesn't matter. I should be able to have Sharingan in the next simulation. 1 simulation a day means a change for him. Even if I haven't opened my eyes, my eyesight seems to have improved a lot. Su Yang looked into the distance and found that his eyesight had improved a lot compared to before, which shows that he might be able to open his eyes even in the real world. But with the simulator, why should I work hard? I might as well find a girl to talk about life with that time. By the way, I have made an appointment with Kitagawa Kaiming today to take her to visit my collection. Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly. Then let's go to class. Well, I'm still a high school student now. After a while, Su Yang returned to the classroom. Su Yang-kun, you seem to be in a better mood. As soon as Su Yang sat down, his desk mate Kato Megami suddenly asked. Although they were separated by an aisle, they were still desk mates. Su Yang naturally did not miss Saint Hui. In order to prevent himself from ignoring Saint Hui, he even went through a period of special training. In the whole class, no, it should be said that Su Yang was the only one in the whole school who could talk to Saint Hui normally. Facts have proved that Su Yang's efforts have paid off. If he had a favorability system, Saint Hui's favorability would be at least 80 or above. 100 full value. Did you see it? Well, you have been in a bad mood since 3 days ago, as if something very bad has happened. Kato Hui looked at Su Yang seriously. The serious Saint Hui is so cool. It's okay, it's just that something happened that caught me off guard, but now it's basically solved. Su Yang smiled slightly. Just a ghost, wait for me to activate Manjiki, and then a wood style, and all the Susanoo-tai Buddhas will be blown up. What kind of rubbish are they? Can they hinder my plan to build a crystal palace? Su Yang-kun, I feel like you are thinking about something very rude, and are you going to hold my hand and wait until school is over? Kato Hui said faintly, interrupting Su Yang's dream. And the little trick of taking advantage of the opportunity was discovered. But who is Su Yang? Hey! It turns out that this is possible. Su Yang looked like he had discovered a new world. As expected, Hui-chan is still good at playing, then I will hold you until school is over. The saint was sunk. Su Yang-kun, why didn't I realize that you are so thick-skinned before? Kato Hui sighed and tried to pull back her little hand, but found that she couldn't get rid of it, so she had to give up helplessly. Very thick? Why don't I know? Could it be? Su Yang stared straight at Kato Hui. You have been observing my face? Are you fascinated by my handsomeness? Kato Hui. As long as you are happy. After saying a few words with a ruthless expression, Kato Hui turned her head away from Su Yang, choosing to ignore it. Su Yang did not continue to tease her, because Kato Hui's red earlobes had already exposed the girl's mentality at the moment. If he continued, her little hand would definitely not be touched. Soon, school was over. Kato Hui naturally did not let Su Yang hold her little hand all the time, and even after school, she left in a hurry without even saying hello. Awesome, it's been an afternoon, and her earlobes are still red. Looking at Kato Hui's leaving figure, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. Buzz. The phone vibrated slightly, and Su Yang picked it up and took a look. Kitagawa Umi, Su Yang, let's go. Su Yang, okay. Su Yang stood up and was about to leave the classroom. But at this moment, a light pink ball jumped over. Su Yang. Su Yang. Su Yang. Let's go sing karaoke together. Uagahima Ui. Sorry, Tuanzi, I have something to deal with today. Su Yang looked apologetic, but before Tuanzi felt disappointed, he smiled at her. Tomorrow. Come to my house after school tomorrow. I just bought a super good speaker. Okay. Tuanzi, who had just looked a little disappointed, suddenly brightened up. Then it's an appointment. After that, Tuanzi happily jumped away. At the same time, there were several girls in the class who wanted to invite Su Yang, but they stopped immediately, and their faces were more regretful than each other. Su Yang saw all of this. There's no way, handsome people are so willful. 10 minutes later, Su Yang walked out of the school gate. Su Yang, here. Here. Kitagawa Himing waved her hands wildly, with a look of excitement on her face. Let's go. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Yeah. Kitagawa Umi nodded and asked, which train should we take? Train? What are you talking about in your sleep? Su Yang looked at Kitagawa Umi strangely. Not taking the train? Is your home close? Kitagawa Umi asked, but the next moment her bright and beautiful eyes were instantly filled with disbelief. Because at this moment, a car that looked super luxurious stopped in front of them. It was not until Su Yang spoke that she came back to her senses. What are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Oh. Kitagawa Umi responded subconsciously twice. At the same time, a boy at the school gate was watching this scene. What is Shina looking at? Morita Kensei, who was traveling with him, followed Gojo Shina's gaze and saw Su Yang and Kitagawa Umi. Tisk, Su Yang is indeed the one who got in his car. Do you know him? Gojo Shina couldn't help asking. Of course I don't know him. Look at his level. Is it possible for me to know him? Morita Kensei looked at Gojo Arita with disdain. I just know him. He is the most handsome guy in our school. He is not only handsome, but also a super academic master. More importantly, his family seems to be super rich. Many beautiful girls in our school are very close to him. Even the third-year girl Kashuma Jayaka Uchiha is very familiar with him. Yukinashita Yukino knows him, right? Some people say that the parents of both sides have contacted each other and intend to arrange a marriage between the two. A real winner in life. Looking at the luxury car going away, Morita Kensei was full of envy. Really? Gojo Arita, who has always been bored at home, knew for the first time that there was such a powerful boy in the school. The other party was indeed very handsome, so handsome that he, as a boy, could not be jealous. But when he saw Kitagawa Umi getting in the car, he had a complex feeling in his heart. It seemed that something was completely empty. New book, please collect. Please collect. Please collect. Please support me with some data. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 4, Great. Isn't this the right time to say this? In the car. Kitagawa Himing still hasn't accepted the reality, and the whole person is a little confused. If Su Yang really wants to do something to her at this time, I'm afraid she may not be able to react. However, most of Su Yang's attention is now on the phone. Kashumi Shiko, photo JPG, photo of Su Yang and Kitagawa Himing getting in the car. Kashumi Shiko, tisk tisk, Yang Jun, you are really going to evolve into a garbage man. Su Yang, hey, you black-bellied woman, do you have to be so dark? Kashumi Shiko, oh, I was said, and then did you break the defense? Su Yang? Su Yang, please, Himing likes cos, I just collected a lot of maid costumes, and she wants to see them. Kashumi Shiko, tisk tisk, Himing. She called you so affectionately. Kashumi Shiko, do I know you well? Kashumi Shiko, and how come I didn't know that you collected a lot of costumes? Kashumi Shiko, the most important thing is, maid costumes? Kashuma Jayaka Shiu, and there are so many more? Looking at the series of messages that came like bombs, Su Yang could imagine that someone's right foot had begun to shake wildly. And then there was no more. How could Su Yang explain to Kazuma Jayakishiu? It must be said that getting along with Kazuma Jayakishiu with such a personality is still a different feeling. And he will not spoil the other party. It is better to say that Su Yang is training Kazuma Jayakishiu in this way. After all, this is not the first time, and Kazuma Jayakishiu may not have noticed that she has become more or less accustomed to it. At the same time, Kazuma Jayakishiu, who did not get a reply, looked even uglier. Rubbish, bad. Too bad. Su Yang, why are you so fickle? Damn it. No, it's not Su Yang who is too fickle. It's not Su Yang's fault, but there are too many temptations. This Kitagawa Kaiming is not decent. Why do you get in the car just because a man invites you? No, we can't go on like this. Su Yang is too good, and there are too many women eyeing him. The plan must be advanced. Kazuma Jayakishiu looked up, and her eyes were still very beautiful with some regrets, attracting a passerby not far away. But just when the other party was about to come forward to chat, Kazuma Jayakishiu glanced at her with a sharp and disgusted look, which immediately stopped the other party from looking, and even looked frightened. If it was Su Yang Jun, he would probably say, I really hope for this look. Kazuma Jayakishiu suddenly thought of this in her heart and smiled coldly. Sure enough, other men are trash. Kazuma Jayakishiu turned around and left quickly. Back to the car. Su Yang then realized that Kitagawa Haiming was still a little out of shape. Haven't you come to your senses yet? We're almost there. Ah. Kitagawa Haiming subconsciously uttered an ah, which finally made her react, and her face suddenly blushed, and she was very embarrassed. Embarrassing. Ah, Haiming, you are so bad. At this time, the car had stopped. Then, Kitagawa Haiming was dumbfounded again. Because what appeared in front of her was a luxurious villa, the kind that was super luxurious. Su Yang Jun, is this your home? Kitagawa Haiming asked subconsciously. Guess. Su Yang smiled and walked in directly. Do you still need to guess? Kitagawa Haiming muttered softly, and trotted to catch up with Su Yang, but was very cautious. Until Su Yang took her into a special room. Wow, my god, so many maid costumes. Looking at the room full of maid costumes, Kitagawa Umi's eyes sparkled and her face flushed with excitement. Su Yang-kun, you are really great. Wait, shouldn't you say this at this time? Ahem, then it should be Haiming's turn to perform next. Su Yang pointed at a pile of maid costumes and said. Until this time, Kitagawa Haiming remembered the agreement she had made with Su Yang. Su Yang provided the costumes, and she tried them on. But it seems that some maid costumes are too dangerous to wear. Kitagawa Haiming's eyes could not help but sweep over several very simple maid costumes, and she felt a little strange in her heart. She seemed to have forgotten that there were only 4 or 5 of those maid costumes, and there were more than 100 maid costumes in the whole room. Let's start with this one. Su Yang pointed at a very formal maid costume. At the beginning, it shouldn't be too much. If he knew what Kitagawa Haiming was thinking just now, he would probably let her change into those simple maid costumes without hesitation. Kitagawa Haiming also realized how colorful her idea was just now. A moment later, Kitagawa Umi, dressed as a maid, appeared in front of Su Yang. Hiss! Awesome! That's great! Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, especially when Kitagawa Umi spoke at this time. Master, do you need the service of a little maid? Of course, pose a few more times. Su Yang held up a high-definition camera and snapped frantically. A few hours later, Su Yang waved goodbye to Kitagawa Umi. Su Yang-kun, thank you so much today. Kitagawa Umi, who had already sat in the car, looked at Su Yang with gratitude. After all, Su Yang had satisfied her cost desire. It's okay, if you don't have enough, come again next time. Su Yang smiled slightly. Can I really come again? Kitagawa Umi's eyes lit up, with a look of expectation. Of course. Su Yang-kun, you are really the best. Kitagawa Umi cheered. So, can this sentence be said in a different place or time? For example, after we meet frankly? Looking at the luxury car going away, Su Yang had a little regret on his face. He was so focused on the maid outfit that he forgot about the person wearing the clothes for a while. Until a certain moment, Su Yang came back to his senses completely. What made Su Yang come back to his senses was a system prompt sound, and it was midnight. The number of simulations today has been refreshed. Between strength and women, Su Yang chose the former. After all, with strength, what kind of women can't you have? And since you can accept that level of maid outfit, it means that Hai Meng is quite accepting of me. Su Yang touched his chin. It seems that Hai Meng likes humiliation-themed adult games. I remember that the first character that gave her the idea of Kos was a character called Kuro Shizuku in the adult game Saint. Slimy girl school lady shameless miracle life in the Shame Club 2nd generation. Su Yang has decided to let her Kos this character next time. Well, I have to buy some humiliation costumes. But let's simulate it first. New book, please collect it. Please collect it. Please collect it. Please give me some data support. Happy reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 5 Dog System. Do you really want me to have double the happiness? The world is confirmed. Enter the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation can consume simulation points to generate green talents. Since the remaining simulation points are less than 100 points, talents are randomly generated. Consuming simulation points can increase the level of talents? 100 simulation points can generate green talents? Su Yang was a little surprised to see such a prompt. Is it because of the second simulation? Or because of the first evaluation? Su Yang soon gave up guessing, because no matter what the reason was, it was the same for him. He didn't have any simulation points now. As for how to get simulation points, he didn't have any clues at all, and the system didn't explain it at all. It seems that I have to find a way to get simulation points as soon as possible. Su Yang muttered to himself, and his eyes continued to look down. Simulation starts. This simulation is a random selection of talents. You can choose one of the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Double happiness, white. Long-term illness becomes a good doctor, white. Big eater, white. Double happiness, white talent, which can give you double pleasure in certain special situations, you deserve it. Long-term illness becomes a good doctor, white talent, which can make you have a weak and sickly physique while having a certain talent in medicine. Big eater, white talent, which can make you have a stomach with good digestion and absorption ability. Dog system, do you really want me to have double happiness? And what kind of God-level talent does this long-term illness become a good doctor? Looking at the three randomly generated white talents, Su Yang fell into silence. It's too damn outrageous. It was the effect of the last big eater talent that made Su Yang's heart move slightly. Maybe this talent is the most suitable for me at the moment. You are born. You know that you were born into the Uchiha clan, and you also know that there are only 8 years left before the night of the Uchiha clan extermination. Because you know some things, you are very cautious. Hey? Is there a change this time? Seeing the different situation from the last start, Su Yang secretly guessed in his heart. It seems that each simulation will carry the experience or memory of the previous simulation. Perhaps it is also affected by my subjective influence. This is good news. You have a big appetite. When you were just born, you could drink 3 times the amount of milk as babies of the same age. Sufficient milk makes you grow very fast. Your reputation as a foodie quickly spread among the tribe, which even attracted the interest of Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha tribe. Because of his interest in you, Uchiha Fugaku deliberately came to see you once, bringing his 5-year-old son Uchiha Itachi. This is really unavoidable, right? A large amount of milk can attract you, Uchiha Fugaku? What is the situation with you, the head of the Uchiha tribe? Su Yang was a little annoyed. Uchiha Fugaku thinks you are a very healthy child, and perhaps you have good qualifications? He deliberately asked your parents to train you well. A few months later, you were weaned at 5 months old. In fact, your mother couldn't feed you 2 months ago, and your father found a wet nurse. But she still couldn't satisfy you. When the wet nurse couldn't satisfy you, your parents decided to wean you. At the same time, they also thought that you, who were only 5 months old but had a physique that was not inferior to other 1-year-old babies, no longer needed to drink milk. Su Yang. He didn't know what other abilities this big eater had. But at least he could make himself a master of drinking milk. It seems that this big eater may make my body grow and develop faster. Soon, you were 1 year old. At 1 year old, you still acted like an ordinary baby, but when it came to eating, you left babies of the same age far behind. A year later, you were 2 years old. At 2 years old, you found that your body was stronger than some 3-year-old children, and you began to look for knowledge about ninja training. 3 months later, you began to try to refine chakra for the first time. You succeeded. You found that with your current body, you can barely extract a trace of chakra. Although it is not much, it is a good start. A few months later, you, who are already 2 years and 10 months old, released the first ninjutsu in your life for the first time. Although it is just a clone lying on the ground, it still makes you very excited. You are still very careful and don't expose yourself. A few months later, you are 3 years old. At the age of 3, you started to study in the school of the clan, but you still didn't mean to expose yourself. Very good. Seeing this, Su Yang's eyes flashed with a gleam. For him, now should let himself live as long as possible in the simulation, because the longer you live, the higher the reward. At the very least, you can live to 8 years old. If you can extract chakra before the age of 3, then after the age of 8, you can get a lot of chakra no matter what. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he was looking forward to it. While practicing step by step in the clan school, you gradually refined more chakra in secret. However, you found that because you were still too young, the clan school did not teach you much knowledge, so you could only practice the control of chakra in secret. You began to practice climbing trees and treading water. Because your appetite is increasing, your physique has even reached the state of an average 5-year-old child, and your growth rate makes your parents very happy. So, your parents provide a lot of nutritious food to satisfy your appetite, hoping that you can grow better. 1 year later, you are 4 years old. At the age of 4, your chakra can be compared with some students who have studied for 2 or 3 years in the ninja school. In ninjutsu, you have secretly mastered the 3-body technique. 3 months later, a bad news came that your parents who were out on a mission died. New book collection. Collection. Please support with data. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6 Dog Danzo. I, Su Yang, will never coexist with you. What's going on? Faced with this situation, Su Yang was stunned. The parents in the simulation died? Not only did they die earlier, but they died together. Wait. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and he seemed to understand something. Is it because of the influence of the big eater? It's just that the parents of an ordinary family prepare a certain amount of rich and nutritious food every day, and the cost must be not small. This is just now, and it will probably be more exaggerated when they grow up. Although the family he was born in the simulation is the Uchiha clan, it is just an ordinary family without this identity. In this case, the parents in the simulation naturally want to make more money. How do ninjas make money? It can only be done by completing tasks. But if you stand by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. If you do too many tasks, it will be a matter of time before the parents of ordinary ninjas who have not opened their eyes are in danger. It's just that this time it's earlier. Then can I still open my eyes? With a hint of hesitation, Su Yang continued to read on. After learning the news of your parents' sacrifice, you fell into a coma with grief. When you woke up again, you found that your eyes were open. No one found out that you had opened the Sharingan, so you decided to keep your secret hidden. Because of your hiding, the tribe members didn't think there was anything wrong with you except that you had a big appetite and grew fast. Even Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have forgotten your existence. You spent 3 months safely, because not many people in the tribe could pay attention to you because of your low profile. That night, you had just finished a chakra refining practice when someone suddenly broke into your home. The person was much stronger than you, and you were knocked unconscious before you could even react. You suddenly woke up from the coma because of the severe pain, and you found that your eyes were dug out and your body seemed to be dismembered. Before your consciousness completely dissipated, you understood through a few conversations that you were in a base of the root. Then, you died. At the age of 4. This simulation ends. Su Yang. Denzo the dog, Su Yang, will never coexist with you. Su Yang was furious. Originally, I thought that if I followed the routine this time, I could live to at least 8 years old. But what was the result? In the end, he fell into the hands of Guo Ying again, and this time it was almost 2 years earlier. Su Yang was in pain. It seems that Denzo has already been trying to get the Uchiha's Sharingan at this time. After a while of sulking, Su Yang began to analyze. If his parents were still alive, Denzo would not be so excessive at this stage, and even if someone in the clan noticed him, the other party would not rush to take action. Should he specifically find some inconspicuous Uchiha orphans, secretly capture them, and then conduct experiments? Then the question is, was my eye opening discovered? If not, why was my eyes gouged out? Or is it that as long as it is Uchiha, the dog Denzo will gouge out his eyes? Su Yang remained skeptical about this. It remains to be verified. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that I can't be too outstanding, nor too unknown. Otherwise, he would have died earlier. Finally, Su Yang's eyes fell on the evaluation and rewards this time. This simulation is rated E. This simulation, you can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. Choice 1, Talented Big Eater, White, 100 simulation points are required. Choice 2, Chakra Realm, 100 simulation points are required. Choice 3, Sharingan, 1 Megatama, 100 simulation points are required. First welfare price. Sure enough, it's just a Sharingan with 1 Megatama. Faced with these 3 rewards, Su Yang skipped the first talent. This Big Eater is indeed good, which can speed up the growth of his body, but it is of no use to him in the real world. It is worth mentioning that although the simulation is a rebirth like starting from scratch, it is still based on Su Yang himself. Su Yang has Sharingan, and in the simulation, whether he is born Uchiha or not, he has Sharingan, a blood limit. Therefore, if he chooses the Big Eater reward now, he will have this talent in the next simulation or even the simulation after that. But this talent also has disadvantages. Su Yang does not plan to choose this reward, so the remaining reward is only Chakra. Why not choose Sharingan? The reason is actually very simple, there are 2. The first is that there is no chakra. Even if there is a Sharingan with 1 megatama, Su Yang can't exert much power. The second reason is the first benefit. Su Yang has seen that this first benefit is for the realm of Sharingan. In other words, whether it is 1 megatama, 3 megatama, or even Manjaki Sharingan, as long as it is selected as a reward for the first time, it will enjoy the first benefit price. The second time is the original price. Then Su Yang naturally plans to bring out the Sharingan realm as high as possible when it is brought out for the first time. At least it has to be a 2 megatama. So, get chakra first now. But there are no simulation points. At least 100 simulation points are needed, but Su Yang's current simulation points are still 0. Even if I don't rest tonight, I have to find a way to get simulation points. Su Yang was furious. The simulation reward will last until the next simulation. If Su Yang does not simulate, the simulation reward will always exist, and he may not be able to simulate the next time. Only after he makes a choice can it work. But the number of simulations will not accumulate, at least not now. If you don't use it once a day, it will be wasted. This is not what Su Yang is happy to see. So, you must find a way and means to get simulation points. That night, Su Yang really didn't sleep. New book collection. 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 Please support with data. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 7 Get Simulation Points. Simulate again. A night of hard work. It was not in vain in the end. Looking at the jade and gemstones in front of him, Su Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He now roughly understood that these things contain a certain amount of special energy, which the system can absorb and convert into simulation points. The problem is, it's too expensive. Su Yang sighed. Only the top jade among the jades meets the requirements of the system's absorption. For example, Su Yang has an imperial green jade pendant worth more than 30 million yuan, and only gets 3 simulation points after absorption. It is equivalent to 10 million for 1 simulation point. In fact, if 10 million can really be exchanged for 1 simulation point, Su Yang will not be stingy. He even wants to consume all his wealth in an instant to exchange for simulation points. Unfortunately, the money is useless. Maybe some special ores will work. Su Yang pondered. Then, he ordered his men to send him a large amount of special ores. As for class, what class to take? Before the simulation points are determined how to obtain, he has no intention of going to class. During this period, Su Yang received a lot of text messages asking him if something happened, and without exception, they were all from girls. As expected, being too handsome is not good. It's a pity that Tuanzi can only be sent another day. After a day, there was finally some good news. Some minerals also have special energy, which can be converted into simulation points after being absorbed by the system. But the value is not low. In general, 1 million can be equivalent to 1 simulation point. And it's not a matter of money, some minerals are not so easy to get. Simulation points, 169. It's still too little. Looking at the simulation points he had, Su Yang shook his head, but he chose to bring out the Chakra Realm reward at the first time. You consume 100 simulation points and bring out the Chakra Realm of this simulation. You get a small amount of Chakra. When this system prompt appeared, Su Yang felt a special power in his body. Is this Chakra? Subconsciously controlling, Su Yang found that his hands had a layer of light Chakra. There was no awkwardness, as if I had controlled it countless times. Although it was not described in detail in the simulation, I think I should have practiced climbing trees and treading water well. Su Yang's heart moved slightly, and he understood at the first time that the simulation would not be described in words. Sometimes a stroke of the pen can also bring amazing gains. Although there are not many chakras, having chakras and not having chakras are two completely different concepts. At least after trying it, Su Yang found that he could easily beat 10 of his previous selves. Especially the way chakras are used, jumping several meters high is simply not something that mortals can do. Am I considered a superhuman? Su Yang felt that he was a superhuman. After all, mortals could not jump several meters high. He could easily jump 7 or 8 meters away without a run-up, and he could punch a hole in the wall without any damage. All of this was brought about by having chakra. Even if there was no ninjutsu, having chakras made Su Yang enter the ranks of superhumans. But, this is not enough. Far from enough. Su Yang's eyes fell on the simulator. World Simulator. Host: Su Yang. Occupation: none. Level: none. Talent: Sharingan, unopened. Skill: Chakra, LV1. Simulation points: 69. Simulation times: 1, once per day. LV1 Chakra, to be honest, Su Yang has no idea how much it is. It's just a rough guess. The number of simulations for a new day has been refreshed, and Su Yang has no idea of collecting 100 simulation points to draw green talents. There are not enough simulation points to get rewards, so why draw green talents? Start simulation directly. The world is confirmed, enter the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation can consume simulation points to generate green talents. Because the remaining simulation points are less than 100 points, the talents are randomly generated. Simulation starts. Talents are randomly drawn in this simulation. You can choose one of the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Well-developed limbs, green, looks like Panin, white, accumulate little to make a lot, white. Well-developed limbs, green talent, can make you have extra developed limbs, and your strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, but there are some minor shortcomings. For example, simple-minded. Looks like Panin, white talent, can make you have a very outstanding handsome appearance. Accumulate little to make a lot, white talent, can make you have the ability to do the same thing many times and you will definitely get something. Hey? Green? Su Yang was very surprised. It seems that random extraction can also generate green talents. But this talent makes people melancholy. Well-developed limbs and simple-minded? Although it is a green talent, it looks good. But it is of no help to me to break through the 6-year-old mark. Su Yang decisively chose the third talent. It seems that Panin is useless, not as good as well-developed limbs. You are born. You found that you were born with a certain amount of chakra. Fortunately, you were very good at controlling chakra and carefully hid it without being noticed. You knew that you were born into the Uchiha clan, and you also knew that there were only 8 years left before the Uchiha clan was exterminated. So, you didn't want anyone to know that you were born with chakra. Sure enough. As long as I have the ability and skills, I can show them in the simulation. Seeing this, Su Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just like the talent accumulated this time, as long as I simulate enough times, let alone 8 years old, I can beat Uchiha Itachi at the age of 4. Although you have chakra, you know very well that even if you already have chakra, your young body is still not suitable for refining chakra. You choose to use chakra to nourish your body. A year later, you found that your body can already start to refine chakra after using chakra to nourish your body. This makes you understand that using chakra to nourish your body is the best help for your body. No, this should be the result of talent accumulating little by little. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he was a little moved. In some ways, this talent is very good. He can refine chakra at the age of 1. This is probably a simulation of divine skills for him at this stage. New book collection. Collection. Please add some data support. Chapter 8. Open 2 more Megatama and try to get a Mangeki. In 1 year, you didn't show anything extraordinary. At most, you spoke earlier than babies of the same age. Because your body can already extract chakra, you began to try to extract chakra at the age of 1, but it seems that because your body is too small, the chakra extracted each time is very scarce. 3 months later, you gradually showed your intelligence, but everything was still under control because you deliberately concealed it. Such performance made your parents very happy, and they praised you to everyone they met. Gradually, your intelligence spread among the clan, but it did not attract much attention. At most, people praised you with a sentence, "This child is really smart." Soon, you were 2 years old. After refining chakra for a long time, you found one day that your chakra suddenly increased, as if it doubled out of thin air. Chakra doubled out of thin air? Seeing this, Su Yang was completely sure that it was the effect of the talent of accumulating little by little. Although this talent is only a white talent, the effect is very good. At least for the current me. Because of the improvement of chakra, you changed your original strategy and began to learn everything about ninja, but you were too young to have access to information about ninjutsu. Finally, you took advantage of an opportunity when your parents were away and found some ninjutsu scrolls and secretly wrote down the contents. 3 months later, you successfully practiced the Vice Admiral 3-body technique, but because the fire-style ninjutsu was too obvious, you had no chance to practice. Suffering from the inability to experiment with fire style, you planned to start practicing hand seals. A year later, at the age of 3 years and 3 months, you learned to make hand seals with one hand. One-handed hand seals. Su Yang was a little scared. Is it really that exaggerated? You can make hand seals with one hand at the age of 3? No, it should be limited to a few low-level fire-style ninjutsu, right? Su Yang guessed, but even so, this is very awesome. At the age of 4, your chakra has reached the genin level, but you still have no chance to perform fire style. Because you know that your performance is too outstanding and will attract the attention of some people, you are very careful. However, because of your coquettishness and crying, your parents agreed to teach you a fire style ninjutsu. Your father began to teach you fire style Great Fireball technique. In fact, you already know this ninjutsu very well. Not only can you make a seal with one hand, but you can even complete it in just 2 seconds, but you didn't show it. A month later, you successfully performed the Great Fireball technique. Although you are very restrained, your father still thinks you are a genius. You don't worry too much, because you are also 4 years old, and you are much worse than Uchiha Itachi back then. You don't think you will attract much attention. But your parents think you are a rare genius, and your family celebrates for this. You took the opportunity to ask to learn other numbers, and your father agreed. 3 months later, you learned 2 more fire styles. After several months, you are no longer worried about being watched by others while you practice fire style. Of course, this is all under your deliberate disguise. When you were 4 years old, because you practiced ninjutsu too much, your chakra did not improve much. Has your chakra not improved much because you learned a few ninjutsu? Su Yang frowned, and he had a clue when he saw this. Before the simulation, his idea was to improve chakra as much as possible, and he did not have any deliberate requirements for the practice of ninjutsu. But after the simulation, it was fine at the beginning, but there were changes in the end. But in fact, if it were him, it would probably be the same. After all, there was a night of genocide brought by Uchiha Itachi. The sooner you can practice ninjutsu, the greater the possibility of surviving the night of genocide. So, is the simulation still carried out in my own way of thinking? Su Yang seemed to understand a little. You are 5 years old. At the age of 5, you already have the strength of an average genin, but you act like a student. One day, your father went out on a mission and never came back. You had a bad feeling in your heart. 7 days later, the clan leader officially announced the fact that your father had died, and you were shocked. You opened your eyes. You opened your eyes at the age of 5, and your talent will definitely shock the entire Uchiha clan, and even the entire Konoha. But because you know this, you carefully hide the fact that you opened your eyes and didn't let anyone know. 3 months later, you entered school. After entering school, you performed outstandingly and became a veritable academic bully in the class. Your little fangirl appeared in the class. Well, worthy of me, I have little fangirls everywhere. But does it still take the sacrifice of a father to open your eyes? Su Yang touched his chin. He seemed to have a vague guess. The self in the simulation at most understood that his performance would attract a lot of attention. Even Danzo will attack him. But apart from these, it seems that the memories of the previous simulations have not been inherited. For example, the sacrifice of his father in the simulation will not be known. If he really wants to know, he will probably not open his eyes. Is it completely based on me, and can't bring in too much information? Is it because of the restrictions, or is it like this when simulating? Su Yang doesn't know yet. One day at school, you were called to the principal's office and saw the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As you expected, the old third generation began to brainwash you. You looked very excited. This is not your disguise, but you are really excited. Because in your plan, if you join the Hokage faction, you will definitely survive the night of genocide. Yes, this is Su Yang's plan. Before he simulated, he muttered in his heart that he would join the Hokage, so that he could live longer. This is also an attempt of his. Your performance made the third generation very pleased, and they felt that the image they have maintained over the years has played a role again. But you know very well that if you don't show enough talent, the third generation will abandon you without hesitation. You showed your talent in the first year of ninja school, and some people in the clan noticed you. But you didn't communicate with these people, which made the third generation who secretly observed you very satisfied, but the clan was somewhat dissatisfied with your performance. And your mother was very worried about it. You lost your mother the day after your birthday when you were 6 years old. Because of your father's departure, your mother who loved your father deeply could not bear it and died of depression. No one knows that on this day your Sharingan opened 2 Megatama. New book collection. Collection. Ask for data support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9. You died, but awakened Mangeki Sharingan. You think it's time, you apply for early graduation, which alarmed many people in the ninja school. Even the third generation was surprised and came to understand the situation. Because according to the third generation's understanding, you are still a little short of the strength to graduate. Without anyone else, you showed the third generation the fact that you had opened your eyes, but you kept it back and only showed 1 Megatama. But even so, the third generation was still surprised, and when they learned that you only told them about this, they were very satisfied. You graduated, and it was the third generation who personally assessed it, and no one knew the details. Very good. Seeing this, Su Yang knew that he had joined the Hokage faction in the simulation. Opening the Sharingan at the age of 6 was enough for the third generation to pay attention to it. But Su Yang knew in his heart that this was not enough. It was just a Sharingan with 1 or even 2 Megatama. Although the third generation would pay attention to it, they would not pay much attention to it. At least it could not avoid the night of genocide. So what would I do in the simulation next? Su Yang was looking forward to it. After successfully graduating, the third generation assigned a genin from the Sarutobi clan to guide you, and all the members of the team were genin from the Sarutobi clan. This situation caused dissatisfaction among many people in the clan, but because you no longer had parents, you were already an orphan in the Uchiha clan. Although others were dissatisfied, they could not intervene. A month later, the news about your eye-opening spread, and the Uchiha clan was excited. Even the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku came to find you in person. You know, this is the news released by Sarutobi Hiruzen in order to test you. You rejected the kindness of the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, which caused a great response in the clan, and some clan members even called you a traitor in person. From this day on, you were despised by many people in the clan. One night, you were attacked by a member of your clan. The other party was an experienced Chunin, but he did not activate the Sharingan. Because of this, he was jealous and wanted to kill you. You had no choice but to fight back and wanted to escape, but your way was blocked. You knew that there was more than one person who attacked. You exploded. You displayed the 2 Megatama Sharingan and defeated the Chunin, but did not kill him. Sure enough, after doing all this, the 3rd generation appeared. You are so punctual. Seeing this scene, Su Yang couldn't help but complain. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old shady guy is so damn insidious. Why did he appear at this time instead of earlier or later? Could it be that the attack was also arranged by this old dog? Su Yang couldn't help but guess. After this, the 3rd generation came forward and you moved out of the Uchiha clan's territory, and the feud with the Uchiha ended here. You opened the Sharingan with 2 Megatama, which shocked the 3rd generation again. Danzo appeared immediately and wanted to take you away. Good fellow. How could this dog Danzo not want you? Would he really let the old dog succeed? Su Yang couldn't help but worry, but the simulated text that appeared next made him secretly relieved. The 3rd generation rejected Danzo's request. Danzo was very angry. The two of them staged a classic scene of "I'm angry, you regret it" in front of you. The 3rd generation took you with them and said they would teach you personally because you were still young. In the following time, your daily life became a process of brainwashing in the name of teaching. You spent the whole year of 7 like this, and your strength did not improve much. But the act of refining chakra every day made your chakra surpass most Chunin. This year, you are 8 years old. You know that the night of genocide will happen in this year, and you still stay with Sarutobi Hiruzen. On this day, your mentor Jainin, the Jainin of the Sarutobi clan, finds you and says that the 3rd generation has begun to assign missions. For this situation, you are relieved because this may allow you to avoid the night of genocide of the Uchiha clan. Sure enough, this time it is a long-term mission, which requires entering a small country and protecting the daimyo of that country for 3 months. It seems that joining the Hokage can really avoid the night of genocide. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he also knew that if he didn't show enough talent and was still young and easy to be brainwashed, he would probably not be protected by the 3rd generation. The first month of the 3-month mission was spent safely. One day in the 2nd month, your team was attacked. There were 2 Jainin among the intruders. You betrayed and fought against one Jainin, but your strength was not enough to face an experienced Jainin. At the critical moment, your Sharingan evolved again, but even if you activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan and killed the Jainin, you still suffered heavy injuries. When you woke up, only the Jainin of the Sarutobi clan was still alive, and his injuries were more serious than yours. You killed the Jainin of the Sarutobi clan, and then a big fire burned everything, including the daimyo. You started to escape. Wait, what does this mean? Su Yang was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. No way, what did I think in the simulation? Did you really think that a big fire could burn everything clean? Su Yang didn't understand, but he knew that this would definitely not work. Sure enough, the next simulation confirmed his guess. In the first month after escaping, you recovered from your injuries, but you encountered the first assassination. Konoha Anbu launched an assassination against you. At this time, you have adapted to the 3 Tomo Sharingan and will kill everyone in the future. In the following year, you suffered more than 10 assassination attempts, and the assassins became stronger and stronger, and even an elite Jainin appeared. But under such pursuit, your strength improved quickly, and you have reached the elite Janin level without the help of Sharingan. On this day, you, who were 10 years old, encountered the most powerful pursuit. The enemy is Uchiha Itachi. Ga. Su Yang, who thought that he could survive in this way in the simulation, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Go directly to Uchiha Itachi? He didn't believe that Uchiha Itachi came to chat with him. Soon, you fought with Uchiha Itachi, but you were not his opponent. Under Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, your heart was pierced. But at the moment your heart was pierced, you awakened Mangeki Sharingan, and this scene shocked even Uchiha Itachi for a moment. At this moment, you exploded. In the last scene, you saw your kunao pierce Uchiha Itachi's heart smoothly. Uchiha Itachi was killed by you. Then, you died too. Aged 10 years old. This simulation ends. New book collection. 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 Please support with data. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 10 Amaterasu plus Kamui. I am not far from being invincible. Good guy. He actually took Uchiha Itachi with him to his death? Su Yang exclaimed in his heart, this is amazing. It should be that the sudden activation of Mangeki Sharingan shocked Uchiha Itachi and he didn't react at all. Su Yang thought that this was the key point. This simulation was beyond his imagination. He never thought that his last step in the simulation was right. It should be that he took the opportunity to get rid of the control of the third generation, and forced out his potential under the pursuit. In short, it was good news. What Su Yang didn't expect was that even better news was still to come. This simulation is rated B+. This simulation, you can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. For the first time to get a B and rating, you can get an additional reward worth 1000 simulation points for free. Option 1, Talent Accumulation, White, 100 simulation points are required. Option 2, Chakra, LV10, 3000 simulation points are required. Choice 3, all the ninjutsu simulated this time will consume 1000 simulation points. Choice 4, Sharingan, Mangeki, which will consume 1000 simulation points. First welfare price. 4 reward options. This is not the point is Mangeki Sharingan. At the same time, this is not the most important thing. Can I get an extra reward for free? Su Yang's eyes were fixed on the special reward brought by the B and level evaluation. So, I can actually choose 2 rewards. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, and then his eyes were directly locked on Mangeki Sharingan. Very good. Under the ultra-low discount of the first welfare price, this time Mangeki Sharingan just needs 1000 simulation points. It can be directly obtained. As for the saying that if there is Mangeki Sharingan, it is difficult to use Mangeki Sharingan when chakra is not enough, the same words have long been forgotten by him. No matter whether chakra is enough or not, Mangeki will be obtained first. You consume this extra free reward and bring out the Sharingan, Mangeki, of this simulation. You get the Mangeki Sharingan. Swish! In just a moment, Su Yang felt an amazing change in his eyes. At the same time, the chakra in his body also skyrocketed at this moment. Not enough chakra? What do you think the evolution of Sharingan is for? I have a lot of Kakashi's trash. Under the pure Uchiha bloodline, every time the Sharingan evolves, the chakra soars straight up. Su Yang is not very clear about how much it has increased, but he has a way to know. Directly open the Personal Attribute panel. Bankai Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja. Level, None. Talent, Sharingan, Mangeki. Skill, Chakra, LV10. Simulation points, 69. Number of simulations, 0, obtainable once a day. Hey, the profession has become a ninja. Su Yang first glanced at the change in profession in surprise, and his eyes fell on chakra. LV10? Just a rough guess, Su Yang knew that this should belong to the Jainin range. Jainin level chakra is LV10, so what about cage level? What about the tailed beast? And this time one of the rewards is also a LV10 chakra. Su Yang doesn't know what changes will happen if he chooses this reward. It should be a direct superposition. But the specific details remain to be verified. Chakra is clear, so the next step is the eye technique. Su Yang took a moment to look in the mirror, and then he found that his Manjiki Sharingan is a bit like Uchiha Sasuke's. The difference is that his is a pentagram, while Uchiha Sasuke's is a hexagram. As for the eye techniques, Su Yang already knows them. Left eye Amaterasu. Right eye Kamui. These two eye techniques are very familiar to Su Yang. Amaterasu is a black flame that is difficult to extinguish. And Kamui is even more amazing. Obito directly evolved into Obito Madara with Kamui, and he was very successful among the Hokage. And his Kamui is not a single eye, but has the ability of Kamui with both eyes. Does this count as having 3 Manjiki eye techniques? Counting Susanoo, that's 4. Su Yang was excited. With Kamui in hand, he at least has the ability to protect himself in this damned world of Saman. This also made Su Yang's heart, which had been hanging in his arms, completely put down. No, it's not enough. Su Yang quickly shook his head, it's just self-protection. With the 10,000 Worlds simulator, it would be a shame not to make this cheat invincible. And Su Yang thought it was not difficult. He has only simulated 3 times now, and he already has Manjiki Sharingan. How many more times? Well, this time I'll give up chakra and directly choose the talent of accumulating a little. Su Yang nodded seriously. Okay. He has to admit that the talent of accumulating a little is indeed good, but the problem is that 3,000 simulation points can't be made in one day. Looking at the 69 simulation points, Su Yang felt a little melancholy. Sure enough, this simulation point is the biggest obstacle to my road to invincibility. Hey? What is that? Suddenly, Su Yang saw a black shadow floating past the window of his room. He is still in the Manjiki Sharingan state, although it will consume chakra. But I just got Manjiki Sharingan. I can understand. Besides, Su Yang had already noticed something strange before the game started. Ghost. Su Yang's eyes lit up and he felt that he had discovered the truth. He hurried to the window and looked out. Sure enough, there was a black shadow floating around not far away. So the question is, can I kill the ghost now? Su Yang's eyes lit up with amazing light. Strong desire for knowledge. Full of curiosity. New book collection. Collection. Please support with data. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 11. Can killing ghosts unlock simulation points? Amaterasu. The first time Su Yang came into contact with a ghost, he did not rush forward carelessly, but directly used Amaterasu's black flame to try to attack. However, the scene that happened the next moment surprised him greatly. There. Amaterasu's black flame burned on the ghost, just like igniting gasoline, and the whole ghost burned instantly. Ah! A piercing scream sounded, and the ghost turned into a black smoke in an instant and finally disappeared. Dead? So weak? Such a situation was completely beyond Su Yang's expectations. This ghost is too weak. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and at this moment, something happened that surprised Su Yang even more. Kill a level 5 ghost, simulation point +1. What the hell? This sudden system prompt sound surprised Su Yang a little, and even more pleasantly surprised. You should have said it earlier. If I can kill ghosts to get simulation points, why the hell am I looking for ore? Su Yang was a little overjoyed. Swish! With a push of his feet, Su Yang jumped out of the window and came outside. Since killing ghosts can get simulation points, Su Yang naturally started looking for ghosts. But soon, Su Yang was in pain. Aren't there a lot of ghosts in this world? Why didn't I meet any? An hour later, Su Yang, who didn't find any ghosts, was a little speechless. Why did he always meet ghosts, but he didn't find any after actively looking for them for a long time? The protagonist's halo. Su Yang could only think so. But he didn't give up. He changed his previous direction and turned to look for some abandoned factories and buildings. Sure enough, in an abandoned factory, Su Yang found ghosts again. Kill level 5 ghosts, simulation points +1. Kill level 5 ghosts, simulation points +1. Once Amaterasu was turned on, these so-called level 5 ghosts were not good enough for Su Yang. But Su Yang knew that if he kept using Mangeki Sharingan to kill ghosts, he would become blind in no time. Fortunately, Su Yang found that as long as his hands covered chakra, he could blow up ghosts with one punch. You can see me. You can see me. You can see me. Suddenly, at this moment, a surprised and crazy voice came from behind Su Yang. Turning his head, Su Yang found a special ghost. The bodies of the level 5 ghosts killed before were a little blurry and not too clear. But the one in front of him looked very clear, and the hideous image made Su Yang feel sick. Gan, so disgusting, die. Su Yang directly opened Mangeki Sharingan and released a Kamui. Buzz! The space twisted and twisted in an instant, directly twisting the ghost to pieces. With a bang, the ghost was directly shattered. Kill a level 4 ghost, simulation points +10. Sure enough, Kamui can also kill ghosts. Although this ghost is very strong, it is not enough for Su Yang to use Kamui. He just wants to try Kamui to kill ghosts. The result is obvious, and level 4 is not level 6? Su Yang's heart moved, and he understood that the smaller the level, the stronger the strength. One night passed. The next day, Su Yang yawned on the way to school. Su Yang walked a lot in one night, but he didn't kill many ghosts. But this also allowed him to obtain more than 50 simulation points. Now Su Yang's simulation points are 25 points, because he has chosen to bring out the talent of accumulating a little. Su Yang didn't expect to get 3,000 simulation points in one day. It was good enough to get 75 simulation points to let him try to refresh a green talent tonight. I hope there are a few ghosts in the school. Su Yang can only look forward to it now. Unfortunately, this is destined to disappoint him. After entering the school gate, Su Yang didn't see any ghosts. But a dumpling jumped over. Hello. Su Yang-jun. Tuanzi excitedly patted Su Yang's shoulder. Are you feeling better today? But when she saw Su Yang's slightly dark circles, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, and turned into great worry. Ah, such serious dark circles, Su Yang-jun, did you not rest well? Or is your cold still very serious? Su Yang did not come to rest yesterday, and just made up an excuse of catching a cold. Well, it's okay, in fact, I have recovered. Su Yang said, I can definitely grab the microphone with you after school. No. Little Tuanzi said seriously, Su Yang-jun, you are not fully recovered yet, let's do karaoke another day. You need to rest well. Am I shooting myself in the foot? Su Yang was a little self-doubting. And in the following time, this self-doubt deepened further. Because he faced a lot of concern from beautiful girls, but they just asked him to have a good rest. Even when he asked Kitagawa Umi to continue cast tonight, although she was very tempted, she shook her head decisively and refused after seeing Su Yang's face. Su Yang-jun, you should have a good rest today. I'll go to your house in a few days. Even the always venomous Kazuma Jayaka Uchiha sent several text messages to ask him to have a good rest. On the way home from school, Su Yang made up his mind. Forget it. Let's continue the simulation today. Women will only affect the speed at which I become stronger. Just when Su Yang wanted to enter a state without women in his heart, he found a black straight female high school student with golden eyes. The only difference is that the other party is trembling all over at this moment, looking extremely frightened, but madly suppressing it. The reason for this is that there is a large ghost over 3 meters tall behind her. New book collection. 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 Please collect. Please support with data. Reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12. When I first met Zi, this was a magical monster luring device. Yotsuya Miko was panicking. Since that day a month ago, she found that she could see things that other people couldn't see. She seemed to have awakened the legendary yin-yang eyes and could see ghosts. But Miko swore that this was not what she wanted at all. She didn't want to be like this at all. Do you think it's good to be able to see ghosts? No. Not good. How could this be good? This is simply a disaster. Especially since she can not only see them, but also hear their voices. He kept asking her if she could see me. Can you see me? Miko was going crazy. Faced with such a situation, she could only choose to turn a blind eye. Although she didn't know what would happen if she responded to those ghosts. But if you think about it, you know that it must be a super bad thing. How could she respond? Now she was even more panicked. The super big ghost behind her had been following her since she went to school today, and it was still following her now. He kept asking her if she could see them, and she was almost scared to death. Woo! How could I be so unlucky? Miko wanted to cry, but she didn't dare. Suddenly, at this moment, a very pleasant voice sounded. Amaterasu. With a bang. Ah! The screams from behind made Jianzi turn her head subconsciously, and then she saw a scene that stunned her. The ghost that had been beeping behind her all day was burning with a black flame all over its body. Under this flame, the ghost screamed continuously, and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a layer of black mist in just a few seconds. When the wind blew, it completely dispersed. This. Jianzi was stunned. Until a certain moment, her shoulder was gently patted. Are you okay? It was not until then that Jianzi reacted, and then she saw a. So handsome. This handsome guy is so handsome. Wait, this is not the point. He grabbed the man in front of him, tears in his eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, Can you see it? Are you talking about the level 3 ghost just now? Su Yang looked at Jianzi in front of him, feeling a little bit amused. It felt like holding back urine. He didn't expect to meet Yotsuya Jianzi under such circumstances. Of course, he saw the super large ghost first, and then saw Jianzi. Kill the level 3 ghost, simulation points plus 100. Seeing such a prompt, Su Yang knew that the simulation points for the first green talent tonight were available. Ah! You can see it, you can see it too. Woo woo! A loud cry brought Su Yang back to reality. He looked at Jianzi, who fell into his arms in a bit of surprise, with a face full of question marks. What's going on? Then, Su Yang found that something was wrong with the people around him. Hiss! Such a scene was staged in broad daylight. Tisk! Scumbag! A scumbag who looks like this is a scoundrel who harms girls. That guy is so handsome, what should I do? I've fallen for him too. No, I'm going to get the contact information. Su Yang looked up and glanced around. The next moment, everyone seemed to ignore the two of them, as if they didn't see them at all. They were just ordinary people. For Su Yang, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, it was easy for him to ignore the situation here. I said, have you cried enough? Su Yang looked down at Jianzi in his arms helplessly, although it was very comfortable. But the problem was that it was soaked. Ah! Jian finally reacted, and immediately bowed to Su Yang with apology and gratitude and said, "I'm very sorry, and thank you very much for your rescue. I'm so excited, because you are the first person I met and can see those things. This angle is great. Those things." Su Yang pointed to a certain place and said, "Is it that kind?" Jianzi subconsciously looked in the direction Su Yang pointed, and immediately saw a ghost floating over. With a chill, Jianzi turned back and nodded frantically to Su Yang, "Yes, that's the thing." Su Yang just took a look and used Kamui to kill the ghost. Kill a level 4 ghost, simulation points plus 10. 110 simulation points are credited. Tisk, my efforts for a whole night are not as good as these 2 or 3 minutes now. Shaking his head secretly, Su Yang said to Jianzi, "Do you want to chat?" Yet. Jianzi nodded frantically again. It was not easy to meet someone who also had the ability to see ghosts. The most important thing is that this person seems to have mysterious power and can easily kill those evil ghosts. How could she miss it? But the problem is, I didn't say I came to your house. Half an hour later, looking at the luxurious black tea in front of her, which was so luxurious that she couldn't name it, and the surrounding furniture, Jianzi shouted in her heart. Su Yang saw all this and felt a little funny. I have to say that teasing such a Jianzi is still very fun. Tell me. Hey? What? Jianzi looked up subconsciously, but when she saw Su Yang's playful smile, she suddenly realized that she was talking nonsense. That I saw these things a month ago. Jianzi hurriedly talked about her own situation to change the subject. After a moment, Su Yang frowned. Just like the original work he knew, Jianzi was just waiting for the bus on a rainy day, holding her phone and swiping, and suddenly she could see ghosts. Su Yang Jun, is there any way for me to not see those things? Jianzi looked at Su Yang expectantly. She had had enough of these ghosts and didn't want to see them again in her life. Well. Su Yang pondered for a moment, maybe he could use the sealing technique. But he doesn't know the sealing technique now. Wait, what about the transcription seal? The transcription seal is a special eye technique that the Sharingan holder uses the Sharingan to look at the target and seal the technique into his or her own eyes or others' eyes, and sets it at the same time. Only when the set conditions are met, the seal will be automatically unlocked, and the art of the seal will be triggered and released immediately. After Su Yang possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, he had already mastered this special seal art. Perhaps a real seal is impossible, but sealing a hint of illusion, so that Jianzi subconsciously ignores the ghost, seems to be possible. New book collection. Collection. Please support with data. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 13. My daughter can't possibly go to a boy's house. I can't see it anymore, I really can't see it anymore. When he looked at the place where there was a ghost in the courtyard outside the window again, he confirmed again and again that he didn't see the ghost, and Jianzi cried with joy. Don't be happy too early, your eyes can't bear too much of my pupil power, and it will probably be used up in 2 or 3 days. Su Yang's voice sounded uncomfortably, pulling Jianzi back to reality. No, it doesn't matter, at least I don't have to see these things for 3 days. Jianzi shook his head, then turned around and bowed to Su Yang again to thank him. Mr. Su Yang, thank you very much. Well, I have already felt your sincerity. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, and retracted his gaze the moment Jianzi stood up. Very white. Manjiki Sharingan's vision is really awesome. That. Jianzi hesitated. How much reward do you need? Reward? Do you think I'm a person who lacks money? Su Yang said. This. Jianzi subconsciously looked at this very luxurious room again, and then stopped talking. How could someone who lives in such a place be short of money? Then, how should I repay you? Jianzi looked like she was ready to give it all. Su Yang didn't say anything, but walked to the window and took a look. Your reward has been paid. How long has it been? Several ghosts have appeared. It is indeed a monster-attracting artifact. Already paid. Jianzi didn't understand the situation at all. How about this? Su Yang pondered for a moment and said, you will stay here for an hour or two after school in the future. If you are on vacation, try to stay here all day. Hey? What does this mean? Jianzi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Just when she had some thoughts in her mind, Su Yang's voice sounded again. Because you attract those ghosts more, I can deal with them when you come to me. Oh, this, so that's it. Jianzi laughed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yatsuya Jianzi, you are too self-righteous. With your figure and appearance, how could such a thing happen? Okay. Without the threat of ghosts, our Jianzi is still a very normal female high school student. A normal female high school student would not have such thoughts when seeing Su Yang, which can only be said to be very abnormal. After dinner, Su Yang sent a driver to take Jianzi home. He went into the underground garage. A lot of ores have been delivered in one day. Although killing ghosts can obtain simulation points, Su Yang also intends to convert all the ores that have been purchased into simulation points. Yatsuya family. Jianzi, what happened just now? Yatsuya Toriko looked at her daughter nervously. There is no way, no matter whose mother sees her daughter getting out of a super luxurious luxury car, the first thing she wants to do is to figure it out. That's one of my classmates. Recently, my family is looking for someone to clean the study. I plan to give it a try. Jianzi said calmly. Before she came back, she had already found an excuse. She had even rehearsed the conversation with her mother many times in her mind, but when she said this, Jianzi still didn't dare to look at her mother. Guilty. But she couldn't possibly tell the truth, right? Boy or girl? Toru Yatsuya looked alert. Oh, what are you thinking, Mom? Jitsi started to act like a spoiled child. I just want to lighten your burden. At least I'm responsible for my own pocket money. This is true, because Jitsi thinks that staying at Su Yang's house with nothing to do, and there is also dinner to eat. Feeling a little guilty, she offered to help Su Yang clean up. Su Yang thought this was okay. After all, there were so many maid outfits for Jitsi to change into, it's always right, right? And this can give Jitsi an excuse, very convenient. As for the little salary paid, Su Yang didn't care at all. Hearing what Jitsi said, Jitsi's face changed slightly, and she sighed in her heart. Although her husband and son had a car accident, and they received a lot of compensation, she still planned to find some easy jobs. But she didn't expect to be misunderstood by her daughter. However, Yatsuya Toriko did not explain anything. Let her daughter go as she grows up. And she knows her daughter best. How could she possibly go to a boy's house? Even if she was working part-time, it was impossible. Kill a level 5 ghost, simulation point +1. The last one. After killing a level 5 ghost, Su Yang took a look at his current simulation points. Simulation points, 287. It's still a little short of 300 points, but it's already very good in Su Yang's opinion. More than 200 of these points were brought by Jianzi. After Jianzi left, his villa had already gathered more than a dozen ghosts. It seems that Yurikawa Hwa can attract ghosts more. Su Yang touched his chin and wondered if he should find an opportunity for Jianzi to bring the other party here as well. Let's put these aside for now, and start the simulation now. Looking at the refreshed simulation times, Su Yang was looking forward to it. This time, he brought his own Mangeki Sharingan, so what kind of changes will there be? Soon, Su Yang returned to his room and whispered to the system starts simulating. A system prompt sounded. The world is confirmed, entering the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation can consume simulation points to generate green talents. Can I consume 100 simulation points to randomly generate a green talent? Can 100 points generate a green talent? And only one. Su Yang tried it and found that only one green talent could be generated, so he had to give up. New book collection. Collection. Please support with data. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 14. Isn't it normal for a 5-year-old to have the strength of a Jainin? Simulation starts. Currently existing talents, a little bit makes a lot, white. This simulation has generated a green talent. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Battle power increase, green. Irritability, white. Big eater, white. Battle power increase, green talent, can increase your battle power by 10%. Irritability, white talent, can make you very easy to get angry. When you are angry you can exert 120% of your strength. Big eater, white talent, can give you a stomach with good digestion and absorption ability. Very good. As expected, the talents you already have can be carried. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the 3 generated talents. There is no need to hesitate. Su Yang directly chose the generated green talent, although the white talent irritability seems to increase more battle power. But in the state of rage, it is the easiest to lose control. Su Yang naturally would not choose. You are born. You discovered that you were born with the Mangeki Sharingan. This amazing thing almost scared the midwife to death, and your parents were extremely shocked. You used the power of the Mangeki Sharingan to make them forget the fact that you had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, but you found that having the Mangeki Sharingan was not a good thing for you now. You used the power of the Mangeki Sharingan once when you were just born, and your eyes were temporarily blind for a few days. This made you realize that even if you have a certain amount of chakra, your too young body still cannot withstand the sequelae of the Mangeki Sharingan. You decided not to use the power of the Mangeki Sharingan until you grow to a certain extent, and you began to use chakra to nourish your body. Sure enough, even if you have Jainin level chakra, it is still not possible to use the Mangeki Sharingan in this newborn state. Su Yang was a little worried, and it might be easy to make himself blind in the simulation. Fortunately, the simulated self made the right decision and also planned to use chakra to nourish the body. With the talent of accumulating little by little, it should be of great help. You know that you were born into the Uchiha clan, and you also know that there are only 8 years left before the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. But you are not too worried about this, because you have the Mangeki Sharingan, and you already have the ability to easily kill Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps you can kill Uchiha Itachi in advance. Kill Uchiha Itachi in advance? This seems to be an option, but the real behind the scenes of the destruction of the Uchiha clan are the 3rd generation and Danzo. Even Obito Madara is just a filler. Su Yang feels that this plan is not safe, and it depends on how the simulated self chooses. A year later, you who used chakra to nourish your body found that your body can already start to refine chakra. This makes you understand that using chakra to nourish the body is the best help for the body. In a year, you didn't show anything extraordinary, at most you spoke earlier than babies of the same age. Although you could start refining chakra at the age of 1, you didn't plan to do so because you already had Jainin level chakra, which was enough for you to use now. When you used the 3 Tomo Sharingan, your father took out all the ninjutsu he knew. You start practicing ninjutsu. 1 year later, you are 2 years old. After using chakra to nourish your body for a long time, you find that your body has been improved in an instant one day, making you, a 2-year-old, have the physique of a 6 or 7-year-old. The improvement of your physique finally allows your Sharingan to adapt to your body. Although it is still a bit reluctant to open the Mangeki Sharingan, the 3 Tomo Sharingan is no longer a burden for you now. However, you are very clear about your own strength. Without opening the Manjaki Sharingan, your strength is far from reaching the level of Jainin. You continue to practice, and you also start to refine chakra. A year has passed like this, and you are 3 years old. At the age of 3, your chakra has increased by 30% compared to when you were just born, which is somewhat beyond your expectations. 30%? Seeing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly. It may not seem like much, but Su Yang knows that the chakra he has now is level 10, which is equivalent to the chakra amount of a Jainin. In 1 year, a Jainin can improve his chakra by 30%? Let alone 30%, 10% is enough. For Kakashi, he may not be able to improve by 10% in 3 years. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the effect of the talent of accumulating a little to make a lot. It's just that I have no choice but to choose the reward because of the lack of simulation points. Now it seems that choosing to bring out the talent of accumulating a little to make a lot is really the right choice. Chakra has increased, but you still feel that it is not enough, so you continue to refine chakra and practice some ninjutsu at the same time. You know very well that if you perform too well, it will attract the attention of some people, so you are very careful. Your parents still treat you as a normal child, but they think you are too silent and are a little worried. You noticed this and began to pretend to be a normal 3-year-old child. Soon, you are 4 years old. You were brought to the clan school by your parents, but the things taught in the school had no effect on you at all. But in order to hide yourself, you still went to class obediently. When you were 4 years old, because you continued to refine chakra every day, your chakra doubled compared to when you were born, but you were still not satisfied. You are 5 years old. At the age of 5, you look like an ordinary child, but in fact your strength should have reached the threshold of Jainin, and this is not counting the Manjaki Sharingan. One day, your father went out on a mission and never came back. You had a bad premonition in your heart. 7 days later, the clan leader officially announced the fact that your father had died, and you were very sad. Well, this time because I already have the Manjaki Sharingan, there is no change. Su Yang paused slightly, and was a little entangled. Although I already have the Manjaki Sharingan, how can I evolve it into the eternal Manjaki Sharingan? New book, please add it to your collection. Please add it to your collection. Please give me some data support. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 15 You killed Itaki, triggering Konoha's first civil war. 3 months later, you enrolled in school. After enrolling in school, you behaved very ordinary, but because of your appearance, you had a little crush on your girl in the class. Because your performance was too ordinary, you did not attract anyone's attention, but you still noticed some special sights. You guessed that it was the third generation who was secretly observing you with the telescope technique, and you became more cautious. This observation only lasted for a month. You knew that the third generation's investigation of you was over and he did not take you seriously. You understood one thing. I am afraid that any child of the Uchiha clan who entered the ninja school would be carefully observed by the third generation. Such a situation makes you more cautious. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old dog, still has such behavior. Su Yang looked surprised, but thinking carefully, this is in line with the character of the third generation. I am afraid that not only him, but even Danzo is secretly paying attention to the children of the Uchiha clan, and if he finds a suitable one, he will probably take action. However, this time the strength of simulating himself is not low. If Danzo really wants to take action, he will suffer. You lost your mother the day after your birthday when you were 6 years old. Because of your father's departure, your mother who loved him deeply could not bear it and died of depression. The death of your mother made you have no last concern for the Uchiha clan, and even no interest in Konoha. This made you a little free, and you began to send out clones to collect some ninjutsu. After all, your ninjutsu only came from your parents, who were not very strong and did not have many ninjutsu. The clone you sent out was discovered, and the clan began to investigate, but no one would suspect you, a 6-year-old child. In the end, the clan investigation came to nothing, and it seemed that it was determined that the people of the Hokage faction wanted to do something, which made the atmosphere in the clan even more depressing. Use clones to collect ninjutsu? Su Yang was also speechless about the operation in his simulation. Facts have proved that this method does not work at all. But it is undeniable that collecting ninjutsu is necessary, whether it is to improve strength in the simulation or his original body in reality. I don't even have a ninjutsu now. If I encounter a ghost, I can only use ordinary fists and feet. It's beneath my dignity. Su Yang sighed. Finally, during a clan meeting, you secretly stole some fire-style ninjutsu from the clan school. A few months later, you completely mastered the Uchiha clan fire-style ninjutsu and your strength improved. You are 7 years old, and your chakra has been improved again. On this day, you were suddenly assassinated, but the opponent was just a Chunin and was not your opponent at all. You used Sharingan to get information from the opponent, and the opponent was a member of the root, which made you subconsciously think that Danzo discovered your secret. However, you soon found out that this was not the case. The mission of this root member was to capture you and bring you back to a base, but he didn't know the specific reason. You were a little worried and thought that the root would send someone over. Your guess was verified. 3 days later, another root ninja appeared. This time, a Jainin came. You have no experience fighting Jainin, but you have Manjiki Sharingan. Before the other party could react, you activated Manjiki Sharingan and gave him a Kamui. Although you successfully killed the root Jainin, he still screamed before dying, which attracted the attention of the Uchiha patrolling nearby. Before those Uchiha arrived, you used Kamui to leave. Although you were not exposed, you knew that you were being watched by some people anyway, even if no one noticed that there was anything wrong with you, a 7-year-old child. But you know very well that as long as you are watched, it is only a matter of time before you are exposed. Trouble. Seeing this scene, Su Yang frowned slightly. Although he is no longer noticeable, he is still being watched by Danzo. This Danzo has probably started to experiment on the Uchiha clan a long time ago. Maybe his Sharingan arm has already been built. Su Yang was a little helpless. He knew very well that as he thought in the simulation, as long as he was watched, he would be exposed sooner or later. Especially now that there is only 1 year left before the night of the extermination of the clan. So what should I choose next? Knowing that you will be exposed sooner or later, you made a decisive choice. You went to the clan leader's house and found Uchiha Itachi, who had just returned to understand the situation. You attacked him. Uchiha Itachi showed you what a genius is. His outstanding fighting talent made you no match for him. If he had awakened Manjiki Sharingan now, you probably wouldn't fight him. Unfortunately, no matter how talented Uchiha Itachi is, he is doomed to be eclipsed by your Manjiki Sharingan. You successfully killed Uchiha Itachi. Hey? Seeing this scene, Su Yang was already a little dumbfounded. This operation is awesome. However, although I don't quite understand it, I have to say that killing Uchiha Itachi will give you a higher evaluation this time. You dug out Uchiha Itachi's eyes and threw out the root ninja you killed. As soon as you left, Uchiha Fugaku rushed to the scene. After seeing his son's body on the ground, he fell into a rage. Soon, the news that Uchiha Itachi was killed in his home spread throughout Konoha. As you expected, in this case, no one noticed that you, an ordinary Uchiha orphan, were missing. You didn't plan to leave Konoha now, because you knew what happened next was the most important. Sure enough, just as you predicted, after the death of Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan was like a barrel of explosives, ready to explode. Finally, at the request of the third generation's tacit consent Danzo, Uchiha Shisui planned to use distinguished heavenly gods on Uchiha Fugaku, but what Uchiha Shisui didn't expect was that Uchiha Fugaku activated the Mangeki Sharingan, and he was discovered before he used Distinguished Heavenly Gods. A war broke out, and under Uchiha Fugaku's crazy attack, Uchiha Shisui was killed by him and a large number of Uchiha clan masters. The third generation suddenly showed up with people to hold them accountable, but the already red-eyed Uchiha Fugaku completely exploded. That night, Konoha's first civil war broke out, and the Uchiha clan erupted with amazing destructive power with the power of the clan, destroying one-third of Konoha. After one night, the Uchiha clan was destroyed by Konoha, and the remaining clan members defected to Konoha. You are also one of the targets of the hunt, because when the civil war broke out last night, you couldn't help but want to take away Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki, but you were discovered by Danzo. You are hunted down by Danzo with all his strength. Although you can ignore the attacks of these people with the help of Kamui, you soon find that your chakra is not enough. At the same time, you frequently use Mangeki's pupil technique, which makes your vision drop rapidly, and eventually you are hunted down by Danzo. Then, you are killed. He died at the age of 7. This simulation ends. New book collection. 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 Please support with data. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16. With only one dumpling, it wouldn't be a problem to have another Saint Hui. Seeing the final simulation result, Su Yang fell silent. Good guy, this time he died at the hands of Danzo again. Needless to say, Danzo must have discovered that he had activated the Mangeki Sharingan in the simulation, and then he was chasing him madly. For Danzo, the eye technique of the Mangeki Sharingan was what he wanted. The reason why he used the Sharingan as a resurrection coin was that the Sharingan with 3 Megatama did not meet his expectations. Didn't you see that he transplanted Uchiha Shisui's eyes directly into his own eyes? This simulation made Su Yang see the disadvantages. The Mangeki Sharingan really can't be used frequently. I was only 7 years old in the simulation. No matter how much I developed, I couldn't be that strong. Frequent use would have too many sequelae. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This incident also reminded him. It's okay in the simulation, but in reality, try to use the eye technique of the Mangeki Sharingan as little as possible. Kamui is really awesome. But I am not Obito, I don't have half of the white Zetsu body cultivated with Senju Hashirama cells, and I will really go blind if I use my pupil skills too frequently. The reason why Obito uses Kamui everywhere and even when he is on the road is that he can recover. I can't. Wait, it's not that I can't recover. Su Yang's heart moved, and his eyes fell on the reward this time. This simulation is rated A. This simulation, you can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. Option 1, Talent Combat Power Increase, green, 300 simulation points are required. Option 2, Chakra, LV12, 4000 simulation points are required. Option 3, All Ninjutsu simulated this time, 10,000 simulation points are required. Option 4, Sharingan, Mangeki, 100,000 simulation points are required. A. Su Yang was also drunk when he saw this evaluation level. Why is there a minus sign? Well, there are pluses and minuses. But the problem is, B and has extra free rewards, why doesn't A have them? Su Yang frowned, no matter how you look at it, the level of A is higher than B+. Wait, is this extra reward only available with A and rating? When he thought of this possibility, Su Yang felt that it might really be set up like this. So, this time he can only choose one reward. Then, Su Yang looked around and was silent again. Mangeki Sharingan is worth 100,000 reincarnation points. I originally wanted to try to bring out another Mangeki Sharingan to see if I could recover from damage, sequelae, etc. This number made Su Yang give up directly. Fortunately, I took advantage of the first welfare price and extra rewards to get the Manjiki Sharingan for free, otherwise I could only watch. 100,000 simulation points, indeed, can only be watched. Even if it is a level 3 ghost, you need to kill 1,000 to get 100,000 simulation points. Although Jianzi is a very good monster attracting artifact, Su Yang feels that even if Jianzi stays by his side, it will take a long time to collect 100,000 simulation points. Let alone 100,000, I don't even know if I can collect 1,000 simulation points in one day. Seeing the amount of simulation points needed, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I can only strive to bring out talents. Well, a 10% increase in combat power is actually very good. Su Yang can only comfort himself in this way. A new day has begun. Su Yang rested well, and his dark circles finally disappeared. He greeted all the way to the classroom. Su Yang-kun, judging from your complexion, you have recovered well. Kato Hui's voice sounded. I didn't have anything to begin with. Su Yang explained again. If he had known earlier, he would not have asked for leave with the excuse of a cold. So this means that today's karaoke will be held as scheduled. Su Yang paused. How do you know? Hat, you don't think Uegahama-san only invited you, do you? Kato Megami sneered, her eyes looking at a scumbag. How is that possible? Su Yang immediately denied, I'm just curious why Tuanzi invited you. After all, my presence is very weak, right? Kato Megami took over the conversation and looked at Su Yang expressionlessly. Su Yang-san, I just have a weak presence, not non-existent. Having a celebrity like you talking to me, it's still easy for some people who have been paying attention to you to discover my existence. Kato Megami paused slightly, although few people still know my name. So pitiful. Looking at Kato Megami who said such a thing with an expression of I don't care, Su Yang's eyes were full of pity. Su Yang-kun, do you know that your eyes are very rude? Kato Megami was very dissatisfied when she noticed Su Yang's eyes. Don't worry, Hui-chan, I won't forget you. That's not what I'm talking about. Kato Hui was a little crazy, and Shengren Hui's state was completely broken. Because every time at this time, she had an inexplicable illusion. It was as if she had become a pet in front of Su Yang, wanting to get the love of her master. If Su Yang knew this illusion in Kato Hui's heart, he would definitely answer her at the first time. This is not an illusion. Isn't it normal to raise a Shengren Hui? After all, there is already a Tuanzi, and it doesn't matter if there is another Shengren Hui. This day passed quickly. During class, I would occasionally play with Kato Hui. I even had lunch with Tuanzi and Shengren Hui. After school, the team gathered. Just looking at the several beautiful girls in front of him, Su Yang fell into silence. I obviously only invited Tuanzi alone. It's okay to have another Shengren Hui. Well, it's understandable that Kawasaki Saki and Miura Yumiko are classmates. But what's wrong with you, Kitagawa Umi? 5. Su Yang sighed softly in his heart, and then he always felt that he had forgotten something. After waiting for the 5 beautiful girls to return to his home, he finally remembered what he had forgotten. Oh, there is another one, Yatsuya Miko. Hey, Su Yang-kun, who is this classmate? The first time she saw Yatsuya Miko, Tuanzi asked with blinking eyes. But the look in her eyes was clearly intentional. Yatsuya Miko. Su Yang ignored Tuanzi's gaze and introduced as if nothing was wrong. For some reason, she will stay at my house for a while during this period. What is the reason? The 5 girls had question marks on their faces, and Kato Megami gave Su Yang a questioning look of what handle did you catch on her? But Su Yang ignored them all. In this case, just ignore them all. Shura Field? It doesn't exist at all. I sit on the Diao Yute and watch, the tigress fight? Well, it must be a different taste. New book, please add it to your collection. Please add it to your collection. Please give me some data support. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17. So, behind the ghost is the cursed spirit, right? 3 women, 1 show. Do you think 6 women just make 2 tables? This is not an addition and subtraction problem. It's doubling and multiplication. At first, Su Yang was sitting and watching the show. But soon he found something wrong, and the development of things was more exaggerated than he expected. Everyone was smiling, and we were sisters. But apart from the confused look of Kawasaki Saki and Yatsuya Maiko, even Tuanza was not right. It's bad. My Tuanzaman evolved. This is not a good thing. Su Yang felt a little relieved, fortunately. Fortunately, the black-bellied woman Kazumajayaka Uchiha was not here today, otherwise this game would not be broken at all. Fortunately, a phone call saved Su Yang, and he directly performed the super SSS level ninjutsu telephone escape. But Su Yang didn't know that after he left, the whole room suddenly became quiet. What is this? Yatsuya Maiko asked with a look on her face. Saki Kawasaki was also confused. Why didn't they sing anymore? Looking at the microphone in her hand, she fell into deep thought. Should I sing or not? Finally, she felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, and she silently put the microphone on the table. Well, are you all tired? Let's end the show. Kato Megami broke the silence. After that, she stood up and prepared to leave. But Miura Yumiko suddenly said, "No one wants to quit." Quit? Kato Megami stopped and tilted her head slightly to look over. It seems that I came first. Miura Yumiko's face changed slightly. Indeed, in a sense, Su Yang first contacted Kato Megami. So what? I am the most suitable for Su Yang-jun. Miura Yumiko was very convinced, and she even looked at Uegahama Ui. You are right, right? Ui. This. Tuanza is a little stuck. Miura Yumiko, that's your fault. You made it difficult for Uegahama to answer. After all, she is not a cheerleader, but a contestant who has already entered the track. Kato Megami looked at Uegahama Ui dimly, which made her a little embarrassed. Can such a thing really be said? Ui. Miura Yumiko stared at Uegahama Ui. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, but she was a little self-deceiving and thought that Ui was helping her. But facing Uegahama Ui's silence, she really understood what the other party meant. Haha, everyone, don't hurt the harmony. Kitagawa Umi suddenly laughed, but faced the eyes of Kato Megami and Miura Yumiko looking at her at the same time. She shrank immediately. But she seemed to remember something, and she mustered up the courage to say, "Since it's like this, let's compete fairly." Agree. Kato Megami nodded, and then her eyes fell on Tuanza, as long as someone doesn't sneak away. Do you really think that Uegahama Ui invited her? No, it's not. The Saint Hui, who has amazing insight, discovered the truth of everything and launched a blocking attack. If you don't move, you'll be fine. If you move, you'll kill the target accurately. Tuanza was killed by Kato Hui's gaze, and he giggled and looked around, trying to get away with it. The atmosphere at the scene was a little solemn. Even Kawasaki Saki, who was a little slow to react, understood what this game was. She wanted to stand up and say that she was an outsider, but when she thought of Su Yang's help to her, and then thought of, well, she decided to sit down. I didn't speak. So it didn't count as participating. I just met Su Yang-jun yesterday, can I leave now? A cautious voice broke the solemn atmosphere, but it was Yatsuya Maiko who raised her hand and said, "Oh my god! What is this? I just promised Su Yang-jun to come over every day, how did I get involved?" It's terrible. Is this the legendary Shura field? Yotsuya Miko looked like she had nothing to do with it, but was sunk by a word from Saint Hui. We just met yesterday. Not only did you call Su Yang-jun like this, but you were also taken home by Su Yang-jun directly? It seems that you are the biggest threat. No, what do you guys mean? Yotsuya Miko was numb. Humph, one by one. Miura Yumiko seemed to want to say something, but she seemed to think of her current place and situation all of a sudden, and finally didn't say it, but instead suggested. That's all for today, let's all go together. Go back now? But... Yotsuya Miko opened her mouth, but seeing Miura Yumiko's sharp eyes, she still thought she should go back today. Ah, what a pity. Originally, I was going to try other costumes for Su Yang-jun to see. Kitagawa Himing felt a little regretful. Soon, the 6 girls dispersed directly. Su Yang didn't know, because he really had something to do and left. In a car, Su Yang said in a cold tone, "So, an unknown force stopped my goods." He was a little angry now. Although killing ghosts can get simulation points, there are not many simulation points that can be converted into minerals and jewelry containing special energy. But Su Yang still didn't intend to miss any opportunity to increase simulation points. Especially after seeing the price of Mangeki Sharingan, he would not let it go. Some money is just some numbers to him. What he didn't expect was that he bought a large number of ore and was about to earn hundreds of simulation points, but he was intercepted by someone. This made him very unhappy. But what Su Yang didn't expect was that when he arrived at the place, a man in a suit and glasses appeared as soon as he got off the car and bowed to him at a 90-degree. "Mr. Su Yang, right? I'm very sorry, there are some problems with your goods for some reason, but don't worry, we will deal with it soon and hand it over to you as soon as possible." Looking at the man in a suit and glasses in front of him, Su Yang paused instantly. After a moment of silence, Su Yang said a name. Uchiha Gao. Mr. Su Yang, do you know me? Uchiha Gao looked up at Su Yang with a look of surprise, which made Su Yang curse in his heart. It's FG awful. New book, please add it to your collection. Please add it to your collection. Please give me some data support. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18. The simulation points of the cursed spirit are 10 times that of the ghost. Curse return? Looking at the surprised Ichikyeko, Su Yang sighed softly in his heart. Alas! First it was a ghost. Now there is a cursed spirit again, right? I feel a bit bad. It's okay if it's just a ghost, but the cursed spirit is quite dangerous. Mr. Su Yang. Seeing that Su Yang didn't say anything, but seemed to really know him, Ichikyeko couldn't help but shout. Did a cursed spirit appear in my goods? Or did a cursed spirit target my goods? Su Yang simply pointed it out directly. This surprised Ichikyeko, because according to the investigation data, although the person in front of him was very rich, he seemed to have no contact with the extraordinary world. The only connection was that he had contact with the Yukinashita family, but according to the feedback from there, he didn't tell this person about the extraordinary world. Although he didn't know, Ichikyeko nodded immediately, since you know, I won't hide anything. Your goods seem to be targeted by several cursed spirits. But don't worry, our people will solve the problem soon. After getting the answer, Su Yang ignored Ichikyeko and walked past him. There was an empty space in front of him. But the next moment, Su Yang's eyes were slightly hot, and after a chakra covered him, he saw something different. This is a huge thing similar to a barrier. Is this the tent? Mr. Su Yang, what are you going to do? Ichikyeko finally had a bad premonition in his heart. Of course, take back my things. After saying this, Su Yang stepped directly into the tent, which made Ichikyeko unable to stop him. As soon as he entered the tent, Su Yang noticed that there was a very special atmosphere here. "Hey, who are you and how did you get in?" As soon as he came in, Su Yang heard a boy shouting, "Uchiha Tadari! Have you joined the Tokyo Metropolitan Jutsu High School?" Su Yang was surprised, but he just glanced at him, and then his eyes fell on the freighter at the dock in the distance. At this moment, there were several things on the freighter that looked like monsters. "Is that a cursed spirit?" At the same time, Fushiguro Megami, who was fighting on the freighter, also found Su Yang. "What happened? How did ordinary people get in?" Fushiguro Megami was stunned, but he quickly reacted and shouted at Uchiha Tadari, "Itadari, you idiot, take the people out quickly. Ordinary people can't face the attack of cursed spirits, and even if they are exposed to the breath of cursed spirits for a long time, they will get seriously ill." "I know, so long-winded." Uchiha Tadari replied impatiently, and then looked at Su Yang. "I say, that person, can you leave?" "Leave?" Su Yang glanced at Uchiha Tadari calmly. "Why should I leave? This freighter is mine." "Ah? This?" Uchiha Tadari didn't know how to answer for a while. Su Yang ignored him and attacked directly. "Kamui!" His eyes were blooming with the pattern of a six-pointed star, and the powerful pupil power burst out instantly. Bang bang bang! Kill level 4 Curse Spirit, simulation points plus 100. Kill level 3 Curse Spirit, simulation points plus 1000. Kill level 3 Curse Spirit, simulation points plus 1000. To be honest, Su Yang knew that killing curse spirits would probably also gain simulation points, but what he never expected was that there would be so many. The simulation points of curse spirits at the same level are 10 times that of ghosts. This time, Su Yang could not miss these curse spirits in front of him. Wherever he looked, Kamui was destroyed. Kill level 4 Curse Spirit, simulation points plus 100. Kill level 4 Curse Spirit, simulation points plus 100. Kill level 3 Curse Spirit, simulation points plus 1000. Although most of them are level 4 cursed spirits, there are still many of them. Level 4 cursed spirits can be said to be like small fish, and can be eliminated with a baseball bat. Although level 3 cursed spirits are powerful, they can only be eliminated with a pistol. This is too weak for Su Yang. After a while, all the cursed spirits were killed by Su Yang. "Tisk, my eyes are a little sore." Su Yang sighed in his heart, and he really had to find a way to get the eternal Mangeki Sharingan out as soon as possible. You, can you see those cursed spirits?" Uchiha Tadari saw the cursed spirits that were killed inexplicably, and finally reacted. At the same time, Fushiguro Megami, who also noticed something was wrong, rushed over after discovering that there were no cursed spirits. "Who are you?" Fushiguro Megami looked at Su Yang and asked, and at the same time he was a little shocked. Not feeling the cursed power, this is not hiding at all, but really having no cursed power. Because no matter how much you hide the cursed power, it is impossible to hide the cursed power when you attack. "Who am I? Does it matter?" Su Yang ignored the two and walked towards the cruise ship. Although it can be said that this time he got rich, he didn't mind having too many simulation points. The things have arrived, and it counts as 1 point if he can convert some simulation points. "Wow, who is this handsome guy?" Nori Kujisaki, who finally ran over from the other side, looked at Su Yang with shining eyes. "I don't know." Uchiha Tadari looked at Megami Fushiguro with some confusion. "Don't you know him? The other party should also be a sorcerer, right?" "No, he is not a sorcerer." Megami Fushiguro shook his head slightly, and at the same time had a guess in his heart. Unlike Uchiha Tadari, who had just come into contact with the extraordinary field, he knew that there were more than just cursed spirits in this world. Superhumans are not just sorcerers. And the one in front of him is not a sorcerer, and it seems that he is not an onmyoji either. It doesn't look like an exorcist, could it be? Megami Fushiguro had a guess in his heart, and the more he thought so, the more wanton he looked. It's best to keep silent at the moment. New book, please add it to your collection. Please add it to your collection. Please give me some data support. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 19, First Meeting with Gojo Satoru. Can your 6 eyes see through things? 10,000 Worlds Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja. Talent, Combat Power Amplification, Green, Accumulate little by little, White. Skills, Manjiki Sharingan, Chakra, LV10. Simulation points, 6,350. Number of simulations, 0, once per day. After killing some cursed spirits and absorbing the cargo on the cruise ship, Su Yang's simulation points exceeded 6,000 points. He has brought out his talents, so there is no rush for other rewards. It's just one more simulation. Anyway, the time is almost up now. But Su Yang glanced at Yuji Itadori in the distance and came directly to the 3 people. If he kills Yuji Itadori now, will it be considered killing Ryaman Sukuna? Can he get simulation points in this way? Wait, is Ryaman Sukuna a cursed spirit? It seems that his fingers are considered cursed objects. Excuse me, who are you? As if he had noticed something, Fushiguro Megami stood in front of Yuji Itadori calmly and asked respectfully. Don't be nervous, I just felt that there was something wrong with this kid's body. Su Yang looked at Yuji Itadori and said meaningfully. Fushiguro Megami's face changed slightly. Did this man notice the existence of Ryaman Sukuna? Aha, what are you going to do to my student, young man? Just as Su Yang was hesitating whether to use the power of Manjiki Sharingan to directly invade Yuji Itadori's mind to see Ryaman Sukuna, a voice suddenly came. Su Yang was not surprised at all, but just looked up at the person who came. The person who came had white hair, an eye patch, and a sloppy look. There was no other person except Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, you came really fast. Su Yang smiled faintly. When he heard the other party directly say his name, Gojo Satoru's pupils shrank slightly under the eye patch. It's a bit unfair. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Gojo Satoru said lazily, and then changed the subject. Your eyes are very special. Such a pattern is really amazing. At this moment, Su Yang still opened the Manjiki Sharingan. Gojo Satoru has come. In this situation where the enemy are not yet determined, Su Yang will naturally be cautious. Your 6 eyes are also very good. Su Yang said with a smile, but the next sentence made Gojo Satoru stunned instantly. But, then again, you can see my eyes through the blindfold, so your 6 eyes can really see through. This is something Su Yang has always been curious about. After all, the setting of the 6 eyes is that blocking the line of sight will not hinder vision, which is why Gojo Satoru can still see clearly with the blindfold. Gojo Satoru was directly asked, because no one has ever asked him this question. Hey? Suddenly, Gojo Satoru found something wrong. Because at this moment, Su Yang's figure twisted slightly, and the next moment the whole person seemed to be sucked into the space and disappeared directly. I hope you can answer this question the next time we meet. After saying this, Su Yang left with Kamui. Fighting with Gojo Satoru? No fun. To be fair, Su Yang asked himself if he was not Gojo Satoru's opponent without using Manjiki Sharingan. But once Manjiki Sharingan was used, Kamui was simply Gojo Satoru's natural nemesis. Su Yang was very sure that Kamui's hollow would allow him to face Gojo Satoru's unlimited technique without any hindrance. Even in this world of Saman, where no one knows how many worlds have been merged, Su Yang was very sure that Gojo Satoru's combat power was definitely not the ceiling. Especially when he encountered a target against his spatial ability, it would be very difficult for him to deal with it. Of course, even if he had never fought, Su Yang knew in his heart that if he really fought with Gojo Satoru, his chakra was still a little short, and most importantly, his Manjiki Sharingan was a little useless. Besides, there is no conflict, so there is no need. So, Su Yang chose to leave. This way. Seeing the way Su Yang left, Gojo Satoru frowned. It was not cursed power, nor did it seem to be spiritual power. It was a bit like the power of a strong bloodline. You don't know him either. Seeing Su Yang leave, Fushiguro Megami asked. Ha, I'm not an encyclopedia, how can I know everyone? Gojo Satoru laughed, but although he said so, he was thinking about something else in his heart. He received a call from Ichichi Jigao, so he hurried over. Su Yang, the future son-in-law appointed by Yuki Nishida? Didn't they say that he was not a person in the extraordinary field? Ah! I really don't understand what these so-called inheritance families are thinking. Wait, this person is actually not from that side, right? Suddenly thinking of a possibility, Gojo Satoru's face changed slightly. Forget it, don't think about it. Why think so much? It's not against the other party, so don't waste the energy. In the end, Gojo Satoru decided not to waste his brain cells. Okay, although the process was a bit bumpy, the cursed spirit was still dealt with. I'll treat you to a big meal. Gojo Satoru waved his hand, but he soon found that Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kuchisaki looked a little strange. Especially Nobara Kuchisaki, she crossed her arms and stared at him with a vigilant look. What was going on? Nobara Kuchisaki, what's wrong with you? Were you injured in the battle with the cursed spirit just now? Gojo Satoru couldn't help but ask. No, I'm not injured. Nobara Kuchisaki shook her head quickly, and then her eyes were filled with contempt. I just didn't expect that, Gojo teacher, you have been so vulgar. Hey? I'm vulgar. Gojo Satoru didn't react for a while. It was Yuji Itadori who shouted that made him react. Isn't this vulgar? Yuji Itadori said loudly, Gojo teacher didn't expect you to be such a person, and you actually have perspective. No wonder you look at beautiful girls all day long. It's really enviable. Not angry. He was really jealous. He wanted such ability too. Damn it, I feel uncomfortable when I think of you seeing me naked. Kuchisaki Nobara said with dissatisfaction in her tone. Wait, what are you talking about? Gojo Satoru immediately complained, this is a false accusation. It's definitely a false accusation. Then how dare you say you don't have the ability to see through things? Kuchisaki Nobara asked. Ah, this. Gojo Satoru shook his head frantically, no, absolutely not, this is not perspective, this is perception. Perception. Liar, he just hesitated. Itadori Yujin looked like I had discovered the truth. You are really a scumbag. No, I am wronged. You, really have enough. Looking at the three people who have not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, Fushiguro Megami had a black line on her face. These people really can't get along anymore. New book collection. Collection. Please support with data. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 20 Blue Talent True Avatar. This world is really getting more and more interesting. After returning home, Su Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. He has no cursed power, and I believe Gojo Satoru can also detect this. But the other party did not feel anything wrong at the first time, and Gojo Satoru did not seem to be surprised by the appearance of someone like him and the display of such power. This also means that the extraordinary field of this world has a lot of abilities. In this way, with his current strength, he is still a little short. Kamiui is indeed a little bit careless in a sense, but if he encounters a targeted force, this may not really be safe. In addition, Chakra is not enough, and his Sharingan is only Manjaki Sharingan. From this point of view, it is still too far away. Su Yang analyzed it and felt that it was still not strong enough. Then continue the simulation. More than 6,000 simulation points should be able to improve my chakra a lot. Su Yang plans to improve chakra first, maybe he can plan for the tailed beast? Not appropriate, or improve chakra first. This simulation will focus on improving the becoming, and try to extend the time to improve chakra. Having made a decision, now just wait for the number of simulations to refresh. By the way, is there really no one left? After returning home, Su Yang found that all the women had left. Kitagawa Haiming also left. Didn't this woman say that we would continue tonight? But she ran away? Su Yang felt a little depressed. He had prepared a package of small plans for Haiming today. Now it is useless. Looking at the text message left by the other party, she said that she had something tonight and would try those clothes another day. Forget it, let's do it another day. Then, Su Yang found the text message of Kazumajayaka Uchiha. This black-bellied woman was outputting to him crazily. Well, anyway, I'll tease him. Time passed little by little, and finally at midnight, the number of simulations was refreshed. Su Yang started directly. The world is confirmed, entering the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation can consume simulation points to generate blue talents. Do you want to consume 1000 simulation points and randomly generate one blue talent? Warm tips: currently, you can consume up to 3000 simulation points to generate 3 blue talents. Hey? Can you generate blue talents? Su Yang was a little surprised. It seems that the more simulation points you have, the higher the talents you can get. Seeing this, Su Yang did not hesitate at all. It's just 3 level 3 curse spirits, and they are spawned. Simulation starts. Currently available talents: combat power increase, green, accumulate little by little, white. 3 blue talents have been generated in this simulation. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Absolute Focus, blue, True Clone, blue, Super Big Eater, blue. Absolute Focus, blue talent, which allows you to have the ability to enter a focused state at any time. Real Clone, blue talent, can make you have a real clone. Super Glutton, blue talent, can make you have a stomach with strong digestion and absorption ability. It's worthy of the blue talent, all are very good. None of the 3 blue talents is bad. Even the Super Glutton can't be simply considered as eating a lot. In the case of high consumption, you can use this talent to recover quickly. Even when you are injured, it can speed up the recovery speed. But Su Yang will not choose this. Real Clone. Seeing this talent, Su Yang had a guess in his heart. Decisive choice of this talent. You are born. You find that you are born with the Manjaki Sharingan. Such an amazing thing almost scared the midwife to death, and your parents were extremely shocked. You used the power of Manjaki Sharingan to make them forget the fact that you opened Manjaki Sharingan, but you found that having Manjaki Sharingan is not a good thing for you now. When you were just born, you used the power of Manjaki Sharingan and temporarily lost your sight for a few days. This made you realize that even if you have a certain amount of chakra, your young body cannot withstand the sequelae of Manjaki Sharingan. You decided not to use the power of Manjaki Sharingan until you grow to a certain level, and you began to use chakra to nourish your body. Well, it's the same as the last simulation. But what about the real clone? Su Yang really wants to know if this real clone is the same as he guessed. 3 months later, you were using chakra to nourish your body, and suddenly found that you seemed to have a special ability. After you used this ability, you found that you had split a special clone, which made you very curious. After your careful study, you found that this clone is very special, it is completely real, and it is even the real you. The reason why you have this feeling is because you found that the original body can be replaced with the clone at any time, and the clone can become the original body at any time. This ability of the clone surprised you, because based on this point, the clone is equivalent to a part of your body, and it can be discarded at any time. After discovering this, you try to use the clone to refine chakra directly, and it turns out that it is completely feasible. From then on, you start to nourish your main body and refine chakra with the clone. Is it possible? Seeing this, Su Yang's eyes also flashed with a trace of astonishment. He originally just thought that this real clone was a clone that was exactly the same as his main body. But now it seems that this is better than he thought. Because as long as one of himself and the clone survives, it is almost equivalent to immortality. I just don't know how much chakra is consumed, and there is no detailed explanation in the simulation. The simulation is not good in this regard, many things are glossed over. But even so, Su Yang has decided. This time, the real clone must be brought out in the simulation. You can only try to get a high evaluation, and then you can choose another reward to bring out. Su Yang can only hope that this simulation will be more powerful. New book collection. Please collect. Please add to favorites. Please give me some data support. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 21. This escape move is very clever. A few months later, you are 1 year old. You behave very normally, and no one notices your extraordinariness. A year later, you are 2 years old. You behave very normally this year, and no one except your parents thinks you are a genius. But no one knows that after 2 years of nurturing, your physique has long been different from that of ordinary people. At the same time, after 2 years, you have doubled your chakra by refining chakra with your clone. Although your strength is not weak, you still have no idea of taking risks, and you spend another year like this. This year, you are 3 years old. At the age of 3, you start to look for ninjutsu and start practicing, and your first target is your father. A month later, you have secretly mastered all the ninjutsu your parents have. You start looking for a new target, and this time you set your sights on the clan middle school. You used Kamui once and successfully got the ninjutsu you wanted. 3 months later, you completely mastered the fire-style ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan and your strength improved. Although you were not satisfied with just mastering the fire-style ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, you still chose to stop pursuing ninjutsu. Without acquiring other new ninjutsu, you began to deepen your practice of the fire-style ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. When you were 4 years old, you had already mastered the fire-style ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. You could release any ninjutsu smoothly by shortening it to no more than 5 seals. Although you really wanted to fight, for safety, you were very cautious and did not act rashly. You are still refining chakra and starting to use chakra to nourish Sharingan. Su Yang. Isn't this simulation too cautious? A little too much. However, this is in line with Su Yang's mind. After all, he has a goal for this simulation. The first goal is the real clone. Then, try to get a high evaluation, so as to get an extra reward. No need to bring out other things, just bring chakra. This is Su Yang's goal. As for Manjiki Sharingan, 100,000 simulation points are too high. Wait until you have so many simulation points. 1 year later, you are 5 years old. After a year, your chakra has improved again, and it has increased 3 times compared to when you were just born. At the same time, you found that your Manjiki Sharingan seemed to have a slight change, as if it was a little better than the initial time. At least when you released Kamui, you found that the power of Kamui had increased, although the increase was not much. One day, your father went out on a mission and never came back. You had a bad premonition in your heart, as if something bad was about to happen. 7 days later, your bad premonition was verified. The clan leader officially announced the fact that your father had died, and you were very sad. Your mother fainted because of excessive sadness, and you felt something was wrong again. 3 months later, the ninja school opened. Your mother, who was ill, was no longer able to take care of you. She planned to send you to school early, and you agreed. After entering school, although your performance was very ordinary, you still had a little fangirl in the class because of your appearance. Because your performance was too ordinary, you did not attract anyone's attention. But you still noticed some special gazes. You guessed that it was the third generation who was secretly observing you with the telescope technique, and you became more cautious. This observation only lasted for a month. You knew that the third generation's investigation of you was over and he did not take you seriously. You understood one thing. I am afraid that any child of the Uchiha clan who entered the ninja school would be carefully observed by the third generation. This situation made you more cautious. Because of your ordinary performance, nothing special happened in your next days. You lost your mother the day after your birthday when you were 6 years old. Because of your father's departure, your mother who loved your father deeply could not bear it and died of depression. The death of your mother made you have no last concern for the Uchiha clan, and even no interest in Konoha. However, you did not want to do anything because of this, and still maintained your previous living habits and behaviors. One day 4 months later, you were suddenly assassinated, but the opponent was just a Chunin and was no match for you. You used Sharingan to get information from the opponent, and the opponent was a member of the root, which made you subconsciously think that Danzo discovered your secret. However, you soon found out that this was not the case. The mission of this root member was to capture you and bring you back to a certain base, but he didn't know the specific reason. You were a little worried and thought that the root would send someone over. Seeing this, Su Yang found that it was similar to the last simulation. But what happened next was something Su Yang never expected. You guessed right. 3 days later, another root ninja appeared. This time it was a Jainin. You had no experience fighting Jainin, but you had Manjiki Sharingan. You could have killed the opponent with a Kamui before the opponent could react, but you didn't choose to do so, and you didn't even resist. You were captured and soon taken to the root's experimental base. In fact, when you were captured, you used your clone to replace yourself. The one captured was just a clone. Then, with the help of your clone, you used the power of Manjiki Sharingan to deceive the experimenter at the base, thinking that you were an Uchiha with no potential, and you couldn't even open Sharingan. Because you were considered a waste and didn't even qualify to be a test subject, you were quickly destroyed. You used this to get rid of your identity. FK, can it be done like this? Su Yang was surprised. This trick of escaping from the shell was very powerful. Because of the specialness of the real clone and his own Manjiki Sharingan, it really didn't expose itself. So what's next? Su Yang was even more interested in his next behavior in the simulation, and hurried to read on. New book collection. Collection. Please support with data. Reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22. You got hit by infinite Tsukuyomi, and then you died. After getting rid of your identity, you secretly found a family in the land of fire and hid yourself with the power of Sharingan. After hiding, you arranged your clone to another place, and only then did you feel completely at ease. You began to practice silently, but in fact, you only refined chakra. The main body nurtured Sharingan, and the clone refined chakra. This was your daily routine. A dozen months later, you heard the news that the Uchiha clan was exterminated. But you were indifferent. 3 years later, at the age of 12, you noticed that there was an Anbu team passing by, and you were very nervous. But after discovering that they were just passing by, you were relieved. A few months later, the news that Konoha was about to have the Chunin exam spread throughout the land of fire, but you were still indifferent. You are still practicing as usual. Why does it feel a little worse than the health-preserving life of the elderly? Seeing this scene, Su Yang was a little dumbfounded. But if you think about it carefully, this seems to be what he wants. After all, he just wants chakra. Perhaps, this is the correct way to open the simulation. Su Yang thinks there is such a possibility. Konoha's Chunin exam has begun. As you know, this is just Konoha's collapse plan. Sure enough, soon after, news came out that Konoha's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen died. Everything is the same as the development of the original work. It was Orochimaru who took action. For these news, you didn't pay any attention at all. A few months later, you suddenly found Jiraiya and Naruto appeared in this town, and you were relieved about it. Because you know they are looking for Tsunade. But your town doesn't have the legendary big fat sheep, so you think they will leave soon, so you are naturally relieved. As you expected, after finding no news about Tsunade, Jiraiya went to the bathhouse and left with Naruto. You still maintain your training method as always. You didn't care about anything else except training, until one day. You were hit by Infinite Tsukuyomi. When Infinite Tsukuyomi appeared, you subconsciously tried to avoid Infinite Tsukuyomi by replacing your clone. You failed because your clone was also hit by Infinite Tsukuyomi. When you planned to enter Kamui's different space to avoid Infinite Tsukuyomi, you found that after entering, you still couldn't get rid of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Seemingly aware of your uniqueness and the Manjiki Sharingan you possessed, Tsutsuki Kagaya treated you specially. She increased her absorption of your chakra. Soon, your chakra was sucked dry, and then your vitality. You died because your vitality was drained. At the age of 16. This time you died in this way? To be honest, this is something Su Yang had never thought of. But this also shows one thing, that is, even if he doesn't cause any trouble in the simulation, he can only live to 16 years old at most. In a sense, this is unsolvable. Unless he finds a way to be immune to Infinite Tsukuyomi, or finds a place where Infinite Tsukuyomi can't get involved. But Kamui's space doesn't work, so can other places? Wait, what if I go to the moon? Su Yang suddenly thought of this possibility, but finally gave up thinking about it. There is no point in thinking so much now. Even if you know the situation on the moon, it is not so easy to find a passage to the moon. Forget it, I'll take a look at the rewards this time. Su Yang looked at the evaluation and rewards this time with expectation. This simulation is over. This simulation is rated A. This simulation, you can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. The first time you get an A-level evaluation, you can get an additional reward worth 10,000 simulation points for free. Choice 1, Talented Real Clone, Blue, 3,000 simulation points are required. Choice 2, Chakra, LV20, 10,000 simulation points are required. Choice 3, All Ninjutsu simulated this time, including experience, require 15,000 simulation points. Choice 4, Sharingan, Manjiki, 100000 simulation points are required. Evaluation A level. Then, you can bring out a reward worth up to 10,000 simulation points for free. Sure enough, A level can also bring out rewards for free. Su Yang was delighted, and then he chose to bring out the Chakra Realm this time without hesitation. You consume the extra reward of this simulation and bring out the Chakra Realm of this simulation. Your Chakra is improved, and the current Chakra level is LV20. Feeling the surge in Chakra, Su Yang's mouth slightly raised. Too strong, at least 10 times as strong as before. Moreover, this time, Chakra's physical skills finally made Su Yang understand the situation of Chakra level. So that's it. After Chakra LV10, each level increase is equivalent to the amount of LV10. LV20 is 10 times that of LV10, and this level of Chakra is also called Cage Level Chakra. This is the real Cage level. Cage Level Chakra is 10 times that of Jainin, which does not surprise Su Yang. It's just that the amount of Chakra does not represent strength. So the question is, what about the tailed beasts? At least LV30 or above. Kakashi seems to have said that Naruto's chakra amount is 4 times his own under the premise of suppressing 9 tails chakra, and if he does not suppress 9 tails, Naruto's chakra amount will be 100 times his own. Although Kakashi has always been short of blue, it feels that chakra is just average. But that is because of the drag of Sharingan, not that Kakashi's chakra is really at the bottom of Jainin. Before this simulation, Su-Yang's chakra was far less than Kakashi's. As for why Su-Yang opened the Manjiki Sharingan, his chakra still barely reached the Jainin level. This is because he himself did not practice, and the chakra came from the simulation. Although the Sharingan evolution will bring some, the improvement for Su-Yang will not be very obvious. But it doesn't matter. Because he now has cage level chakra. New book collection. Collection. Please collect. Please support with data. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23. A woman even teacher Kazumi Shiko can't be jealous of. 10,000 Worlds Simulator. Host, Su-Yang. Profession, Ninja. Talent, Real Clone, Blue, Combat Power Boost, Green, Accumulate Little by Little, White. Skills, Manjiki Sharingan, Chakra, LV20. Simulation points, 3,350. Number of simulations, 0, once per day. After Chakra was upgraded, Su-Yang chose to consume 3,000 simulation points to bring out the talent Real Clone. Forget about ninjutsu and Manjiki. Anyway, there are not enough simulation points. After getting the Real Clone, Su-Yang immediately used the Real Clone. An avatar that looked exactly like him appeared. Even their sight lines were unified. It was a very strange situation, as if they had twice as many organs. But Su-Yang also found that for other people, both the clone and himself were real. However, for Su-Yang, the clone had an illusory feeling. Only when he uses his clone, the clone is completely real. It can be regarded as a means of saving life. Su-Yang touched his chin and looked at his clone with satisfaction, and then he sent the clone out. What to do? Of course, he killed ghosts and cursed spirits to obtain simulation points. Su-Yang really wanted to know if he could get a higher talent by collecting 10,000 simulation points. Blue talent is so outstanding, so wouldn't purple be even stronger? And he naturally slept and rested. This made Su-Yang discover another benefit of the Real Clone, that is, when he slept, he only needed to separate a little consciousness and could replace it with the clone at any time. This did not delay his rest. After a night, Su-Yang's simulation points did not increase much. Not even 500 points. But Su-Yang still had great expectations for today, because today was Saturday. Yes, Jianzi will stay here for a day. It can attract a lot of ghosts, and I don't know if it can attract some cursed spirits. Su-Yang felt that he still had to experiment today. But Su-Yang always felt that he had forgotten something, until a highly private business car drove to the villa. Su-Yang suddenly realized it. The 1-month period has arrived. Too many things have happened recently, causing him to forget about this matter. Yang Jun. I'm back. A cheerful voice came from the business car, and then a slender figure jumped out and ran towards Su-Yang at a fast speed. This is a girl with long purple hair down to her waist, star-like patterns in her purple eyes, a perfect figure, and very beautiful. When she was 3 meters away from Su-Yang, the girl jumped in the air, trying to jump into Su-Yang's arms. Su-Yang saw this scene, his face turned black. You want to jump so far with your weak physical strength? When looking at the girl flying over with a smile on her face, Su-Yang could only take a quick step and catch her steadily. AI, you are fooling around, aren't you afraid of falling so far? That's right, this beautiful girl is Hoshino AI. In fact, Hoshino AI and Su Yang are childhood sweethearts. Because when she traveled to this anime world, she turned into a baby. When he was found without a father or mother, he could only be sent to an orphanage. As for the rumors that he was the eldest son of a big family, it was completely spread by word of mouth, and Su Yang was too lazy to explain. When he was 4 or 5 years old, Su Yang met Hoshino AI, who was in an orphanage because her mother was in prison. Later, Su Yang took advantage of the innate advantages of a time traveler and made a fortune after taking out the Hokage ninja. Because he knew that AI liked to be a star, Su Yang naturally contributed money and effort. In other words, Kato Megami didn't know the existence of Hoshino AI, otherwise, she would definitely suffer the same blow as a certain golden-haired loser. However, Kazuma Jayakishiu had met Hoshino AI several times. The first time, she thought that Hoshino AI was a stealing cat. As a result, after understanding the relationship between Hoshino AI and Su Yang, she found that the clown was herself. Then, because of Hoshino AI's personality, she couldn't refuse Su Yang for the first time that there was another woman. Of course, it was only limited to Hoshino AI. Haha, that's because I know that Yang Jun will definitely not let me fall. Hoshino AI laughed and laughed, with a proud look on her face. Okay, let's go in and have breakfast first. Su Yang doted on Hoshino AI's beautiful nose. If it was said that for Kato Megami, Kazuma Jayakishiu, Kitagawa Umi, and others, Su Yang was satisfying his dreams and desires, then for Hoshino AI, it was true feelings over the years. After all, no one would reject a woman like Shuang'er who always thinks about her man. Hoshino AI is like this. Even if she knew that there were other women around Su Yang, she didn't care. After Hoshino AI entered, Su Yang's face sank instantly, and he glanced at a middle-aged woman not far away. The other party was Tajima Yoshiko, the gold medal agent he prepared for AI. Seeing Su Yang looking at her, Tajima Yoshiko trembled all over. She would not underestimate the teenager in front of her who was only 17 or 18 years old. Boss. Tajima Yoshiko trotted over. Has there been any idiots harassing AI recently? Su Yang's eyes were indifferent, so that Tajima Yoshiko dared not hide anything at all. There is one, but Miss Hoshino doesn't want me to tell you. Tajima Yoshiko immediately cried. Who is the other party? It seems to be the eldest son of a big family. He is quite mysterious. The people I sent to investigate were warned. It is because of this that Miss Hoshino doesn't want you to know. Su Yang didn't speak, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because just now when AI appeared, he saw a cursed spirit on the other party. And it was a level 3 cursed spirit. Under normal circumstances, a level 3 cursed spirit would not follow a human being at all. They would only kill humans, or even devour humans. Then it was obvious that this was a cursed spirit controlled by someone. Send what you know to my email, and I will handle this matter. Su Yang had already made a decision in his heart, and he would still find a professional for the cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru is very professional. He didn't kill the cursed spirit just now, but locked it in Kamui's different space. With Gojo Satoru's means, he should be able to find the master from the curse spirit. As for what will happen after he finds it, Su Yang said that he is very afraid of trouble. So, usually when he solves trouble, he directly eliminates it from the root. Once and for all. New book, please collect it. Please collect it. Please collect it. Please support me with some data. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24 Don't Tell Me Love is Astral Plasma? After returning to the villa, Su Yang found two people who were talking happily. Hoshino AI and Yatsuya Maiko. Well, it was a little different. Miss Hoshino AI, Please trouble me. Maiko took out a notebook with a radiant face, looking like a pilgrim. Good guy. Maiko is also a fan of AI. She has such a fanatical scene. Su Yang seemed to have discovered a new world. Yang, where did you find this child? It's so cute. AI took the notebook and signed her name skillfully. AI is actually 1 year older than Su Yang, so it's okay to call her Maiko. Maiko felt that she was praised and took the opportunity to come up. Miss Hoshino AI, can I take a photo with you? Maiko took out her mobile phone and looked super excited. Of course. Hoshino AI did not refuse at all, and even took Maiko's mobile phone on her own initiative, posing again and again, which greatly satisfied Maiko. Jianzi looked like she was dying of happiness. Su Yang understood. He had been deceived by the original novel. Jianzi, who seemed expressionless, was not really expressionless. She could be excited as long as she found the right position. Well, I'll give it a try later. After breakfast, AI dragged Jianzi to go shopping. Although the original plan was for her and Su Yang, Jianzi's appearance did not conflict with the plan for AI. In fact, it was the same for AI as long as she was with Su Yang. Don't pretend this time. Seeing AI preparing to disguise herself, Su Yang stopped her. Su Yang made a fortune at the age of 10, and had a lot of wealth at the age of 13. With the help of money, AI became famous quickly even though she debuted 2 years later than the original novel, at the age of 14. With Su Yang as a plug-in to write songs, she became a very famous idol in just 2 years. Today, she has tens of millions of Twitter fans, a veritable hot super idol. If she really went out, she would be blocked by the crowd soon. But even in this situation, AI nodded without hesitation, okay. AI didn't ask any more questions. If she trusted Su Yang 100%, no matter what Su Yang said, it would be absolutely correct in AI's eyes. Su Yang didn't explain, at most he used some chakra. And it was just to change the perception of the people around him, there was no need to use Manjiki Sharingan at all. This was a liberation for AI. Sure enough, shopping without any burden made her very happy, and the regret of not being able to go out for a long time was completely eliminated at this moment. The energy is really terrifying. And Jianzi was immersed in the happy state of shopping with her idol, and had no concept of tiredness at all. It was just a pity for Su Yang behind the two girls. Even with a body with cage-level chakra, Su Yang felt very tired. Suddenly, Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. In his sight, a cursed spirit suddenly appeared, and the target seemed to be AI. Actually, ghosts appeared from time to time around him when he came out, all attracted by Jianzi. Su Yang naturally eliminated as many as he could. He originally thought that Jianzi only attracted ghosts, but in fact, Jianzi seemed to be liked by curse spirits. But compared with ghosts, curse spirits seemed to be less. After coming out for a morning, Su Yang had only seen 2 level 4 curse spirits. But the curse spirit in front of him was different. As soon as it appeared, Su Yang felt that the other party had the same aura as the curse spirit beside AI before. Kill the quasi-level 2 curse spirit, simulation points plus 3000. Silently, Su Yang wiped out the curse spirit as soon as it appeared. Quasi-level 2? It just so happens that I can ask it clearly. With a thought in his mind, the next moment, he did not notice that Su Yang's body had changed. His original body and clone had been replaced. A coffee shop. After the replacement, Su Yang picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. The next moment, a lazy person appeared on the empty seat opposite. Brother Su Yang, I heard from Ji Gao that you are looking for me. The person who came was Gojo Satoru. Su Yang did not find him, but he found Ichi Ji Gao, and then asked the other party for Gojo Satoru's contact information. Yes. Su Yang put down the coffee, because in the aspect of curse spirits, you Gojo Satoru are an expert. Ha ha ha, thank you. Gojo Satoru laughed. Although the other party's words brought him a lot of trouble. Well, now the whole Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School is rumored that Gojo Satoru is a voyeur. He was numb. But facing Su Yang, who he felt threatened, it was naturally the best thing to make friends with him. So, you asked me to come here because of the curse spirit? Yes. Su Yang nodded and opened Kamui directly. That's it. Gojo Satoru felt it at the first time. A space force appeared and directly twisted the space. This unreasonable space ability is super tricky for him. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru sensed that there seemed to be the breath of a curse spirit in the twisted space. Sure enough, the next moment a curse spirit was thrown out from it. But it seemed to be bound by some force and could not move. This curse spirit. The moment he saw the curse spirit, Gojo Satoru noticed it. This is a curse spirit with a master. It should be the curse spirit of a certain sorcerer, and this method. Gojo Satoru looked up at Su Yang. Do you know Pangxing sect? You mean, this curse spirit belongs to a certain sorcerer of Pangxing sect? Su Yang frowned. Of course he knew Pangxing sect. To be precise, it should be the sorcerer invited by Pangxing sect. Gojo Satoru explained, Pangxing sect is basically composed of ordinary people. There are very few sorcerers among them. As far as I know, there should be no sorcerer who can control the spirit of the curse. But Gojo Satoru hesitated for a moment, and then said, from what I know, Pangxing sect should not provoke you, right? It's not me, they provoked my woman. Su Yang said lightly. Hey? They dare to deal with the women of the Yuki Nashida family? This is unlikely, right? Gojo Satoru said subconsciously, although the Yuki Nashida family has not made any moves in the extraordinary field in recent years. But it is a big family with hundreds of years of inheritance. There is no reason for Pangxing sect to confront such a family. It's not Yukino, it's Hoshino AI. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a strange light. He found something wrong when he came into contact with the Yuki Nashida family directly, especially Yuki Nashida Yukino, who was always a little different from what he knew in the original book. Now it seems that the Yuki Nashida family is still a family in the extraordinary field? Then, Su Yang quickly found something even more wrong. That is, when he said the name of Hoshino AI. Gojo Satoru seemed a little stupid. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Of course there is. And it's very wrong. Gojo Satoru kept laughing bitterly in his heart. This matter is very troublesome. Well, have you heard of Astral Plasma? New book collection. Collection. Please collect. Please support with data. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25, The Evolution of Heroines After the Anime World. Star Plasma? No way. Su Yang had a bad guess in his mind. Don't tell me that love is star plasma. As expected. Gojo Satoru had a headache. This Su Yang knew what star plasma was, and this name was enough to show that the relationship between Hoshino AI and Su Yang was not ordinary close. Alas! With a sigh in his heart, Gojo Satoru nodded, yes, Hoshino AI is not only a star plasma, but also a very special star plasma. How special? Su Yang became interested instead. He suddenly remembered that with his current strength, those people in the magic world would not really be stupid enough to do something with love, right? Since you know about star plasma, you also know about Lord Tianyuan and the special effects of its existence. Seeing that Su Yang seemed to know a lot of things, Gojo Satoru simply laid it out. Star plasma bodies come in various forms, some look like humans, some look like animals, some look like plants, and some are even invisible. Each star plasma body has its own characteristics and abilities, which can affect Tenjin's personality and spells. Every time Tenjin reincarnates, he will inherit the memory and experience of the previous star plasma body, but he will also lose part of himself. Therefore, Tenjin must carefully choose the right star plasma body to maintain his humanity and reason. Tenjin-sama's evolution can actually be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a human magician, the second stage is a spell-spirited magician, and the third stage is still an unknown stage. At present, Tenjin-sama is still between the first and second stages, which is also the state that we spell magicians need Tenjin-sama to maintain. Speaking of this, Gojo Satoru looked up at Su-yang through the eye mask, his tone unusually serious and solemn. The appearance of Hoshino AI has given Tenjin-sama an even more incredible possibility. Gojo Satoru raised a finger, that is, while maintaining the state of a human magician, directly stepping into the second stage, or even into the third stage. This is the uniqueness of Hoshino AI. What the hell? AI Ming Ming is just an idol in a daily anime, how come she has become such a special star plasma? This is probably not even in the original work of Jujutsu Kaisen. Is it because of the uniqueness of the anime world? Did it cause changes? For example, the Yukinashita family changed from a political family to a family of inheritance in the supernatural field. However, these are not the main points. You have nothing to do with the Benkei sect, right? Su-yang looked at Gojo Satoru. Can I handle this matter? Gojo Satoru said with a headache, although I have nothing to do with the Benkei sect, their leader is more or less known to me. Leader? Wait. Su-yang suddenly asked, what is the name of the leader of the Benkei sect? This. Gojo Satoru hesitated and told Su-yang. Geto Suguru. Geto Suguru? What the hell? Yuji Itadori has appeared, and Geto Suguru is still the leader of the Benkei sect? Wasn't he killed by Gojo Satoru when he created 100 Demons Night Parade? Hey, wait, something seems wrong. A gleam of light flashed in Su-yang's eyes, and he suddenly remembered. This world is not just a Jujutsu Kaisen world, so a lot of daily anime is fine. The world where Maiko is, plus Jujutsu Kaisen, there may be other worlds. So, if Geto Suguru is not stupid, he will definitely not release thousands of cursed spirits in Shinjuku, Tokyo, and Kyoto for 100 Demons Night Parade. Unless he can create thousands of cursed spirits that are at least quasi-level 1. Does this Geto Suguru have a scar on his forehead? Su-yang finally confirmed that maybe the current Geto Suguru is a brain flower. Scar. Gojo Satoru looked surprised, it's impossible. When I discussed what that guy was going to do last month, I didn't see any injuries on his forehead. So, it really is Geto Suguru? Then what about the brain flower at this time? Su-yang thought that the other party was at least a special level, and he should be able to get a lot of simulation points after killing him. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Su-yang stood up and prepared to leave. I owe you this. If you encounter any troublesome curse spirits, you can notify me at any time. After that, Su-yang prepared to leave. Although he didn't mention the matter of Hoshino AI, he believed that Gojo Satoru understood. In fact, Gojo Satoru also understood this, so before Su-yang was about to leave, he spoke up. Wait, don't leave yet. I have to give an explanation to the higher UPS about this situation. Gojo Satoru looked helpless. Although I also want to kill those people, the world of curses really can't do without those old guys. This world is not just about cursors, and Gojo Satoru doesn't think he is invincible. The old guys in the world of curses have no other skills, but their families have long-standing inheritances and are connected to many other forces. It is precisely because of this that the world of curses has been maintained to this day. You want to fight me? Su-yang turned around with a look of surprise. I believe you can see that your unlimited technique has no effect on me, right? Oh, no effect. Gojo Satoru smiled lightly. I'm still a little unwilling to give it a try. So, the explanation is just an excuse. You guys just want to fight me? Su Yang can see Gojo Satoru's intention, which makes him speechless. Then try to stop me from leaving. Su Yang's words made Gojo Satoru pause, and his heart became more angry. I want to fight you, and you actually said that I can't stop you from leaving? In this case. The next moment, Gojo Satoru directly lowered his eyes, revealing pale blue pupils with white mist. Then I'll see how you leave. Field infinite space. Gojo Satoru, who was really angry, didn't waste words and went straight to the big one. This is something Su Yang didn't expect. It's just infinite space? This thing is of no use to me at all. New book, please add it to your collection. Please add it to your collection. Please give me some data support. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 26 Gojo Satoru, what does this have to do with me? I shouldn't be the one who has the headache. The inner side of the limitless. Seeing Su Yang smile at him and make a goodbye gesture, he slowly became illusory and finally disappeared completely. Gojo Satoru was a little autistic. Should I be so exaggerated? My infinite void place didn't even think about it. Gojo Satoru really didn't expect such a result. He was 100% sure that Su Yang was pulled in by him, but the problem was, the other party was completely free to move, and it was even as if he couldn't sense the other party's existence. But the other party was clearly in front of him, on his territory. Gojo Satoru couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out. In the end, he just sighed. Sure enough, this world is the same as what the old guy said. My infinite void place may be very strong and invincible, but it is only for a certain level. If he encounters an enemy whose level cannot be involved, he can't defeat him at all. But, having said that, Su Yang's eyes are in the shape of a pentagram, and Hoshino Ai's eyes seem to be similar. When he thought of this, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but touch his chin. Could it be that Hoshino Ai actually has some special abilities? Tisk, if that's the case, wouldn't it be uncomfortable for Lord Tianyuan to target him? No. Gojo Satoru shook his head slightly. Whether Hoshino Ai has special abilities or not, Su Yang alone is enough to give people a headache. Hey, it's still not right. What does this have to do with me? At this moment, Gojo Satoru woke up in time. It's not that I have hostility towards Hoshino Ai, it should be those old guys and Lord Tianyuan who are giving me a headache. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru felt relieved immediately. However, not long after, he screamed again. What? That kid didn't pay the bill. Wait, how much? 30,000? What did he drink? In a clothing store, Su Yang rubbed his sore eyes. As expected of Gojo Satoru, this infinite space is indeed powerful. Although Su Yang escaped from the infinite space easily, he actually had no idea. Before being pulled into the infinite space by Gojo Satoru, Su Yang actually had a chance to escape, but he wanted to try Gojo Satoru's strongest power. What happened? Well, as he expected, Kamui's hollow allowed him to escape from the infinite space. He could even stay in the infinite space created by the infinite space without any hindrance, but it consumed too much pupil power. In just 1 second, he had already consumed 1/10 of his chakra. At the same time, Manjiki Sharingan also had a burden. He couldn't hold on for long. Of course, as long as Su Yang wanted, he could still escape with Kamui. But Su Yang had a simpler way, which was to directly replace with the clone. Then, cancel the clone. This method was simply cheating to the ultimate. Yang, are you tired? AI suddenly appeared in front of Su Yang, then let's go back. No, I'm not tired. Su Yang shook his head slightly, it's just that I had a headache at work just now. Ah? Work? AI said seriously, then we have to go back. Something that can give you a headache must be difficult. It's indeed not easy, but it has been solved, so I can do nothing today. Then, can we continue? AI's starry eyes lit up instantly, as if there were really two stars twinkling. Yes. Su Yang nodded, but he was regretful in his heart. This nod, I'm afraid it will last a day. Sure enough, the following time was all shopping. 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 Buying. 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 Fortunately, some ghosts and cursed spirits that appeared did not make Su Yang so bored. Pangxing sect. Hey, come out to receive guests. Gojo Satoru appeared in the Pangxing sect in a carefree manner. Who are you? How did you get in? Damn it, you actually broke into our Pangxing sect, catch him. A group of people shouted at Gojo Satoru noisily. I'm going to do it. Ignoring these people, Gojo Satoru suddenly shouted. Stop. A scolding sounded, and then a man wearing a five-striped cassock appeared. The man who came was the current leader of the Pangxing sect, Xiaoyuja. Leader. It's the Lord Leader. The followers of the Pangxing sect finally calmed down. You guys retreat. Xiaoyuji waved away the followers, and then looked at Gojo Satoru with a vigilant face. What are you doing here? Wow, no way, you are so vigilant to me. Gojo Satoru screamed, but the next moment, his face straightened instantly and he chuckled. Will it work? It really doesn't work. Xiaoyuji paused slightly, as if thinking of Gojo Satoru's strength, and shook his head helplessly. Tell me, what are you doing here? I don't believe you are here to see me. Why can't you come to see you? Gojo Satoru looked very sad, but seeing the expressionless Xiaoyuji, he could only shrug. Okay, I did come to you for something. No, I should inform you of something. Gojo Satoru raised his index finger. Let your people restrain themselves a little and stop looking for trouble with Hoshino AI. Hoshino AI. Xiaoyuji frowned, that super idol. Seeing Gojo Satoru nod, Xiaoyuji was a little puzzled. Wait, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything to her. I know her identity very well. Said Xiaoyuja, looking at Gojo Satoru with a mocking look on his face. If I really do something to her, that person will probably ask you to deal with me first, right? You who are not. Gojo Satoru's face was slightly solemn. You really didn't do anything to Hoshino AI. Oh, if you didn't, then you didn't. Xiaoyuja sneered. Gojo Satoru didn't say anything, as if he was trying to confirm whether Xiaoyuja's words were true or not. But he couldn't tell. Because the Xiaoyuja in front of him made him feel strange. He was still the same as before, but he had become someone he didn't know at all. Forget it, whether it's true or not, I'll only tell you once. Said that, Gojo Satoru turned and walked away. If you really did it, then don't do it before, because now, not to mention you, even Lord Tianyuan doesn't dare to do it to her. There is someone behind Hoshino AI, an existence that I can't even catch up with. If you don't want to die, be honest. After saying the last sentence, Gojo Satoru's figure had disappeared. New book, please add it to your collection. Please add it to your collection. Please give me some data support. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 27 Jianzi, listen to your mother and drop out of school to become a full-time maid. Someone who makes Gojo Satoru far behind? Xiaoyuja's face changed slightly, and he believed it. Because with Gojo Satoru's character, he would not lie. If he knew, he knew. If he didn't know, he didn't know. Therefore, this matter is not only true, but also should have been verified by Gojo Satoru himself. There is such a person behind an idol? However, this is also a good thing for him. After all, it is impossible for that Tianyuan to attack Hoshino AI, so naturally he can't evolve. Wait. Suddenly, Xiaoyuja thought of something and asked in a low voice, "Don't tell me that you sent someone to attack Hoshino AI." A person suddenly walked out of the place where there was no one. This person is a middle-aged man with a very popular face. He is the kind that can no longer be distinguished when he walks into the crowd. If there is anything eye-catching, it is only that he has a scar on his forehead that looks like a stitch. It is indeed me who took action. After all, the specialness of Hoshino AI is very important to my plan. It is indeed this guy. Xiaoyuji's face was gloomy. Ever since the other party appeared in front of him a few years ago and said that he would cooperate with him, he felt that this person was very wrong. He felt uncomfortable. But Xiaoyuji had to admit that the other party knew a lot of secrets in the world of spells, and even knew a lot about the entire supernatural field. He also knew a lot of people. This also made the development of Pangxing sect very smooth. But this time it was different. Then you should have heard what Gojo Satoru said, right? Xiaoyuji looked at the other party calmly. I don't want anyone in Pangxing sect to harm Hoshino AI again. You can do whatever you want. After leaving this sentence, Xiaoyuji also left. The middle-aged man who had been silent for a long time grinned. Does that mean that people outside the Pangxing sect can do it? Oh, no, maybe it's the cursed spirit. Having said that, the middle-aged man's face became slightly solemn. Although Gojo Satoru is not the strongest in this world, if there is no targeting, even those masters at the peak of human existence may not be able to take you down. Could it be that there is another race behind Hoshino AI? So, Hoshino AI is indeed not human? No wonder Tianyuan is so eager to get her. Well, it's certain to give it a try, but be careful and change your identity. After dinner, Su Yang and Hoshino AI sent Jianzi home. Then, Jianzi, that's Hoshino AI, right? Right? It's her, right? As soon as Jianzi entered the house, Yatsuya Toriko grabbed her arm and asked hard, with an excited look on her face. When Jianzi got off the car just now, Yatsuya Toriko noticed it the first time. Okay. No matter who it is, if you suddenly find a super luxury car parked at the door, you can't help but pay attention. Yatsuya Toriko found it at the first time, and then she looked at her daughter getting out of the luxury car with a confused face. At this moment, a series of melodramas appeared in Yatsuya Toriko's mind. In a short moment, she put several labels on her baby daughter. But the next moment, after a perfect face appeared at the car door, all the labels and melodramas were shattered. Even Yatsuya Toriko's worldview was about to collapse. That's right. Although she is already a mother, her daughter is in high school. Even though Yatsuya Toriko, who looks only 27 or 28 years old and well-maintained, is a loyal fan of Hoshino AI. The mother and daughter have the same hobby. But the old ones are still the best. Yatsuya Toriko's enthusiasm for Hoshino AI is even more exaggerated than that of Maiko. Yes. Knowing her mother's character, Maiko could only nod. Then, she took out a book of autographs from her bag. This is the autograph that Sister Hoshino and I specially asked for you. Signature. When she saw that in addition to the name of Hoshino AI on the book, there was a line of small words. I wish Jianzi's mother will always be young and beautiful. At this moment, Yatsuya Toriko was so happy that she almost fainted. But soon, she thought of something. Jianzi, the part-time job you mentioned, isn't it at Miss Hoshino AI's house? Well, that's true, but Sister Hoshino basically only comes back 1 or 2 days a month. Jianzi was stunned, and then she felt that what she said seemed to be completely correct. But what she never expected was that her mother suddenly said to her seriously, Jianzi, drop out of school. Jianzi had a face full of question marks, and was completely stunned by the word drop out of school. Drop out of school and become a full-time maid at Miss Hoshino AI's house. As she said this, Yatsuya Toriko was still full of envy. it's just that Mom is not suitable, otherwise it wouldn't be your turn. Mom. Jianzi was instantly crazy. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Drop out of school and become a full-time maid? Are there any mothers like you? However, when she heard her mother say this, the first person that appeared in Jianzi's mind was not Hoshino Ai, but Su Yang. This scared Jianzi and her face turned slightly red. Fortunately, her mother fell into a state of fantasy and did not notice this scene. How could I think like this? No, there must be something wrong. Jianzi denied it in her heart, but she didn't know why. The more she denied, the clearer the appearance of someone in her mind became. Somewhere, a room full of special spells. Gojo Satoru, do you want to listen to what you are saying? How dare you stop the evolution of Master Tianyuan? Do you know what you are saying? Gojo Satoru, don't make a mistake. After so many years, such a star plasma has finally appeared. You just let us give up like this. You are so stupid. How can we agree to such a thing? Hearing these scoldings, Gojo Satoru sighed softly in his heart. So, I hate to negotiate with these senior old men. Ah, did I not make it clear? Gojo Satoru was a little impatient. I have said that the people behind Hoshino Ai are difficult to deal with. Not only am I not an opponent at all, but even if the other party wants to kill me, it is probably just a thought. The strange space method that Su Yang used to subdue the curse spirit appeared in his mind. Gojo Satoru is sure that if the power of distorting space is directly applied to him, he will find it difficult to withstand it. What? When those high-level curse masters heard what Gojo Satoru said, they all became quiet. Gojo Satoru, are you serious? A very old voice sounded, different from other high-level voices. This voice was very calm, not as crazy as before. Of course. Gojo Satoru nodded. My infinite space is useless in front of the other party. Even if I pull the other party into the inner side of the limitless, the other party will leave easily. I don't want to face such a person anyway. After saying this, Gojo Satoru planned to leave. That's roughly what happened. I just told you. As for how it is, hehe, it's not my decision anyway. After a laugh, Gojo Satoru disappeared. The scene was quiet for a while, and then it became noisy again. We can't just let it go. That star slurry is too important to Lord Tianyuan. Yes, if we get that star slurry, Lord Tianyuan will have the opportunity to step into the realm of the king, and our magic world will rise. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. But Gojo Satoru shouldn't say that he is a yellow star. There must be a master behind that star slurry. Humph, maybe it's just to restrain Gojo Satoru. After all, although Gojo Satoru is powerful, it's still easy to deal with him once he is targeted. Okay. The old voice interrupted the noise and everyone quieted down. That's it for now. Someone who can make Gojo Satoru like that must not be an ordinary person. The old voice sounded, but you are also very clear about the importance of that star slurry. So, before we determine the strength of the person behind that star slurry, we should not act rashly. After this sentence, the old voice disappeared completely, as if the person had left. A moment later, the others also left. Soon, only a room full of talismans was left at the scene. Unusually quiet. Please collect. Please add to collection. Please add to collection. I beg you guys to give me some data support. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 28, Sweet Dream of Love. Curse Spirit Attacks. Night. After coming back, AI suddenly told Su Yang something. She said she had a dream in which she gave birth to twins, who were very cute. So, she wanted it. Faced with such a request, what else could Su Yang do? Of course, his efforts made AI's dream come true. It was not until the second half of the night, when AI fell asleep, that Su Yang opened the system interface. World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja. Talent, Real Clone, Blue, Combat Power Amplification, Green, Accumulate Little by Little, White. Skills, Manjaki Sharingan, Chakra, LV20. Simulation points, 8,850. Number of simulations, 1, once per day. 8850 simulation points. Just a quasi level 2 and a level 3 cursed spirit brought Su Yang 4,000 simulation points. Adding the ghost and level 4 cursed spirit he met while shopping today, he gained a lot. Unfortunately, it's less than 10,000 simulation points. Su Yang felt a little regretful. If he could break through 10,000 simulation points, he would probably be able to get a higher level talent. Just when Su Yang was about to start the simulation, he seemed to notice something. His face turned slightly cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Su Yang appeared at the highest point of the villa. At the same time, a large number of black shadows were flying towards the villa. Curse spirits! Curse spirits! All curse spirits! Su Yang saw dozens of curse spirits wherever he looked. The lowest was level 4 curse spirits, which must be tens of thousands of simulation points. Not to mention that there seemed to be level 3 and quasi-level 2 curse spirits among them. If it were usual, Su Yang would be surprised to see so many simulation points delivered to his door. But now he couldn't feel happy, but was filled with murderous intent. Pangxing sect or a high-level spellcaster? Su Yang's eyes flashed with coldness. Am I too easy to talk to? Well, it seems to be true. People can't be too kind. Su Yang sighed and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a pentagram pattern. Amaterasu. Swish. The cursed spirits that appeared one by one, all burned with the black flames of Amaterasu. For a moment, countless screams rang in Su Yang's ears. Some cursed spirits soon appeared in the screams and turned directly into ashes. Kill a level 4 cursed spirit, simulation points plus 100. Kill a level 4 cursed spirit, simulation points plus 100. Kill a level 4 cursed spirit, simulation points plus 100. The level 4 cursed spirits, which were like small fish, could not be checked for 3 seconds under the black flames of Amaterasu. In just 3 or 4 seconds, 40 or 50 cursed spirits turned into ashes. After a few seconds, more than a dozen cursed spirits followed suit. Kill a level 3 cursed spirit, simulation points plus 1000. Kill a level 3 cursed spirit, simulation points plus 1000. In less than 10 seconds, only 7 or 8 of the original 70 or 80 cursed spirits remained. But at this level, at most they can hold on for a few more seconds. Quasi-level 2? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Are they all this kind of stuff? Not even a level 2 curse spirit? However, Su Yang seemed to have noticed something, and a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, these quasi-level 2 curse spirits also died. Kill a quasi-level 2 curse spirit. Simulation points plus 3000. Kill a quasi-level 2 curse spirit, simulation points plus 3000. In the distance, 2 men were watching this scene from afar with binoculars. No way, there are 70 or 80 curse spirits, and 8 of them are quasi-level 2. They were killed in less than a minute. A short-haired man was shocked. Not a minute, it's not even half a minute. Another thin man was also shocked. And what kind of method is that? Even if they are so far apart, they should be able to feel the curse power completely. But the fact is that they did not feel any fluctuations in the curse power. So who is Su Yang? The thin man looked puzzled, but at the same time he was glad that they didn't get close, and even used binoculars to observe. This way, the other party would definitely not notice the 2 of them. Just as he had this thought, a voice came from behind them. Who are you two? Who? The short-haired man turned around and shouted subconsciously. Compared with him, the thin man reacted very quickly. Without any hesitation, he summoned his strongest curse spirit. His birth technique was a technique that subdued curse spirits and used them for his own use. The short-haired man and he were the same, so it was better to say that they came from the same family. Unfortunately, they were a little down and out, and now they have become mercenaries. But even so, they have their own trump cards. For example, the strongest trump card of this thin man is a powerful level 1 curse spirit inherited from their family. Roar! The long worm-like curse spirit appeared instantly, swimming like a spirit snake, with terrifying curse power. Feeling the breath of this curse spirit, the thin man's face changed slightly, but he was relieved. Although he could not control the cursed spirit 100%, he could still use it for a short-term battle. However, the scene that happened the next moment shocked him, and he was shocked to the point of being terrified. The man just took a look, and the space around the level 1 cursed spirit he summoned was strangely distorted. It was as if a huge space Uzumaki was twisted by some powerful force. At the same time as this distortion, a very terrifying space strangling force was generated, which directly strangled the level 1 cursed spirit into minced meat. This performance was not a level 1 cursed spirit at all, as if it was just a level 4 trash cursed spirit. Killing a level 1 cursed spirit, simulation points plus 30,000. Why is it only 30,000 simulation points? Su Yang frowned. A level 3 cursed spirit has 1,000 simulation points, and a quasi-level 2 cursed spirit has 3,000 simulation points. Normally, a level 2 cursed spirit should have 10,000 simulation points, right? But why is a level 1 cursed spirit only 30,000? Forget it, 30,000 is 30,000. Su Yang didn't care, but his eyes fell on the two in front of him. It should be a sorcerer. Mangeki Sharingan illusion. No need to ask, just use illusion to interrogate. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 One-Click Simulation. Sharingan evolves again? After a moment, Su Yang in the villa opened his eyes and dispersed his clone. Only 2 corpses were left in that place. Hire sorcerers. Su Yang's eyes turned cold. After his interrogation, the 2 sorcerers were hired. They didn't know who the employer was. However, Su Yang also roughly understood who it was. It was either Pangxing sect or the high-level sorcerers. Who else could it be? He even determined that it was Pangxing sect. The reason was very simple. If it was really the high-level sorcerers, these 2 people would be too bad. Su Yang was sure that Gojo Satoru did not conceal the situation of fighting with him for his own face. In this case, the people sent by the high-level sorcerers would definitely not be too weak. And what about these 2 people? The strongest means is only a level 1 curse spirit. What do they want to do? The most important point is that the high-level sorcerers look down on other sorcerers. In their eyes, sorcerers who can become mercenaries are completely filthy, completely tarnishing the garbage of the name of sorcerers. How could they be hired? So it's Pangxing sect? But according to Su Yang's understanding of Xiaoyuja, it seems that this guy is not such a brainless person. Forget it, just remember to put it on his head. Su Yang doesn't care so much. And Su Yang is also very clear about one thing, that is, this time, whether it is Xiaoyuja or the high-level magicians, they dare to attack AI if he shows enough strength. When Su Yang thought of this, his eyes fell on the system interface. Although he was very angry. But Su Yang had to admit that he gained a lot of simulation points this time. Now his simulation points have exceeded 130,000 points. And when the simulation points reached 100,000, Su Yang received a system prompt. One-click simulation function is turned on. You can simulate the last simulation with one click, and finally get the same result as the last simulation result. Su Yang chose a simulation opportunity refreshed today and directly performed a one-click simulation. The reason for this is that he felt the presence of the two magicians. In order to be on the safe side, Su Yang naturally had to prepare in advance. One-click simulation is to prevent accidents. One-click simulation is completed in just a moment. The world is confirmed. Enter the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation is a one-click simulation, and the result of the previous simulation is the result. This simulation is over. This simulation is rated A. This simulation, you can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. Option 1, Chakra, LV20, which requires 10,000 simulation points. Option 2, All Ninjutsu simulated this time, including experience, requires 15,000 simulation points. Option 3, Sharingan, Manjiki, which requires 100,000 simulation points. Except for the lack of talent, the other three rewards this time are exactly the same as the last time. The reason why Su Yang performed such a one-click simulation is to restore chakra at any time. Because as long as he chooses to bring out the chakra reward when he needs it, his chakra can not only be improved, but also fully restored. Su Yang already knew this when he chose to take out the chakra reward. If an accident really happened, it would be safer to restore the full state at any time and still have more chakra. But what made Su Yang speechless was that these two sorcerers were too bad. However, this one-click simulation was not in vain. There's no need to improve chakra now, so let's bring out Sharingan. Su Yang's eyes fell on the last reward. He really wanted to know what would happen if he brought out the same Manjiki Sharingan this time. Directly evolve into Eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Su Yang couldn't help but guess. You consume 100,000 simulation points and bring out the Sharingan, Manjiki, simulated this time. You get Manjiki Sharingan, and your Manjiki Sharingan is improved. May I ask if the current Sharingan progress can be evolved into Eternal Manjiki Sharingan? This is... Su Yang was surprised to see such a prompt. But what was even more surprising was his current Manjiki Sharingan. Is this a direct doubling? Even chakra has doubled. Su Yang opened the personal attribute interface immediately. 10,000 Worlds Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja. Talents, True Clone, Blue, Combat Power Amplification, Green, Accumulation of Small Things, White. Skills, Manjiki Sharingan, Chakra, LV21. Simulation points, 32,520. Number of simulations, 0, once per day. Sure enough, chakra has improved. Although it has only improved by one level, it is twice that of LV20. The most important thing is the change of Sharingan. Su Yang was indeed very relaxed in the previous battle, but using Kamui and Amaterasu still put some burden on his eyes. In addition to using it during the day-to-day, Su Yang's eyes are already a little sore. However, this effect is not great, and there is no change in vision. It is still a long way from blindness. But after all, there is damage. But after taking out the simulated Manjiki Sharingan this time, Su Yang found that the damage had been completely repaired. Not only that, he also found that the power of his pupil technique has been improved. Su Yang has all the weaknesses of Kamui. The biggest weakness is that when absorbing or releasing other objects, it must be solid and cannot be virtual. Moreover, since it needs to concentrate chakra on the eyes to activate Kamui, it is extremely vulnerable to attack. Although Su Yang's Kamui is stronger than Obito's single-eye Kamui, it is almost the same as the double-eye Kamui. But a hollow Kamui can only last for 7 or 8 minutes at most. But now Su Yang found that the time his Kamui can last has doubled. At the same time, Su Yang's Kamui has a weakness. That is, the virtual body of Kamui cannot attack the enemy, but can only be used for defense, and cannot distort space to attack. In short, it cannot attack and defend at the same time. However, now he can do it. In the hollow state, distort space to strangle the enemy. This undoubtedly raises the safety to a higher level again. The most important thing is, can it evolve? So, I can actually evolve Eternal Mangeki Sharingan now. Please collect. Please collect. Please add to collection. I beg you guys to give me some data support. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 30. What evidence do you need? Suspicion is enough. Su Yang was naturally very clear about the benefits of the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. However, he did not choose to evolve the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The reason is simple. If the previous Mangeki Sharingan is defined as 1, then now it is doubled to 2. So here comes the question. Is the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan evolved from the doubled Mangeki Sharingan stronger? Or is it tripled? The answer is obviously the latter. The stronger the Mangeki Sharingan, the stronger the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan evolved from. Perhaps this is just Su Yang's guess, not true. But for Su Yang, it's no big deal. At most, he can evolve the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan after one simulation. It's no problem at all. The sequelae of using the Mangeki Sharingan pupil technique too much are not a problem. As long as you take out the Mangeki Sharingan once, you can fully recover. What's there to worry about? It doesn't matter if you guess wrong. If it is right, his Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is probably the strongest Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As for the simulation point, Su Yang already has an idea. However, let's go to sleep now. Su Yang got into bed, and before he could act, AI seemed to sense something and turned into an octopus. Hiss! So comfortable. Outside the villa, it seemed like Hollow's clone was floating aimlessly. In this state, once an enemy appeared, Su Yang could detect it at the first time. In a corner, a man raised his head slightly and shook his head, failed. Sure enough, a sorcerer of this level can only do this. However, this is almost what I expected. After all, the person who can make Gojo Satoru retreat, no matter how bad he is, can't be solved by mercenaries. The middle-aged man showed a strange smile on his face. You are really a bad taste. If it were you, why don't you just let me go? The person who spoke was a man with a one-eye head that looked like a volcano. No, to be precise, it was a curse spirit. Lohu, a special grade curse spirit with wisdom. Ah, you go? He can't beat Gojo Satoru, wouldn't you go and die? The person who spoke was another special grade curse spirit with wisdom, which looked most like a human. The image of the curse spirit was a young man of about 20 years old, but his body and face were strangely covered with sutures. Blue medium-length hair, usually combed into 3 strands, the right strand of hair was draped in front of the shoulder. The right eye was yellow and the left eye was blue. A real special grade curse spirit. How is it possible? It's just Gojo Satoru. I don't believe he can be that strong. Do you believe that I will go and kill him now? Lohu immediately showed his disbelief and looked like he was about to take action. But he was persuaded by another special grade cursed spirit. Hwayu, Lohu, don't be impulsive. No matter what, since the outside world has rumors that Gojo Satoru is very strong, I believe he is definitely not weak. And this Su Yang can make Gojo Satoru retreat. Even if he is weak, he is not weak at all. We must be careful with him. Ha, this Hwayu. The rope glanced at Hwayu without leaving a trace, and there was a little more displeasure in his heart. It actually wanted to instigate Lohu to test the waters. Although Lohu's strength is not as good as Gojo Satoru, it is definitely not weak, and it can more or less test the upper limit of Su Yang. but looking at the current situation, it is definitely not worth it. Sure enough, the next moment Lahu sat down, although his tone was still hot, but he had no intention of taking action. Humph, anyway, I don't believe he is that strong. How strong can Gojo Satoru be? As a special grade curse spirit and a special grade curse spirit with wisdom, Lahu is confident in his own strength. Well, that's what I said. Before being beaten, Lahu thought Gojo Satoru was just so-so. Even if he was stronger than it wouldn't be much stronger. It seems that we have to think of other ways, and the two sorcerers were hired using the account of a certain member of the Pangxing sect. I hope that Su Yang can find this out. Nozomu didn't encourage the cursed spirits in front of him. If he said too much or showed too much, it would attract the attention of the real person. This cursed spirit is not simple. At present, he has not obtained Xiaoyuji's body, so it is not suitable for conflict with the real person. Let Nozomu don't know, for Su Yang, there is no need to discover this. Just have a suspicion. However, Su Yang did not find Pangxing Jiao at the first time. AI only has 1 or 2 days of rest in a month, and sometimes only 1 day of rest in 2 or 3 months. Su Yang naturally would not waste time on other people at this time. As for asking AI not to work so hard, Su Yang also provided it. But firstly, AI likes to be an idol, Su Yang let her go. Secondly, and most importantly, what AI said made Su Yang unable to refute. Hey, Yang, don't you expect that a super invincible beautiful girl who is liked by millions and tens of millions will be completely occupied by you alone? When AI said this, several pictures appeared in Su Yang's mind. Then, well, I will support my woman's favorite things with all my strength. Now it seems really good. At least I enjoy it very much. On this day, Jianzi did not show up, leaving the two of them alone. Su Yang took AI around for a while, and then did everything a couple should do. Eating, shopping, watching movies. In the evening, AI left. As for letting AI leave, Su Yang was relieved. Because last night, while AI was asleep, Su Yang used the transcription seal to seal the Kamui void and Kamui space strangle into AI's eyes. Once AI is attacked, it will be triggered immediately, and Hollow will strangle the enemy at the same time. And Hollow lasts for 15 minutes, which is enough for Su Yang to rush over. After all, under his arrangement, AI's activities in the recent period will not be too far away from him. After AI left, Su Yang also began to plan to attack Pangxing sect. What? There is no evidence to prove that Pangxing sect took action? Ha, what evidence do you need? Suspicion is enough. Please add this to your collection. Please add this to your collection. Please add this to your collection. Please give me some data support. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 31 Simulate Again. Purple Talent. In the early morning, while Su Yang was waiting, a system prompt sounded. Today's simulation times have been refreshed, and the current simulation times are 1. Almost as soon as this prompt sounded, Su Yang started simulating directly. Since he was going to attack Pangxing sect, he would attack Xiaoyuji. Su Yang knew that the opponent had a lot of cursed spirits, and there were also several special grade cursed spirits. Although he had great confidence in his current strength, this did not prevent him from making further progress in strength. The world is confirmed, entering the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation can consume simulation points to generate purple talents. Do you want to consume 10,000 simulation points and randomly generate 1 purple talent? Warm reminder, currently, the maximum simulation points that can be consumed are 30,000 points, generating 3 purple talents. Sure enough, a higher level talent can be refreshed. Su Yang was happy, but he was also a little hesitant. After all, his current simulation points are just over 30,000. If he refreshes 3 purple talents, then there are only 2,520 simulation points left. He didn't encounter any ghosts during the day, let alone cursed spirits. But when he thought about going to Pangxing sect, especially when he was facing Xiaoyuja who had a large number of cursed spirits, Su Yang spent 30,000 simulation points in a short time. It was just simulation points, and he could soon earn a lot of money. Simulation starts. Current talents: Real Clone, Blue, Combat Power Increase, Green, Accumulation of Small Amounts, White. 3 purple talents have been generated in this simulation. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Rational Rage, Purple, Peerless Beauty, Purple, Good Things Come in Pairs, Purple. Rational Rage, Purple talent, which allows you to enter a violent state of combat power explosion while maintaining rationality. Peerless Beauty, Purple talent, which allows you to have a very handsome appearance. Good Things Come in Pairs, Purple talent, which allows you to have double the training speed. Looking at these 3 talents, Su Yang finally understood. It is not that a high talent level is necessarily a good talent. That's not right. These 3 talents are good, but they don't all play a role in improving him. For example, this Peerless Beauty. This is completely useless to him. After all, he is handsome, otherwise he wouldn't attract so many beautiful girls. In Su Yang's opinion, this talent is a complete waste of his 10,000 simulation points. Then there is Rational Rage. This is a super talent exclusively for warriors. Su Yang sighed. This talent is not suitable for him. Because his strongest attack method now is the pupil technique of Manjiki Sharingan, and he is on the mage route. The warrior talent is not suitable for him at all. Of course, if there is no talent for Good Things Come in Pairs, Su Yang can only choose this talent. But with a talent that doubles the training speed, why would he hesitate? You are born. You found that you were born with Manjiki Sharingan. Such an amazing thing almost scared the midwife to death, and your parents were extremely shocked. You used the power of Manjiki Sharingan to make them forget the fact that you activated Manjiki Sharingan. When you used the power of Manjiki Sharingan for the first time, you found something that surprised you, that is, the consumption of Manjiki Sharingan did not seem to have any side effects on you. After several months of trial and research, you found that your Manjiki Sharingan was a little different, and the side effects of using pupil techniques were not great. This discovery made you very happy. This is as expected. Su Yang's eyes flashed. With the current Manjiki Sharingan, the side effects of using pupil techniques were not great. Although they still existed, they were much better than before. The only uncertainty was whether using chakra to warm up Manjiki Sharingan would still have an improvement effect under such circumstances. The next simulation allowed you to figure this out. A few months later, you were 1 year old. During this period, you discovered that using only chakra to nourish your Sharingan did not improve the Manjiki Sharingan. This discovery made you stop wasting chakra to nourish your Sharingan and focus on nourishing your young body. You discovered that you were born with a very fast cultivation speed, and this cultivation speed is not only related to cultivation, but also to nourishing the body. You even discovered that the clones created by your innate special ability can also gain the blessing of this ability. This double good innate ability also works on the clones? Su Yang was very surprised, but it was a good thing for him. Because in this way, the clone plus the main body can increase the cultivation speed by 4 times. It seems that this talent cannot be missed. I hope that the evaluation level this time can also reach A level. Without A level, it is impossible to bring out 2 talents. Even the extra talents brought out by B end are not of high value. 1 year later, you are 2 years old. This year you behaved very normally. No one except your parents thought you were a genius. But after a year of secretly nurturing your body, coupled with the feedback from your clone, your body has completely changed from that of an ordinary person. After you secretly tried it, you found that your physique at the age of 2 was comparable to that of some 7 or 8-year-old children with special physiques. With such a physique, you feel that you can start refining chakra. But you still decided to nurture your body with your main body and refine chakra with your clone. Your goal is to make your body reach adulthood as soon as possible. A year passed like this, and you were 3 years old. At the age of 3, your chakra was very strong, so you stopped refining chakra. Because you found that you had too many chakras and couldn't control them. It's not that you lost control, but that you couldn't hide yourself completely. You can only temporarily stop refining chakra. Su Yang. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 32, Raise Nan Training. I'm a professional at making balls. Dislike having too much chakra? Looking at himself in the simulation, Su Yang remained silent for a long time. He now felt that his chakra was not enough, but in the simulation, he did the opposite. But he also knew that although his physique had grown well, he was still 3 years old after all. Too young. In fact, it was not easy to hide chakra perfectly at such an age. It's okay. Anyway, the other goal this time is not to increase chakra. Su Yang soon stopped dwelling on this point. Soon, you changed your plan. Without increasing chakra, you planned to practice ninjutsu. You began to look for ninjutsu and began to practice. Your first target was your parents and the ninjutsu they had. A month later, you had secretly mastered all the ninjutsu your parents had. You began to look for new targets. This time you set your sights on the clan middle school. You heard from your father that the clan middle school had a complete Uchiha fire-style ninjutsu. This time, you used Kamui once and successfully got the ninjutsu you wanted. At the same time, you found that using Kamui this time did not have much side effects on you. It only took 7 or 8 days for you to recover completely. This gave you a further understanding of your Manjiki Sharingan. 3 months later, you completely mastered the Uchiha clan fire-style ninjutsu and your strength improved. But you were not satisfied with this, and you turned to practice Uchiha fluid ninjutsu and swordsmanship. A year later, you have completely mastered the Uchiha style. At the age of 4, even if you don't use Manjiki Sharingan, your strength is far beyond that of ordinary Jainin. But you think it's not enough, so you start looking for opportunities to obtain other ninjutsu. When you didn't find other ninjutsu, you suddenly remembered that there was another very powerful ninjutsu that you had forgotten. You started practicing Raise Nan. Rolling balls? Su Yang was also stunned, but then he reacted. This Raise Nan is indeed a powerful ninjutsu. Naruto used this move to roll balls from beginning to end. He even rolled out a lot of upgraded balls at the end. Big Ball Raise Nan and Massive Raise Nan are just the basics. Wind Shield Rasen Shuriken and Wind Style Super Large Ball Rasen Shuriken are the ultimate moves of evolution. Of course, the most exaggerated is the series of Sage Art Balls. Sage Mode, don't count on this simulation. Su Yang shook his head slightly and continued to watch. After more than 3 months, you successfully practiced Raise Nan. After mastering Raise Nan, you began to practice Raise Nan in an advanced way. For the rest of the year, you practiced Raise Nan and further developed Raise Nan. You are 5 years old. At the age of 5, you have successfully practiced Big Ball Raise Nan and Massive Raise Nan according to the pictures and information in your memory. One day, your father went out on a mission and never came back. You had a bad feeling in your heart, as if something bad was about to happen. 7 days later, your bad feeling was verified. The clan leader officially announced the fact that your father had died, and you were very sad. Your mother fainted because she was too sad, and you felt a little uneasy. 3 months later, the ninja school started. Your mother, who was ill, was no longer able to take care of you, so she planned to send you to school early. You did not refuse, and you were also old enough to go to school. After entering school, you were good at disguising yourself and tried your best to make yourself ordinary, but you still attracted the attention of many girls because of your appearance, and even many senior schoolmates knew you. Although you had been acting very ordinary and did not attract anyone's attention under your deliberate concealment, you still noticed some special sights. You used the power of Mangeki Sharingan to find out that it was the third generation who was secretly observing you with the telescope technique, but you were not worried about it. Because for you now, you are confident that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not notice anything when you are face to face with him, let alone a mere peeping technique. This kind of observation lasted only about half a month and then disappeared completely. You know that the third generation has given up observing you. In his eyes, you are ordinary and do not need to pay attention. You understand one thing. I am afraid that any child of the Uchiha clan who enters the ninja school will go through this process. This situation makes you more cautious. Because of your ordinary performance, nothing special happened to you in the following days. Compared with the previous simulation, this time there are some changes in this part. That is, the third generation was detected by using Mangeki Sharingan. Is there such a way to use Mangeki Sharingan? Su Yang touched his chin and thought, it seems that I haven't developed my Sharingan much. But you can understand it if you think about it. Because how long has he had the Mangeki Sharingan? The simulated self has had it for 5 years. Even if he rarely uses the Mangeki Sharingan, he can still figure out many ways to use it. The first year in the ninja school has passed like this. You are 6 years old. But something bad happened. The day after your birthday, you lost your mother when you were 6 years old. Because of your father's departure, your mother who loved your father deeply could not bear it and died of depression. The departure of your parents left you free of worries, and you started your final plan. Soon, you collected some ninjutsu and began to practice in secret. As early as a year ago, you took your clone outside the village, which was very beneficial to your practice. But you also found that it was easy to be targeted by some ninjas when practicing ninjutsu outside the village. However, the ninjas who targeted you were not as strong as you and could not find you at all, so you did not take it to heart. With Kamui's help, you gradually acquired more ninjutsu, and your original body also began to practice ninjutsu, which made you want to send Shadow Clone to school to help you. But you still gave up this tempting idea. After all, Shadow Clone is not a real clone and it is easy to be discovered. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33 Killing Attack. It triggered a civil war. This is just basic operation. Su Yang was very satisfied watching himself practicing and searching for ninjutsu in the simulation. Because this was the main purpose of simulating him this time. To have a lot of ninjutsu and a certain amount of combat experience. But Kamui and Amaterasu were still too few. There were too few means of attack, and he couldn't use ninjutsu all the time. I just don't know if I can practice to the point where I can do whatever I want by clapping my hands. But as soon as he said that, Su Yang shook his head. He is not Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. If he really wants to reach that point, he doesn't know how long it will take. However, this doesn't matter, and it doesn't hinder anything. Because for Su Yang, as long as he keeps simulating, gaining experience and realm each time, sooner or later he will be able to do whatever he wants by clapping his hands. He can even get whatever he wants without clapping his hands. One day 4 months later, you were suddenly assassinated, but the opponent was just a Chunin who was no match for you. You easily subdued the other party, and then used Sharingan to cast illusions to learn his identity from him, that he was a member of the root. You did not think you were exposed, and you knew that it was probably Danzo who needed a test subject. Your parents had both passed away, and you were very ordinary, and no one paid attention to you. You were the most suitable person for Danzo to capture. But even so, you are also a member of the Uchiha clan. Danzo dared to touch you, which was enough to show his determination to destroy the Uchiha. You had some ideas in your mind and wanted to play a big one. Wait, play a big one? Su Yang felt a little uneasy. Could it be that the self in the simulation this time would come again like the previous time, killing Uchiha Itachi and triggering the first and only civil war in Konoha? But then again, if a civil war really broke out, you could fish in troubled waters. 3 days later, another ninja from the route appeared, this time it was Jainin. Like the previous Chunin, this Jainin could not possibly be your opponent, and you subdued him. As you guessed, this Jainin is also a root. After subduing him, you started your plan. You sent your real clone to impersonate this root ninja, and directly invaded Uchiha Fugaku's house and waited quietly. A few hours later, Uchiha Itachi returned home, and you took decisive action. Although Uchiha Itachi was only 11 years old, he was a talent and had joined Anbu and experienced a lot of actual combat. But he was not your opponent at all. You killed him directly, and then before others arrived, you released the root Jainin from the Kamui space, and after killing him, you pretended to die with Uchiha Itachi. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's eyes twitched. He was now sure that the simulation did not seem to carry the memory of the previous simulation. It should not even have his own memories. At most, under the influence of Su Yang's subjective consciousness, the simulated self will do something. Therefore, killing Uchiha Itachi twice was really not his original idea. It was exactly his own behavior in the simulation. Could it be that he subconsciously wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi? No, it's because this filial son is too hateful. I just did what a normal time traveler should do. Su Yang comforted himself seriously and continued to watch. With your deliberate actions, the noise of you killing Uchiha Itachi was quite loud, and soon someone came over. Before others arrived, you had already left smoothly through Kamui. You are not very clear about what happened after you left, but as you thought, even Uchiha Fugaku's character was completely angry because of the death of his son. Uchiha Fugaku did not go to the third generation, he directly brought the masters of the Uchiha clan to find Danzo. No nonsense, Uchiha, who had been suppressed for a long time, burst out the moment he saw Danzo. Danzo had never expected that Uchiha would suddenly attack him, and he was killed by Uchiha. Danzo was killed, but his body disappeared the next moment. Then, Danzo appeared intact more than 10 meters away from Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku became even angrier. Because he saw that it was Izanagi. He even subconsciously thought that Danzo sent someone to kill his son for his son's Sharingan and Izanagi's special eye technique. Not only him, but other Uchiha also understood it. At this moment, all Uchiha were completely furious. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived and saw this scene, he announced without saying a word that the Uchiha villains had launched a coup. This once again stimulated Uchiha Fugaku, who no longer hid and in a rage directly activated the Mangeki Sharingan, and started Suzanu's vow to kill Danzo. That night, Konoha's first civil war broke out. The Uchiha clan erupted with amazing destructive power, especially the complete outbreak of Uchiha Fugaku, which brought inestimable losses to Konoha. For this situation, you did not pay attention, and you directly started your real plan. You sneaked into the Hokage's office. As you thought, because of the outbreak of the civil war, the Hokage's office was no longer guarded by anyone, only the complex sealing technique and barrier technique. You directly used Kamui to break these obstacles, and then quickly entered it to find what you wanted, because you knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen should have noticed the movement here, so you had to be as fast as possible. The result was very smooth, and you found the purpose of your trip. You got the Book of Seals. At the same time, you also found a lot of other ninjutsu, even the wood-style secrets are the most comprehensive here. You transferred everything to the Kamui space, and then you left quickly. As you left, a figure rushed in instantly. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unfortunately, he couldn't find you at all. Because when you left, you directly replaced with your real clone and left Konoha directly. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34. You, the owner of the Flying Thunder God, have ideas about the tailed beasts. It's exactly as I guessed. Su Yang was a little numb. Don't misunderstand this as excitement. The Book of Sealing. There are also a lot of ninjutsu. If I succeed in practicing this, am I not taking off right here? Oh, I've already taken off? It doesn't matter. With these, I can fly higher. Wait, can I practice all these ninjutsu? Su Yang thought of the key point, but considering the special nature of his real clone and the purple talent he had this time, good things come in pairs, he felt that it should not be a problem. The only problem now is, I'm afraid this will require a large amount of simulation points. After leaving Konoha, you came to the home of a merchant in the Land of Fire. This was the retreat you prepared for yourself in advance. After hiding, you arranged your clone to another place, and only then did you feel completely at ease. A day later, the news of the civil war in Konoha spread throughout the Land of Fire, and soon spread throughout the entire ninja world. Soon, everyone knew that the civil war in Konoha had occurred and the news that the Uchiha clan was destroyed. For a time, the 4 major ninja villages were ready to attack Konoha. A month later, a war broke out in the ninja world, which surprised you a little. After understanding it, he understood the reason. On the night of the civil war, Uchiha Fugaku killed Danzo several times and finally killed him completely. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen found an opportunity to kill him. But Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be seriously injured in that battle. In addition, Konoha not only lost the Uchiha as a fighting force, but also lost a lot of strength, which gave other ninja villages an opportunity. As soon as the war started, Konoha fell into a disadvantage, because Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Tsunagakure launched wars against Konoha at the same time. But even so, Konoha's strength is still not to be underestimated. The 3,000 ninjas of the Sarutobi clan alone shocked other ninja villages. At the same time, Jiraiya returned and faced the Iwagakure side, and Tsunade returned to preside over the Tsunagakure battlefield. A hot talent appeared in Cloud Shinobi Village, that is Shisui. This surprised you. You originally thought that Uchiha Shisui would die, which surprised you. It was indeed unexpected. The Uchiha clan was destroyed, but Uchiha Shisui was still alive? Su Yang reacted quickly to this situation. Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were mentally abnormal, and were played thoroughly by the distorted will of fire of the 3rd generation. I am afraid that considering the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only try his best to maintain his combat power, and Uchiha Shisui was obedient, so he did not deal with the other party. Su Yang could only speculate like this, but then again, if a clan had 2 such filial sons, it seemed that it was not impossible for the clan to be exterminated. Oh, it should be 3, and there is also Uchiha Obito. I have to say, this is really ironic. A family that has existed for thousands of years, but it disappeared in just a dozen years because of the 3 filial sons. Konoha showed its strong foundation and finally withstood the attacks of the 3 hidden villages, but the situation was not optimistic. But as for the follow-up, you only heard vaguely that Kirigakure also joined the battlefield, and you didn't pay much attention to it because you are very busy now and have too many ninjutsu to practice. In order to prevent accidents, you spent 3 months memorizing all the ninjutsu you got. Soon, you are 7 years old. At the age of 7, the first thing you tried to practice was the multiple shadow clone technique. The difficulty of practicing the multiple shadow clone technique is not high, but you find that this ninjutsu consumes too much chakra. If your chakra is not already cage level, you can't practice this ninjutsu successfully. After barely practicing successfully, you find that it is still difficult to practice ninjutsu with your own physique. But you soon discovered that you can let your real clone perform the multiple shadow clone technique, and then let the real clone bear the side effects of the multiple shadow clone technique. Under such circumstances, your practice speed increased dramatically. You began to delve into the Flying Thunder God technique. Although Kamui is also good, you know the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This ninjutsu is very good. Kamui is indeed powerful, but Flying Thunder God technique is not bad either. When the two are combined, they are even more invincible. This ninjutsu must be mastered. Su Yang dare not say about other ninjutsu, but for Flying Thunder God technique, even if it is the simulated self, he definitely wants to master it. The only question is how long it will take. After all, this ninjutsu is not simple. 1 year later, the 8-year-old you can barely get started in the practice of Flying Thunder God technique. Although you can only barely get started and cannot perform Flying Thunder God technique normally, you have begun to design your own Flying Thunder God technique. It took a year to barely get started? Su Yang frowned. This Flying Thunder God technique is really not easy to practice. The main body plus the 4 times the training speed of the real clone, plus the multiple shadow clone technique cheats, 1 year is still just barely getting started. Su Yang actually knew that with his own chakra in the simulation, it was naturally impossible to use multiple shadow clone techniques like Naruto, but he could still separate some shadow clone. This Flying Thunder God technique is really hard to practice, but it's better than not being able to practice. Although it was difficult to practice, Su Yang was relieved. Because it was fine to practice, but he was afraid that he couldn't practice. Anyway, he could simulate it. If it didn't work once, he would do it 2 or 3 times. 1 year later, at the age of 9, you successfully developed the Flying Thunder God technique and successfully performed the Flying Thunder God technique. But you soon found that your chakra was not enough to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Your original body began to refine chakra and practice other ninjutsu. The real clone continued to study the Flying Thunder God technique with multiple shadow clone techniques. 3 years later, at the age of 12, you have completely mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and even simplified the Flying Thunder God technique on the original basis, using a simple Megatama symbol as the Flying Thunder God technique. After 3 years, your chakra has increased a lot, and it has doubled compared to when you were born. It doesn't seem much, but in fact, this is a doubling of the amount of cage-level chakra, and the amount of improvement is very terrifying. However, you still feel that your chakra is not enough, and you have an idea about the tailed beast. You know that if you have a tailed beast as a power bank, your Flying Thunder God technique will become more handy, and you can even use it unscrupulously. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35A and Evaluation Reward. Do you have an idea about the tailed beasts? Su Yang was not surprised by this, even though he had a lot of chakra. But it was only LV22, twice the standard cage level chakra, 2 lame. Whether it was the Manjiki Sharingansai technique or the Flying Thunder God technique, which was a chakra-intensive technique, they both needed enough chakra. Even if he improved in the simulation, it would not be possible to improve much. Thinking of this, Su Yang had to complain that Senju Hashirama was really a monster. He remembered that during the 4 wars in the original work, Naruto distributed chakra to a large number of ninjas in the 9 tails mode, so that everyone had a chakra coat. And at this time, Senju Hashirama said, "This chakra amount is the same as mine." This is simply saying that in terms of chakra amount, I am the same as 9 tails. Su Yang knew very well that with his physique, he would definitely not be able to reach the level of Senju Hashirama, so becoming a Jinkriki was inevitable. However, this was not the goal this time. Because you have an idea about the tailed beasts, you start to study the sealing technique. Most of the sealing techniques you obtained were obtained by Konoha from the Uzumaki clan, and even the sealing technique for sealing 9 tails exists. As long as you master it thoroughly, you can become the Jinkriki of 9 tails, or even the Jinkriki of any tailed beast. Soon, you shifted the focus of your training from Flying Thunder God technique to sealing technique. After practicing sealing technique for a year, the 13-year-old you found that sealing technique was more difficult than you thought. Flying Thunder God technique can also be practiced with the help of Kamui, but sealing technique can only rely on your own hard work. In the next 2 or 3 years, you will practice ninjutsu in addition to refining chakra. Although you really want to catch a tailed beast and use it as a power bank, you don't plan to take any practical action before you have mastered the sealing technique thoroughly. You mastered more and more ninjutsu, and with your focused practice, you simplified many ninjutsu seals. You were so obsessed with practice that you didn't care about what happened in the outside world, until one day. You were hit by Infinite Tsukuyomi. When Infinite Tsukuyomi appeared, you subconsciously tried to avoid Infinite Tsukuyomi by replacing your clone. You failed because your clone was also hit by Infinite Tsukuyomi. When you planned to enter Kamui's different space to avoid Infinite Tsukuyomi, you found that after entering, you still couldn't get rid of Infinite Tsukuyomi. This state made you realize that you couldn't avoid it completely, so you exploded and wanted to fight against Infinite Tsukuyomi. Seemingly aware of your uniqueness and the Mangeki Sharingan you possessed, you were treated specially by Tsutsuki Kagaya. Although your strength is already very strong among cage level, it is a pity that you cannot deal with a strong person of Tsutsuki Kagaya's level, even if she cannot fully exert her own strength. In the end, you lost. You were tied up by the sacred tree, and your consciousness sank into the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Soon, your chakra was sucked dry, and then your vitality. You died because your vitality was drained. At the age of 16. Still fell to the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Seeing the final result, Su Yang pondered slightly. If I don't resist and show amazing strength, will I be able to continue the simulation after everything is over? In Su Yang's opinion, the troubles he encountered in the simulation are actually due to lack of time. If he is given enough time to complete the ninjutsu and the Flying Thunder God technique, then he can really let go of what he can do. After all, for him, simulation is just a means to improve strength, and he just needs to survive as long as possible to have more time to practice. As long as his strength is improved, he can do whatever he wants in the simulation. I'm afraid the situation will change in the next simulation. Su Yang was looking forward to it when he thought about his behavior in this simulation. It will definitely improve a lot. If you care, the starting point of the next simulation will be higher. This simulation is over. This simulation is rated A+. You can choose one of the following reward options as a reward for this simulation. For the first time to get an A and rating, you can get an additional reward worth 30,000 simulation points for free. Option 1, Talent Good Things Come in Pairs, purple, which requires 30,000 simulation points. Option 2, Chakra, LV25, which requires 50,000 simulation points. Option 3, All Ninjutsu simulated this time, including experience, require 350,000 simulation points. Option 4, Sharingan, Mangeki, which requires 100,000 simulation points. A+. It's not surprising. Su Yang didn't feel any surprise about the evaluation level of this simulation. This time is not much different from the previous one, at most he has mastered a large number of ninjutsu. The civil war was triggered. Su Yang estimated that because he triggered the first civil war in Konoha, he had an extra and rating. Just collecting ninjutsu should not improve much. Because the number of people only improves his strength, and cannot bring him much high rating. Well, I can get an extra reward of 30,000 simulation points, which is just enough to bring out the talent. A purple talent that is refreshed with 10,000 simulation points requires 30,000 simulation points to bring out, and this extra reward is just right. Su Yang didn't care about the second reward. This time, improving chakra is not his goal. The third reward option is what he needs for this simulation. But 350,000 simulation points? Is it so exaggerated? Seeing this number, Su Yang couldn't help but take a breath. Too much. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is nothing. Just a flying thunder god technique, and it has been successfully practiced, is worth a lot. Add to that a series of raise nan, even without the sage art, the value of the balls would not be much lower. Then, there are sealing techniques and a large number of ninjutsu. Perhaps these ninjutsu and sealing techniques have not been practiced to a very high level, but the number is also exaggerated. Thinking about it, 350,000 simulation points seem to be a bit profitable. Su Yang thought so. As for the gap of 350,000 simulation points, he was not in a hurry. Because he already had a solution. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36 Yang Nai, calling my sister-in-law in the middle of the night, what do you want to do? It seems that we really can't miss Geto Suguru. Su Yang couldn't sit still when he thought of Geto Suguru's capture of a large number of cursed spirits. Killing a level 1 cursed spirit will earn you 30,000 simulation points, so what about the special level? How many special level cursed spirits does Geto Suguru seem to have? Although some were cut off in the battle with Fushiguro Shinobu, the night parade of 100 demons did not break out in reality. So, there are still many cursed spirits on Geto Suguru, and there should be a few special level cursed spirits, right? Su Yang felt that this possibility was not small. Apart from the special level cursed spirits, even the more than 4,000 cursed spirits owned by Geto Suguru were a huge amount of simulation points in Su Yang's eyes. Not to be missed. Finally, Su Yang's eyes fell on the fourth reward option, Sharingan. Just 100,000 simulation points. Seeing this, Su Yang seemed to understand something. It seems that before the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, every Sharingan that can be brought out is the original Mangeki Sharingan. Maybe we can think of other ways. Su Yang's mind moved, and he had an idea. However, this idea should wait until the next simulation to try. What Su Yang needs now is the location of Pangxing sect. Find Gojo Satoru? Forget it, that guy will probably shirk it and say that he will investigate. This time he is for simulation points, and Pangxing sect must go. Well, let's find her. Su Yang took out his mobile phone, flipped through it for a while, and found a name. Dialed. Not long after, the phone was connected. Wow, Mr. Yang, you called me so late, aren't you afraid that my sister will know? Does this count as calling your sister-in-law late at night with evil intentions? Yukinashita Harano, I'm looking for you for serious matters, so there's no need for such low-level jokes. Su Yang paused slightly, and marriage is just a trend, right? It's not completely confirmed. Yes, the mobile phone number Su Yang called was Yukinashita Harano's. Why haven't you confirmed it yet? Yukinashita Harano raised her voice. Who in the upper-class circles of the island country doesn't know that you, the rising new tycoon this year, are about to become our Yukinashita's son-in-law? Really? Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly, with a little more playfulness. That's right, but people haven't really confirmed it, right? I'll tell my aunt later that I like you more, how about that? At this moment, Yukinashita Harano on the other side of the phone suddenly became quiet. After a long while, her voice came faintly. Yang Jun, is this really okay for you? You clearly want Yukino, but now you're targeting me? Do you want to have both sisters? No, you can be bolder. Su Yang muttered in his heart, but did not say it out loud, but said, yes, so what? Yukinashita Harano. Forget it, no more jokes, tell me what you want from me. This time she lost. Do you know about Pangxing sect? Seeing that Harano admitted defeat, Su Yang did not catch the part. How do you know this name? Yuno, who was lying down, stood up directly. Do you know what Pangxing sect is? A stupid religious organization, their leader, the sorcerer, oh, now he should be called the cursor, Xiaoyuja, offended me. Su Yang understood what Harano was asking, so he just pointed it out directly. Really no? Harano rubbed his head with a headache, feeling that this matter was very tricky. Yang Jun, although I don't know how you know these things, I want to make it clear to you that things in the supernatural realm cannot be solved by using money. Do you think I will use money to solve this Xiaoyuja? Su Yang looked at Yang Nai in front of him with amusement. Yeah, the silk is transparent, and everything is visible. It's worth it that I used my clone to come here at the first time, and now it's completely worth it. What else? Yeah? After subconsciously replying this sentence, Yang Nai realized that something was wrong. She looked up suddenly and saw Su Yang by the window. Yang Jun. Looking at Su Yang who suddenly appeared, Yang Nai was surprised. How did you get in? Just like that. Su Yang shrugged and got down from the window, moved a stool and sat down in front of Yang Nai. It's clearer this way. Hiss, I thought it was the underwear that was black. When he got closer, Su Yang said in his heart that he had made a big profit. Yukinashita Yang Nai didn't notice that Su Yang's eyes were a little wrong for a while, because her attention had been diverted. Impossible, the Yukinashita family is covered by a barrier. Ordinary people can't come in without an invitation. Even if they break in by force, the alarm will be triggered. Oh, you said those things are barriers. Su Yang suddenly realized, I didn't care, because I came directly through. Yang Noi was silent. After a moment, she looked up and looked at Su Yang seriously. Who are you? What is your intention to contact our Yukinashita family? What else can it be? Of course, it's to plot against you two sisters. Su Yang never hides his ambitions. Even before, when facing the marriage proposal of the Yukinashita family, he agreed but only blurred the candidates. Because he wants to catch them all in one fell swoop. Don't joke, I want to hear the truth. Yang Noi naturally didn't believe Su Yang's lies. What I said is true. Su Yang's face was serious. I don't like anything else in Yukinashita, I just like the women of the Yukinashita family. Yes, it's a woman. Su Yang secretly added in his heart. It's true. With years of trained eyesight, Yang Nai could tell that Su Yang was telling the truth. Good man, is this little man coming for the two sisters? So who are you? Orphans and the like are all fake, right? Which faction are you from? Yang Nai asked. No, all of this is true. Su Yang pondered for a moment. It's not very clear to explain, but generally speaking, I have only recently acquired my abilities. As for the abilities, you should experience them yourself. After that, Su Yang grabbed Yang Nai's shoulders. Kamui activated. Does it require contact to activate Kamui? Su Yang didn't know about Obito, the fool. But he said that his Kamui didn't need it. However, he wanted to verify that, whether the whiteness was really smooth. The verification result. It was even better than what he wanted. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Chapter 37 Mrs. Yukinashita, Harano, are you going to meet people dressed like this? A few minutes later, Su Yang took Yang Noi back to her bedroom. Yang Noi was a little confused. Because she was familiar with this ability. Your ability is Kamui. As the eldest sister-in-law, she naturally needed to know about the history of her brother-in-law's rise. Knowing that Su Yang started by drawing a comic called Hokage, Yang Noi naturally wanted to know about it. As a result, she was a little obsessed and even urged for updates several times. With the help of Hokage to make the first pot of gold, Su Yang's speed of updating Hokage later slowed down a lot, resulting in it not being completed yet. Even before the Fourth War, Yang Noi recognized at a glance that the ability Su Yang had just used was Kamui in Hokage. You drew Hokage based on your own ability. Yang Noi looked at Su Yang in surprise. Su Yang was silent. In this case, how should he explain it? Forget it, let's just give up and explain it. Seeing Su Yang silent, Yang Noi felt that she guessed right. So, how strong are you? Yang Noi asked. My strength, it's hard to say. Su Yang thought, he couldn't say his cage-level strength, right? However, it doesn't matter, there is a clear reference. Do you know Gojo Satoru? The strongest sorcerer in the world of sorcery. Yang No was stunned. Don't tell me that you are about the same as Gojo Satoru. How is it possible? Su Yang shook his head disdainfully. I can kill Gojo Satoru in 1 second. I met him the day before yesterday. I wanted to ask him about the location of the Pangxing sect, but given his relationship with Geto Go, he probably wouldn't tell me, for fear that I would kill Geto Go. Then, I thought of you. Why ask outsiders when we know it well? Our own people? Hearing Su Yang describe himself like this, Yang No's originally nervous heart relaxed a lot. But Yang Jun can kill Gojo Satoru in 1 second? That's Gojo Satoru. She had seen a special grade curse spirit with her own eyes and understood how terrifying the destructive power of special grade curse spirits was. According to her understanding, a special grade cursed spirit of that level can be killed by just waving his hand in front of Gojo Satoru. Now Su Yang said that he could kill such a Gojo Satoru in seconds? It seems that I really don't know Yang Jun at all. Yang No said faintly, not noticing that her tone at this moment was exactly the same as that of a girlfriend who complained about her boyfriend hiding a lot of things from her during the passionate love period and then got upset. Well, I'll find a chance for you to understand it thoroughly. Each of them. Su Yang said, and then returned to the topic. So, where is the location of Pangxing sect? This time, Yang No didn't think about it anymore, and directly told Su Yang the specific location of Pangxing sect. Su Yang left directly. If it weren't for the purpose of obtaining the simulation point as soon as possible, Su Yang really wanted to stay a little longer, or even not leave at all. After all, this is Yukinashita Harano's dressed-up mode. It's rare to see. But then, there will be many opportunities in the future, maybe we can see each other every day. Watching Su Yang leave in Kamui's way, Harano was stunned for a moment. Even though she had just experienced it herself, she still felt like it was a dream. This son-in-law that my mother had chosen was actually someone from the supernatural realm? Wait, so? Doesn't that mean that I am the one who will be the one to get married in the end? When she thought of this, Yang No felt a little strange, and even a little happy that she didn't even notice. The Yukinashita family has always been headed by women, and men will be classified as branch houses in the end. This generation has their sisters, but the family decided that she would contact the extraordinary realm and become the real head of the Yukinashita family. Her sister is only in the aspect of ordinary people. If Su Yang was just an ordinary person, it would naturally have nothing to do with her, but now it is not the case at all. Forget it, it's a headache, let mother make the choice. Yotoko turned around and left the room. This matter must be told to mother. 10 minutes later, in Yotoko's mother's room. After hearing the words of the supernatural power, Mrs. Yukinashita frowned. Are you sure that Su-yang has a strong power? I don't know whether it is, but he personally took me to experience it once. Yotoko explained. Mother, do you know Kamui? Kamui? What is that? Mrs. Yukinashita knew nothing about Hokage. At most she knew that it was the initial gold for Su-yang to make a fortune. That's all I know. I can't explain it clearly. To put it simply, it is a strong spatial force that allows you to integrate yourself into space, teleport, and. After a pause, Yang No said with an uncertain tone, use the powerful spatial force to strangle the enemy, right? By the way, Yang Jun said that he has the ability to kill Gojo Satoru in seconds. MRS. Yukinashita only understood the last sentence of the previous nonsense. Kill Gojo Satoru in seconds? Yang No, are you sure? MRS. Yukinashita's face was a little moved. This news was too shocking. Mother, you also know that I am very accurate in judging people. I can see that Yang Jun is not lying, and my intuition also tells me that what Su Yang said is true. Yang No said with a very sure tone, by the way, Yang Jun said that he met Gojo Satoru the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? That's it. MRS. Yukinashita's heart moved. She received news that something seemed to be wrong in the world of sorcery since yesterday. Now it seems that Gojo Satoru, who has the strongest sorcerer, has met his opponent. She did not doubt her daughter's words, and the reason was very simple. The reason why the Yukinashita family is led by women is because the women of Yukinashita are born with special intuition. She was at a party and had a feeling that it would be of great benefit to their family to pull Su-yang into the Yukinashita family camp. Originally, it was because of business, but now it seems that she underestimated her future son-in-law. But Yukinashita's eyes fell on her eldest daughter, and her tone was a little preachy. Yang No, it seems that I have been too relaxed with you because of your outstanding performance over the years, causing your personality and behavior to deviate from the norm. Wait, what does this mean? Isn't it Yang Jun? Why is it about me again? Yang No was a little confused for a while, and she couldn't understand what her mother meant. Until the next moment, after hearing her mother's words. I don't remember teaching you to meet a man in this dress late at night. Even if the other party is your future husband. My dress? Yang No subconsciously looked down, and then the whole person was numb. She just has nothing. I've suffered a great loss. No wonder the little man's eyes were a little strange. It's my fault that I didn't react. Yang Nai secretly hated and planned to find a chance to get back the loss this time. As for the meaning of her mother's last sentence, she was not surprised. Sure enough, after knowing this, my mother planned to let me get married. But what should I do with Xuanai? I can't really let that little man succeed, right? Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38. Don't be stingy, put more. This amount of curse spirit is not enough to kill. Pangxing sect. I don't know what it is, but Xiaoyuja always feels a little uneasy, as if something is going to happen. This caused him to not sleep much all night, and when he got up early in the morning, he received a message. It came from a special mercenary organization. They said that Pangxing sect gave false information and asked their people to assassinate targets who were too powerful. Now people have been killed, and they are asked to pay compensation? What does that mean? You are a mercenary organization, and you still use such disgusting means? Xiaoyuja killed the person who came to ask for compensation on the spot. But this is troublesome. Because he has learned from the other party that someone in Pangxing sect secretly hired a sorcerer to capture Hoshino AI. He has clearly repeatedly told not to attack Hoshino AI, but in the end someone still did it. But Xiaoyuja also felt that something was wrong. Over the years, he has controlled the entire Pangxing sect, and those believers will not refuse his orders, let alone disobey. He said that, and such a thing would not happen under normal circumstances. So, did someone do something? He had sent someone to bring the believer here to ask for clarification. However, an hour later, Xiaoyuja got the warning. The person was found, but he was also dead. Xiaoyuja understood that he was being plotted against by someone. He was afraid that he was in opposition to Su Yang, whom he had never met before, which made him feel very difficult. Suddenly, Xiaoyuja suddenly felt something, his face changed slightly, and then he rushed out at the first time. Suddenly, there was a figure in front of the gate of the Pangxing sect headquarters. "Oh, you are Xiaoyuja? Your place is really hard to find." The moment he saw the other party, Xiaoyuja's heart sank. Trouble is coming. The person who came was naturally Su Yang. He did get the location of the Pangxing sect headquarters from Yukinashita Yangno, but it was not very specific. The Pangxing sect headquarters seemed to be in a deep mountain forest, and there was also a barrier to protect it. Although the Yukinashita family had information about the Pangxing sect, it was not a very specific location. In fact, there are not many people in the world of Curse who know the exact location of the Pangxing cult headquarters. Even those so-called high-ranking officials in the world of Curse do not know the exact location. After Xiaoyuja took down Pangxing cult, he moved the Pangxing cult headquarters and hit it at the same time. Gojo Satoru knows the exact location, but do you expect him to tell those high-ranking officials in the world of Curse? But for Su Yang, just knowing the approximate location is enough. I took a taxi from Chiba County and it was almost dawn when I arrived here. In fact, Su Yang did not look for a long time. He just opened the Mangeki Sharingan and searched for it, and found the Pangxing cult headquarters. Such a large barrier may not be visible to others, but for Su Yang who has the Mangeki Sharingan, it is undoubtedly a huge light bulb. Mr. Su Yang, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. Xiaoyuja wanted to explain something at the first time. It was not my intention to hire those two cursors. Please believe me on this point. I believe you. Su Yang's straightforward words made Xiaoyuja stunned, but Su Yang's next words made him look ugly. But are the people who hired them yours? As long as they are yours, do you think it's wrong for me to find you? Xiaoyuja already understood. The Su Yang in front of him was coming for him. Is there really no room for easing? Xiaoyuja sighed. Gojo Satoru came to me before and asked me not to have any conflict with you. But as soon as he left, your people hired a sorcerer to trouble me. I think you are provoking me. Su Yang interrupted Xiaoyuja directly. Stop talking nonsense, come on, let me see what you can do. What a bullshit. What I want is the curse spirit, release it for me quickly. As if he heard Su Yang's voice, Xiaoyuja's eyes turned cold. He is also a special grade sorcerer after all. Even though he was a person that Gojo Satoru was afraid of, he shouldn't be so servile, right? Swish! A cloud of black smoke appeared, and with a light wave of his hand, the black smoke opened up like a black space. The next moment, a large number of cursed spirits emerged from it. Spell, Curse Spirit Manipulation Technique. With a wave of his hands, a large number of cursed spirits rushed towards Su Yang like a swarm. Is this what Nozomi called the unlimited curse spirit manipulation technique? Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and he had more expectations in his heart. Amaterasu. Boom! Like an exploding flame, in an instant, all the cursed spirits within Su Yang's sight burned with the black flame of Amaterasu. This flame? Seeing this scene, Kagome Suguru looked solemn. In his opinion, this black flame that easily burned the cursed spirits was really too special. This was the first time he had encountered it. It's a bit tricky, but... A gleam of light flashed in Xiaoju's eyes, and his hands shook slightly without leaving a trace. Kill level 4 Curse Spirit, simulation points plus 100. Kill level 4 Curse Spirit, simulation points plus 100. Kill level 3 Curse Spirit, simulation points plus 1000. A large number of kill prompts sounded, and Su Yang earned a lot of simulation points. But Su Yang frowned. Why are they all level 3 and 4 curse spirits? Just thinking about it, suddenly a black hole appeared behind Su Yang, and several curse spirits emitting extra powerful auras rushed out from it. Success? The moment he saw the curse spirit hit Su Yang, Xiaoju felt something was wrong. Wait, that's... Suddenly seeing something, Xiaoju's pupils shrank. I saw that the curse spirits he sent out actually penetrated Su Yang's body directly, as if Su Yang was illusory. Without exception, those cursed spirits penetrated the illusory Su Yang's body and directly burned with strange black flames. What kind of ability is this? It's not a spell, and there is no trace of yin and yang spiritual power. Who is this Su Yang? At this moment, Xiaoju's face became extremely solemn. Kill Quasi Level 2 Cursed Spirit, simulation points plus 3000. Kill Level 2 Cursed Spirit, simulation points plus 5000. Kill Quasi Level 1 Cursed Spirit, simulation points plus 10,000. Kill Level 2 Cursed Spirit, simulation points plus 5000. That's it. After seeing these killing prompts, Su Yang's eyes flashed with enlightenment. Killing a level 2 cursed spirit is 5000 simulation points and a quasi level 1 is 10,000. It seems that the special level is most likely 100,000. Thinking of this, Su Yang looked at Xiaoju expectantly. Don't be stingy and put more, this amount of cursed spirits is not enough to kill. Please collect. Please add to collection. Please add to collection. I beg you guys to give me some data support. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 39, Domain Expands. Special Grade Curse Spirit. Seeing that the hundreds of level 4 and level 3 cursed spirits he released, plus 6 or 7 quasi level 2 to quasi level 1 cursed spirits, were destroyed by Su Yang in just a few breaths, Xiaoju realized that Gojo Satoru did not exaggerate the opponent's strength. He could easily destroy cursed spirits of this level. But it was not so easy. But... what do you mean by don't be stingy? Release more? Xiaoju looked at Su Yang ruthlessly. It seems that the cursed spirits just now can't satisfy you. It's not even an appetizer, and you're still satisfied. Su Yang said against his will after looking at the simulation points that increased by 50,000 or 60,000 in an instant. I see. Xiaoju spread his hands. If that's the case, then let you have a thorough enjoyment. This time, Xiaoju did not hesitate to open the cursed spirit operation directly. A large number of cursed spirits gushed out of the two black holes formed by black smoke, and 200 or 300 cursed spirits emerged in the blink of an eye. They only had one gaze, that was Su Yang. From a distance, Su Yang seemed to be surrounded by a tide of cursed spirits. But the more this happened, the more expectations Su Yang had in his heart. Amaterasu! 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 In an instant, all the cursed spirits were burning with the black flames of Amaterasu. Su Yang released Amaterasu, completely reckless. As for the sequelae of the Manjiki Sharingan pupil technique, he didn't care at all. If it really is useless, then wait and choose to bring out the Manjiki Sharingan reward, wait for the one-click simulation to come at midnight tonight, and then bring out those ninjutsu. Seeing this scene, Xiaoju's eyes were gloomy. He had already discovered it. This strange black flame seems to be impossible to extinguish. Even the cursed spirits with water power or even ice power cannot extinguish this strange black flame. This ability is simply unheard of by Xiaoju. The most important thing is seeing another level 1 curse spirit passing through Su Yang's body without any obstacles, without causing any harm to him, but burning with that strange black flame. Xiaoyuji's eyes became a little numb. This is what makes him feel the most difficult part. He can't attack the opponent at all. And the curse spirits he sent out were constantly destroyed by Su Yang. He was completely helpless. But why did he only attack the curse spirits? Xiaoyuji's eyes became more puzzled, because with the strange black flames released by Su Yang, it should be able to fall completely on him and attack him personally. But it seems that the other party did not do so. Is there a distance limit? Once a certain distance is exceeded, the strange black flame cannot attack? Xiaoyuji guessed that he did not dwell on this for too long. The reason is very simple, the curse spirits he released were almost killed by Su Yang again. Unable to attack? So what about this? Xiaoyuji closed his hands and the next moment a strange cursed spirit with 2 hands, but a body that seemed to be just a head with a tail attached, appeared. Special grade cursed spirit, Herpes God. As soon as Herpes God appeared, he immediately used his ultimate move. Domain Expansion Tomb. The next moment, Herpes God and Su Yang disappeared at the same time. Xiaoyuji knew that Su Yang was pulled into the domain by Herpes God. He could be pulled into the domain. Xiaoyuji breathed a sigh of relief, so he could attack Su Yang this time. Herpes God's domain has a guaranteed hit effect. Xiaoyuji felt that even Su Yang, who had special abilities, could not escape the guaranteed hit attack of Herpes God this time. That's right. But the situation was not what Xiaoyuji thought. In the domain, Su Yang looked at the Herpes God in front of him, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Finally a special grade cursed spirit came, so how many simulations can be used to kill it? Just as Su Yang was thinking, Herpes God had already made a move. With a snap, Su Yang disappeared and was locked in a coffin that appeared in an instant. Bang! A tombstone fell, seemingly completely shattering the coffin. The Herpes God made a countdown gesture. 3, 2, 1. The ability of the Herpes God is to first summon a coffin and then bury it with a tombstone. If the person fails to escape after the countdown of 321, he will become sick and die. But at this moment, the Herpes God was a little stuck. Because it was a little confused at the moment. The enemy was locked in the coffin by it, and the countdown was over. But why is the enemy still alive? Crack! Bang! A burst of spatial force exploded, directly blasting the tombstone into countless pieces, and Su Yang appeared again. That's it. Su Yang looked at the Herpes God with some disappointment. He had already prepared himself mentally, after all, he was a special grade curse spirit. He entered the Kamui Hollow state at the beginning. But what was the result? Nothing happened. Even the attack of the Herpes God was completely immune to Kamui Hollow. Kamui Hollow is not omnipotent. If he really encounters a super strong attack, it will consume more of his pupil power and chakra. But the attack of the Herpes God had no effect on Kamui Hollow from beginning to end. This means that the attack of the special grade curse spirit in front of him is too weak for Su Yang. It is so weak that it can't even make him consume more chakra. You are useless, then go to hell. Su Yang's eyes turned cold, and the next moment Kamui started. Swish! The space Uzumaki twisted out of the space unfolded on the Herpes God and twisted it directly. Ah! The Herpes God was completely twisted and deformed while screaming, and finally exploded completely. Kill the special grade curse spirit, simulation points plus 100,000. Sure enough. As I guessed, killing a special grade curse spirit can get 100,000 simulation points. Su Yang was happy in his heart, and a few more of them can. Where are the people? As soon as the Herpes God died, his domain naturally disappeared immediately, and Su Yang appeared in the outside world again. However, looking at the large number of cursed spirits still burning the black flames of Amaterasu in front of him, but not seeing the scene of Xiaoji, Su Yang was somewhat silent. Ran away? At the same time, Xiaoji looked very ugly on a flying cursed spirit. 10 seconds. A special grade cursed spirit was killed by Su Yang in less than 10 seconds. Fortunately, he had foresight. When the herpes god pulled Su Yang into the field, he summoned a flying cursed spirit with extremely fast speed at the first time. It would be best if the herpes god could kill Su Yang. But Xiaoji thought it was unlikely. If Gojo Satoru's persuasion made him understand that Su Yang was not easy to mess with, then the experience just now had made him understand that Su Yang was not easy to mess with. But he could not afford to mess with him at all. In less than 10 minutes, he lost more than 500 cursed spirits. Among them, there were several level 1 cursed spirits, and there were even a lot of quasi-level 1 and level 2 cursed spirits. Really a lot of them were killed. At this moment, Xiaoji decided in his heart that even if he had to dig deep into the ground, he would find out the person who provoked Su Yang. This matter cannot be settled like this. What? Su Yang is the real boss? Isn't he untouchable? Is Xiaoji a fool? Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Bring Out Ninjutsu. Jian's request for help. 10,000 World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja. Talents, good things come in pairs, purple, real clone, blue, combat power increase, green, small amounts add up to big amounts, white. Skills, Manjiki Sharingan, Chakra, LV21. Simulation points, 746,000. Number of simulations, 0 times, available once a day. Almost 750,000. Looking at the simulation points in front of him, Su Yang was very satisfied. At this moment, he was at home in his villa. A moment ago, he was still at the Pangxing sect headquarters. Of course, he used the replacement ability of the real clone to directly replace it back. In fact, Su Yang also sent a clone to the Pangxing sect, and the real body stayed at home. As soon as the clone arrived, he replaced it. As for the escaping Xiaoji, it can only be said that he was fast. Su Yang did not chase him. After all, he had killed more than 500 cursed spirits, and Xiaoji must have a lot of cursed spirits in his hands. But Su Yang plans to take the long-term development route. Su Yang still understands the difference between being full once and being full every meal. The simulation points are enough, so naturally he will bring out the ninjutsu rewarded this time as soon as possible. In fact, there is another reason why Su Yang did not catch up with Geto Suguru in this battle, that is, he has felt that the sequelae of his Manjiki Sharingan have some influence on him. Although his Manjiki Sharingan is very special and should be stronger than the general Manjiki Sharingan. But it is still Manjiki Sharingan, not eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Again, only Amaterasu and Kamui are in hand as means of killing the enemy, which is too short for Su Yang. It is very necessary to bring out the ninjutsu simulated this time. If he has those ninjutsu, Su Yang will not need to use Manjiki Sharingan to deal with Geto Suguru's cursed spirits. As for bringing out the ninjutsu reward on the spot, this is even more undesirable. Whether it is bringing out Chakra or Manjiki Sharingan, Su Yang's body will be affected. The simulated ninjutsu brought out this time may have a greater impact, and it is not suitable to bring out rewards in battle. Now it is different. System, bring me the simulated ninjutsu rewards this time. After Su Yang said this, a system prompt sounded quickly. You consume 350,000 simulation points to bring out all the ninjutsu simulated this time, including experience. You get a lot of ninjutsu. Suddenly, a lot of memories emerged in Su Yang's mind, all about ninjutsu. There are ninjutsu training methods and ninjutsu training experience. A lot. This is completely equivalent to the experience memory of practicing ninjutsu for more than 10 years in the simulation, which exploded in Su Yang's mind at this moment. However, it can only be said that it is worthy of the system. Although the memory burst out in an instant, Su Yang did not feel uncomfortable at all. At most, he could not accept all the memories for a while. And Su Yang also found that these memories were not simply implanted in his brain, but slowly integrated. The integration also includes those training experiences. It was as if Su Yang had gone through the training process of one ninjutsu after another in an instant, the only difference was that the speed was very fast. After a while, Su Yang, who had closed his eyes tightly, opened them again. When he opened his eyes, he was already a powerful ninja who had mastered many ninjutsu. Slightly raised his right hand. Whoosh! A raised nan took shape instantly, and as the chakra increased, the raised nan changed and became a big ball raised nan. But it was soon dispersed by Su Yang. No wind-style Rasen Shuriken. There was no specific description in the simulation, but Su Yang now knew that in the simulation, he had not yet reached the level of Rasen Shuriken in the development of raised nan. But it was enough. The most important thing was, Su Yang's heart moved, and he took out some metal iron sheets, which he deliberately sent people to make. After all, his Flying Thunder God technique had not yet reached the point where he could carve at will. That's right, Su Yang was going to try his Flying Thunder God technique now. After a while, after trying to carve several metal iron sheets and failing, Su Yang finally successfully carved a Tomo symbol on a pure silver iron sheet with the best conductivity. This is his Flying Thunder God technique. Can silver flakes be used to depict the Flying Thunder God technique? Su Yang secretly decided to have someone carefully craft some silver flakes. It's a pity that although silver has some effect on chakra transmission, it is still far from being used as a weapon. However, being able to depict the Flying Thunder God technique is enough. Swish! The next moment, Su Yang flashed out of the room and ran at full speed. After a while, Su Yang appeared in his room again. This time he used the Flying Thunder God technique to come back. 10 kilometers consumes not much chakra. Feeling the reduction of chakra in his body, Su Yang estimated that he could do this consumption 20 or 30 times. But this level of consumption is only for himself. If you teleport other people or objects, the consumption will be much greater than teleporting himself. After a trial, Su Yang found that teleporting an object weighing hundreds of kilograms requires more than twice his own chakra. It takes 4 or 5 times more for living things. Sure enough, there is still too little chakra. After understanding this, Su Yang began to wonder whether the simulation tonight was really based on the tailed beasts. Let's take a look. My sealing technique is still a long way from sealing 9 tails. Su Yang shook his head slightly. He planned to see what talent he could get tonight, and then simulate it according to the situation. The talent that was swiped out by 10,000 simulations was purple, so what about 100,000? It is certain that the more simulation points consumed, the stronger the talent. As long as the number of simulations is enough, even if I am not a genius, I can become a peerless genius with a lot of talent. Su Yang is very sure of this. Flying Thunder God technique has been tested, and Su Yang will naturally try other ninjutsu next. But at this time, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Su Yang then found that his mobile phone already had a series of text messages. Sender, Jianzi. Content, help. Su Yang. What did she encounter again? Please collect. Please collect. Please add to collection. I beg you guys to give me some data support. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 41. Where do you get the confidence from as a mere ghoul? In a coffee shop, Jianzi was nervously looking at her phone. Until a certain moment, when a reply message appeared, she was relieved. She was being watched. When she got up in the morning, Jianzi was ready to go to school. But on the way, she almost bumped into someone, which made her subconsciously apologize to the other party. However, after apologizing, something went wrong. Because the person she almost bumped into didn't look too bad from the back, but when the other party turned his head, Jianzi shivered. The hideous face almost made her pee. It's a ghost. You can see me. Unlike Jianzi, the ghost was excited. Jianzi understood that the seal of her eyes had failed. And then, she accidentally exposed herself to a ghost. This is simply a disaster. Jianzi turned around and ran. She couldn't hide anymore, the ghost already knew that she could see. After running around, Jianzi found that she had accidentally broken into a coffee shop. Then, something unexpected happened to her. That is, the ghost did not enter the coffee shop, but stared at her from a distance. Although she didn't know what happened, the first thing Jianzi did was to ask for help. Naturally, she asked Su Yang for help. A series of text messages for help fell on deaf ears, which also made Jianzi feel depressed. If the ghost hadn't come in, she would have been completely desperate. Fortunately, Su Yang finally replied to the text message, asking her to wait quietly, and he would be here soon. Seeing this, Jianzi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then sent the location of the coffee shop as soon as possible. 2 minutes later, looking at the coffee shop in front of him called Antique Coffee Shop, Su Yang fell into deep thought. At first, when he saw the location sent by Jianzi, he still felt that the name was familiar. Now that he has arrived at the place, he found that not only the name is familiar, but also the people inside are familiar. "Sir, would you like to order something?" A short-haired girl came over and asked Su Yang. "Well, it's confirmed. There are ghouls in this anime world." First time. For the first time, Su Yang felt that it was really hard for humans to survive in this world. Ghosts. Cursed spirits. Ghouls. They all eat people. God knows what else can eat people. It's a miracle that humans haven't become extinct. As for why the ghost didn't come in, is it because there are powerful ghouls here? Su Yang couldn't help but guess. "No need, I'm looking for someone." Su Yang walked into the coffee shop. "Su Yang-kun, here." Jianzi also saw Su Yang and was so excited that she almost cried. If it wasn't for the wrong place, she would have rushed over at the first time. "Mom. It's too scary." "It's done." Su Yang touched Jianzi's head and comforted her. "It's gone, if you don't believe me, look." Then, Su Yang gestured to Jianzi to look outside. Jianzi turned around and found that the ghost had indeed disappeared. It should have been solved by Su Yang-kun. "Su Yang-kun, I don't want to go to school today." Jianzi looked at Su Yang with longing in her eyes. "What a poor child, look how scared she is." Su Yang shook his head secretly. This time Jianzi must have been scared. Well, let's not say that she entered a coffee shop where the manager and the staff were all ghouls who ate people. After entering, Su Yang saw ghouls such as Yoshimura-kusen and Shifang Renchi. I wonder if there are simulation points for killing ghouls. Su Yang suddenly thought of it in his heart, but when he thought of the strength of the ghouls, he was afraid that there would not be many simulation points. "Okay, I'll arrange it for you." Su Yang nodded. If he didn't go to school, he didn't go, it was no big deal. Something that can be solved with a phone call. He didn't go today either. "Let's go back and make you a better seal." Su Yang left a banknote and left with Jianzi. Until this time, Yoshimura-kusen, who had been wiping the glass, stopped. "Hey, finally left." Yoshimura-kun secretly sighed in his heart. It was not until this time that he realized that his back was soaked. What's wrong with the store manager? As if he had noticed something, Kirishima Tuka asked. Nothing. Yoshimura-kun smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Kirishima Tuka did not ask any more questions. Store manager. At this time, Shifang Renji, who had been silent all the time, saw Kirishima Tuka leave, and then whispered, "Just now I felt an indescribable breath from that human, as if..." After hesitating for a while, Shifang Renji said with an unbelievable shock, "As if he only needs to look at me, I will be wiped out. Is this my illusion?" Not really. Yoshimura-kun's tone was very solemn. The other party should be a real strong man in the extraordinary field, and he has already noticed our identity. The reason why he didn't take action should be that he didn't feel any murderous blood from us. Don't worry, such a strong man will not target us, he should just pass by. It's really not my illusion. Shifang Renji looked up at the figure in the distance, with fear and horror in his eyes. There are such people among humans. Where is Kami Shiroriz? Why is she gone? Suddenly, Shifang Renji found that Kami Shiroriz, who was drinking coffee, was gone. On the other side, after walking out of the coffee shop, Jianzi didn't think anything was wrong at first. But gradually, Jianzi found that the road led by Su Yang was getting more and more remote. Su Yang, where are you going? When they came to an abandoned building, Jianzi couldn't help asking when they saw the gloomy building. Let's go here, after all, it's not good for others to know what's going to happen next. Su Yang said, his eyes shifted from Jianzi to a dark corner. Are you right? This ghoul lady. I see, do you know my identity? A tall and beautiful woman with a fashionable look came out, but her eyes were not like those of normal humans, but a pair of black eyes with scarlet pupils. I felt something was wrong with your aura just now in the coffee shop. Now it seems that I'm going to win the jackpot. The ghoul looked at Su Yang greedily. Kami Shiroriz? Su Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the most important ghoul in the original work would actually target him. It's just a ghoul. Where do you get the confidence from? Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42, I mustered up the courage to meet you, but you let it go. Are you sure you won the jackpot, not just bad luck? Su Yang looked at Rizkami Shiro with a smile. If it was before, Su Yang could not be completely sure, but now Rizkami Shiro, who has entered the ghoul state, has made him understand. Ghouls, just like that. Too weak. At this moment, Rizkami Shiro's aura can at most be comparable to some quasi-level 2 or barely level 2 cursed spirits, but it is only aura, and it will really fight. Maybe even weaker. Just when Su Yang had this thought in his mind, Rizkami Shiro finally couldn't help it. Bad luck? How is that possible? You smell so good, it must be delicious. This is clearly my winning the jackpot. Rizkami Shiro rushed over directly, and Rinkeku burst out at the first time. Kimeko, who was a little confused by Rizkami Shiro's words delicious, was shocked when she saw Rinkeku burst out of Rizkami Shiro. Mom! What is this again? Lightning-style Chidori sharp spear. Facing the crazy Kami Shiroriz, Su Yang made a seal with one hand and swung a Chidori sharp spear. It can only be said that the hidden secret room in the Hokage's office has too many ninjutsu. Reikari developed by Kakashi naturally has some, but it was not seen from the text during the simulation. But after bringing out the ninjutsu, Su Yang found that in addition to the fire style, the best thing about himself in the simulation is the lightning style. Although the proficiency of this lightning style is basically a series of lightning style ninjutsu developed by Reikari. Puff! The Chidori sharp spear directly penetrated Kami Shirori's, and she was directly blasted into the abandoned building and nailed directly to the wall. What? It was not until this time that Kami Shirori's came back to her senses. No, she met a strong man in the extraordinary field. After understanding this, Kami Shirori's instantly woke up from the state of gluttony, and regardless of the pain, she pulled herself out. Then, she turned around and ran away. If I let you run away, I won't have to live anymore. Su Yang's eyes flashed with disdain, and he quickly formed a seal with one hand and waved it gently. Lightning-style Chidori Senbon. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of Chidori Senbon directly penetrated Kami Shirori's, and directly pierced her into a hornet's nest, and she couldn't run away at all. But even Su Yang had to admit that this ghoul, or should I say, Kami Shirori's, this special ghoul, had too strong vitality. He's not dead yet at this point. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Su Yang-jun, you killed someone. Jianzi's voice sounded hesitantly, trembling all over. Murder. Su Yang turned his head speechlessly. Have you seen that human with that thing? Jianzi subconsciously followed Su Yang's finger and saw Kami Shirori's Hira. She didn't recognize her, but she finally reacted. This woman didn't seem to be human. Is she a ghost too? In Jianzi's eyes, there were nothing but ghosts. Ghouls. Su Yang explained, a special species that eats humans, the kind that cannot survive without eating humans. What? A species that eats humans? Jianzi, who had already distanced herself from Su Yang, instantly returned to her original position and grabbed Su Yang's arm again with both hands. Then, is this ghoul dead? No. But... Su Yang waved his hand and threw a great fireball technique. Boom! The fire burned, and Rizkami Shiro, who had not yet died, screamed, but soon even the screams stopped. Until this time, Su Yang turned his head and smiled at Jianzi. He's dead now. While speaking, Su Yang saw a system prompt. Kill SS level ghoul, simulation points plus 500. What a loser. It is stronger than a level 2 ghost, barely equal to an ordinary level 2 cursed spirit, but the simulation points are only at the level of a ghost? Su Yang instantly gave up the idea of killing ghouls to gain simulation points. How many SSS level ghouls are there? It is estimated that it is only 1000 simulation points per ghoul, a waste of time. If you have that time, you might as well go to Geto Suguru and ask him to release a few cursed spirits for fun. Let's go. He shook his head slightly. This time, Su Yang did not walk with Jianzi again. He also wanted to try to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport people and see if it consumed much chakra. Long after Su Yang left with Jianzi, 2 figures arrived at this place. It was Yoshimura Koen and Shifang Renshi. Looking at the ashes on the ground, the 2 remained silent for a long time, which obviously showed the dead silence. It should be Kami Shirori's, right? Shiho Renshi broke the silence. Yes. Yoshimura Koen nodded. Although it has become like this, the breath of the gluttonous woman still remains, and it is very strong. This is the Kami Shirori's. While saying this, Yoshimura Koen felt fortunate that he and others did not offend that existence. It seems that my plan is right. I don't kill people. At most, I can get some blood and flesh from some dead people in car accidents. Don't kill humans. Villa. Okay. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction at Jianzi in front of him. This time, he not only performed the transcription seal on Jianzi again, and because of the practice of sealing techniques and the improvement of strength, this time the transcription seal is more perfect. Now Jianzi's eyes are sealed with a pupil technique. One is Kamui Hollow and the other is Flying Thunder God technique. And it can be triggered actively, which is a breakthrough. This was only possible with the help of Sharingan's pupil technique, and it was also a result of the simulation. Of course, the necessary illusion of ignoring the sight also exists, and this time it can be preserved for at least a week. This finally made Jianzi feel at ease. Su Yang-jun, can you tell me what other monsters there are in this world? Jianzi seemed to have made up her mind and asked with courage. It's too dangerous. It's better to ask clearly. Are you sure you want to know? Su Yang looked at Jianzi strangely. You can almost scare you to death with just a ghost, and you want to know more terrifying things? Jianzi hesitated because she found that Su Yang's eyes seemed a little strange. It seemed that he had some bad intentions. I thought about it, let's forget it. Jianzi, who had just mustered up the courage, was instantly discouraged. But Su Yang didn't intend to let her go and smiled and said, why forget it? I tell you, ghosts are only the lowest threat in this world, and there are cursed spirits that are more terrifying than ghosts. Jianzi? No, I don't want to hear these things now. Can you please stop talking? I was wrong. Where are you, Mom? Please add this to your collection. Please add this to your collection. I beg you guys to give me some data support. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 43, Shueno, what's going on between you and my sister? Explain it to me. Seeing Jianzi's hopeless look, Su Yang was amused. This little girl was frightened by him. It was a bit funny. Of course, Su Yang didn't mean to scare her. It was mainly because Jianzi's eyes were too special and could see a lot of things. Sooner or later, we will know, it's better to know now. After sending a car to send Jianzi away, it was already afternoon. Su Yang didn't go out. Originally, he wanted to find AI. After all, he had more means now, and planned to update AI's pupil technique sealed by the transcription seal. However, in the end, he didn't go. Because a luxury car drove to the gate of his villa. Then, a beautiful girl with a beautiful face but a cold face stepped into the villa. Su Yang, what's going on between you and my sister? I need an explanation. This was the first sentence the beautiful girl said when she saw Su Yang. Well, her name is Yukinashita Yukino. Yukino never thought that she would receive a text message from her sister early this morning. The content is very simple. Yukino, sister is sorry for you. This made Shueno frown, and she recalled what kind of trouble her bad-tempered sister had caused her. However, her mother called her soon. After a conversation, she finally understood why her sister was sorry. Her marriage with Su Yang was cancelled. But the marriage between Yukinashita and Su Yang was not cancelled, but the person was replaced. She was replaced. Replaced by her sister Yukinashita Harino. At that time, Shueno's face was full of question marks. Although she had no feelings for Su Yang in that aspect, the reason why she was engaged was just the request of her family. She couldn't resist. In addition, Su Yang promised her some things, which made her slowly accept it. But, I just accepted this matter and felt a little bit like a fiancé, and you told me that you changed the person? Shueno was furious. She directly expressed her dissatisfaction to her mother, saying that she was not a commodity to be moved around casually. Unfortunately, Mrs. Yukinashita didn't care at all. She just sank the Yukino before it formally resisted with a sentence that it was for the family. So, this is the reason why you are angry with me. After listening to Yukino, Su Yang was speechless, not angry, but more complaining. How do I know that it's time to change people? Oh, wait, I see. Su Yang reacted a little. Yukino in front of him didn't seem to be involved in the extraordinary field. It was Yang No who was handling this aspect. So, the Yuki-Nashida family had actually decided to let Yuki-Nashida Yang no become the head of the family. Then, because of his performance, Yuki-Nashida finally made the decision. Su Yang felt that the news of his breaking into the Pengxing sect in the morning should have spread. What he didn't know was that it was not only spread, but it was spread like crazy. The special grade curse master Xiaoyuja, who had several special grade curse spirits and 3,000 or 4,000 curse spirits, was actually repelled in his own nest. And someone saw Xiaoyuja running away in a panic. The whole curse world was shocked. You turned Geto Suguru from a sorcerer into a cursor. Do you really think those high-ranking sorcerers don't want to kill Geto Suguru? Do you think the high-ranking sorcerers can't find Geto Suguru? Incapable of killing Geto Suguru? How is that possible? This is all because of Geto Suguru's birth technique, the curse spirit manipulation technique. Once Geto Suguru is forced into a corner, he will release all the curse spirits he has subdued at once, which will undoubtedly be a disaster for mankind. This world is not just one curse world, there are many extraordinary powers, and there are many major forces that are stronger than the curse world. Because you can't handle the turmoil caused by your curse world, there is no need to exist. The high-level curse masters are not afraid of Geto Suguru, but other forces. Geto Suguru himself is also aware of this, so he is at ease to develop the Pengxing sect and do things very low-key. As a result, he accidentally offended Su Yang, and the commotion Su Yang made at this time surprised the curse world. This is also the reason why Mrs. Yuki-Nashida made a direct and decisive choice. These Yukinos don't know. Although Su Yang doesn't know the specific situation, he can guess a general idea just by thinking about it. But, how can he explain this? I remember you promised me that the price I paid was to marry you, and you need to provide me with a platform for me to display my abilities. Yukino sneered, but in the end you just got together with my sister. Hey, what do you mean by getting together? Your words are too harsh, aren't they? Su Yang was a little helpless, it was indeed a poisonous tongue. At the beginning, he also used the power of the Yuki-Nashida family for his own development. As for Yukino, he gave her a guarantee in private, that is, to give her a platform and an opportunity to show her abilities on this world stage. Well, in simple terms, it is to give her part of the group to manage. Su Yang agreed without caring. But now there is a problem. Someone has changed. Am I here at the wrong time? A somewhat awkward voice sounded, but it was Gojo Satoru who appeared in front of the window. Su Yang had already discovered him, but he was speechless about this guy. You didn't go through the main door, but you had to jump out of the window? Gojo Satoru? No, hello, head of the Gojo family. When she saw Gojo Satoru, Yukino subconsciously exclaimed. After speaking, Yukino realized that she was a little rude, and considering the other party's identity, she stood up immediately and performed etiquette. Hey? Yukino, do you know this guy? Su Yang was surprised. This guy? Yukino couldn't help but hold Su Yang and muttered in a low voice. Don't call him that. He is the head of the Gojo family. The Gojo family has an extraordinary status in both politics and business. Although our Yuki-Nashida family is not weak, it is far behind him. After listening to Yukino's words, Su Yang looked at Gojo Satoru strangely, and that look made Gojo Satoru a little unbearable. Your look always makes me feel uncomfortable. Are you really the head of the Gojo family? Su Yang asked. Of course, it's real. Gojo Satoru looked proud and even posed. But Su Yang's next sentence made the pride on Gojo Satoru's face instantly stiffen. What a pity, the Gojo family, which has been passed down for so long, is finally going to perish in this generation. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give me some data support. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 44 1000 Level 1 Curse Spirits. Which country are you planning to attack? Wait, you're going too far. Gojo Satoru was immediately dissatisfied. What do you mean that my Gojo family will be destroyed in this generation? Isn't it? Su Yang looked at Gojo Satoru with a surprised look on his face and asked a question that made Gojo Satoru feel ashamed. Then may I ask, after becoming the head of the Gojo family, have you fulfilled your duties as the head of the family? Why not? Gojo Satoru subconsciously wanted to refute and cite his contributions to the Gojo family, but in the end he couldn't give any examples. Nothing, none? Gojo Satoru himself was also dumbfounded. The only thing was that he helped the Gojo family win the title of the strongest in the world of curse. See, there's nothing. I knew it. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders and looked like he knew it a long time ago, which made Gojo Satoru look even more embarrassed. When Suano saw this scene, her facial expression was a little weird when she looked at Gojo Satoru. My mother told me how great the Gojo family was, but I didn't expect that even someone as smart as my mother was deceived by this person. Suano was filled with emotion and curiosity. When did Su Yang know the head of the Gojo family? And the way he spoke seemed familiar? As if he had noticed Yukino's gaze, Gojo Satoru said helplessly, "Forget it, you won, let's not talk about this. This time I came to you for business." As he spoke, Gojo Satoru's face became serious. Seeing this scene, Yukino couldn't help but say, "Since it's business, then You should listen to it." Su Yang directly pulled Yukino to sit next to him, and whispered to her before Yukino was about to resist. "Listen, this is why you want it." "The reason I want it? Wait, could it be?" Yukino's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she stopped resisting. Gojo Satoru didn't care about Yukino, his eyes fell on Su Yang. "Katsuyuki Suguru came to see me." "Well, then what?" Su Yang looked indifferent, which made Gojo Satoru feel powerless. It seemed like he could beat him. It was a pity that he couldn't beat him. "He asked me to tell you that it really had nothing to do with him, he was framed." Gojo Satoru said, and couldn't help asking. "I said, what did you do to make him look like that?" Thinking of Kyoki Suguru's eager expression, Gojo Satoru's curiosity became stronger. "Nothing." Su Yang touched his chin. It was just that he killed one of his special grade cursed spirits, as well as some level 1 and level 2 cursed spirits. The total should be about 500. 500? Gojo Satoru's face shuddered. "I finally know why he has that expression. He asked me how to let this go." "Let this go?" Su Yang raised his eyebrows. "You ask him to prepare 1000 level 1 cursed spirits?" 1000 level 1 cursed spirits? Gojo Satoru was startled. "I said, do you know what you are talking about? If Geto Suguru really has so many level 1 cursed spirits, do you think he still needs to stay in the Pangxing sect?" "Oh? No." Su Yang looked at Gojo Satoru. "Then tell me the truth, how many cursed spirits does he have?" "This." Gojo Satoru hesitated for a moment, then looked at Su Yang seriously and asked, "What do you want so many cursed spirits for? Can you also control cursed spirits?" "No." "And do you think I need cursed spirits to improve my strength?" Su Yang shook his head. "I need a lot of cursed spirits to make an attempt." "No, I want to simulate it." Su Yang said secretly in his heart. Of course, these words are naturally impossible to say to Gojo Satoru. "Try? What kind of attempt requires 1000 level 1 cursed spirits? If you don't know, you might think you are going to attack some country." But Gojo Satoru had to admit that for Su Yang, cursed spirits were not needed to improve his strength. "Although we haven't fought for a long time, I don't know exactly how many cursed spirits Xiaoyuja has." Gojo Satoru pondered for a moment, and finally betrayed Xiaoyuja. There is no way to continue this, who knows what irreversible consequences may occur. And although Geto Xiaoyu has some extreme ideas now, He hasn't done anything yet, and Gojo Satoru doesn't want to see him being killed by Su Yang. But as far as I know, Geto Zaiyu has more than 4,000 cursed spirits, but most of them are level 4 and level 3 small fish cursed spirits. Not to mention level 1 cursed spirits, even level 2 cursed spirits are estimated to be less than 1,000, probably only 200 or 300 at most. As for the level 1 cursed spirits you requested, there must be less than 100, so don't even think about it. At this point, Gojo Satoru was even more speechless. Do you really think that level 1 cursed spirits can be found everywhere? Although to Gojo Satoru, they are also small fish. But to be honest, that thing requires a certain number of chariots to destroy a cursed spirit. Not even 100 level 1 cursed spirits? Su Yang was a little disappointed. Then go ask him how much he is willing to pay. Su Yang said calmly, you don't need special grade and level 1 cursed spirits. Then, you can leave. Gojo Satoru. Are you going to drive me away? Gojo Satoru was stunned, but when he saw Yukinashita Yukino next to Su Yang, he sighed. It seems that he disturbed the couple. But didn't the Yukinashita family say that the eldest daughter would inherit the family head in this generation? This should be the second daughter, right? Although he was confused, Gojo Satoru didn't care, and Su Yang's eyes had already looked over. Okay. I'm leaving. Gojo Satoru raised his hands. I will convey your meaning to Geto Suguru, as for what he will do, I have no guarantee. Su Yang didn't say anything. In fact, 1,000 level 3 cursed spirits are not a small number. It's 1,000,000 simulation points when converted. But, he still has to raise the price. Now it depends on what Xiaoyuja thinks. If he doesn't want to pay any price, Su Yang can only say sorry to him. It was not until Gojo Satoru left that Su Yang turned his attention back to Yukino. Although Yukino's face didn't change much after hearing about the curse, Su Yang, who knew her, understood. The more so, the more it shows that Yukino's heart is not at peace. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45. So, you can enter my sister's bedroom anytime now? Is there anything you want to ask? Su Yang looked at Yukino. Yukino was silent for a while, but asked, is this the real world? You can understand it this way. So, my sister is in such a world. Yes. A world belonging to the supernatural realm. Su Yang nodded. In fact, the Yukinashita family has always been a family in the supernatural realm. To be honest, this fact is a bit cruel to Yukino. As a direct member of the supernatural realm family, and with the right of inheritance, it is actually not worth anything to the supernatural realm. However, Su Yang soon found that he was overthinking. So that's why, when I was 10 years old, my sister asked me seriously for the only time whether I wanted to live an ordinary life. So this is what she meant. I thought it was an ordinary life without the constraints of the family. Yukino seemed to remember something, and her face was enlightened. Su Yang. Well, I thought you were deliberately concealed. It seems that Yang No loves you too much and doesn't want you to get involved in the affairs of the supernatural realm. If you think about it, you can understand. After all, once you get involved in the supernatural field, you can't get out of it, and it's also very dangerous. Well, the most obvious one is Jianzi. Before seeing the ghost, she was still a female high school student in adolescence. After seeing the ghost, she became a little quail who deceived herself. Now that she knows about ghouls, she is even more suspicious and feels that she will be swallowed up by someone in the next moment when she walks on the road. So pitiful. It seems that I caused it. Well, it's not pitiful, it's Cute? So because you are also involved in the supernatural field, all marriage partners will be changed to my sister. Xueno interrupted Su Yang's random thoughts, and she looked like she finally reacted. Well, almost. Su Yang shrugged, it's mainly because I went to fight early this morning. That ghetto Ziyu. Yet. Is he very strong? Well, how should I put it? Su Yang pondered for a moment. With Ghetto Ziyu's situation, if he uses his full strength, he can destroy the entire Tokyo in a very short time. The premise is that no one else can stop him, just the situation of ordinary people. Yukino stopped talking. Is this the extraordinary realm? One person can destroy the entire Tokyo? Wait, if this Ghetto Ziyu is so powerful, then... Yukino's eyes fell on Su Yang and said, so, how strong are you? Me? I can't explain this. Thinking of something that Yukino couldn't understand, he gave an example. Just now, Gojo Satoru saw it. Don't look at him every serious look, but if he really fights, how many minutes can Ghetto Ziyu last in front of him? Well, maybe even less. Then, Gojo Satoru can't last even 1 second in front of me. Yukino was silent again, and then looked at Su Yang with a scrutinizing look. Obviously, she didn't believe it. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Sueno's eyes seemed to speak. Su Yang didn't say anything, but directly put his right hand on Sueno's shoulder. When Sueno frowned and wanted to say something, Su Yang's heart moved. Flying Thunder God Technique. Swish. The two disappeared instantly, and when they appeared again the next moment, they had already arrived at Tokyo Tower. Sueno was stunned. Just now. We were clearly in Su Yang's villa, how did we get to Tokyo Tower in an instant? What do you think? Su Yang smiled slightly. Can people in the extraordinary realm do this? Sueno asked. How is it possible? Su Yang was speechless. He understood that Sueno didn't know anything about the extraordinary realm. Indeed, within the range of ordinary people, it must be incredible to teleport dozens of kilometers at once. But in the face of such a situation without knowing anything about the extraordinary realm, one can only think that the extraordinary people are awesome. Yes, that's what Yukino thought. The extraordinary people are very powerful, not Su Yang. Forget it, I'll take you home and let your sister teach you a lesson. Su Yang shook his head, and another Flying Thunder God technique took Yukino away. And this time, the two appeared in the old house of Yukinashida's family. But seeing the familiar environment in front of her, Yukino's eyes sank. So, are you showing off that you can enter my sister's bedroom at any time? Well, this is Yang No's bedroom. Su Yang felt that he couldn't explain it clearly. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, a pub. Gojo Satoru entered the pub and went directly into a private room. In the private room was Geto Suguru, who had been waiting for him. You're finally here. Seeing Gojo Satoru come in, Geto Suguru breathed a sigh of relief. You're not waiting here all day, are you? Gojo Satoru looked at Geto Suguru with a surprised look, and then got the answer from the other party's silent face. Really? This made him speechless, but when he thought of Su Yang's situation, he began to sympathize with Xiaoyuja again. Especially when he saw Su Yang again today, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but Gojo Satoru always felt that he was more terrifying. Could it be that Xiaoyuja was beaten badly, which made me think too much? Gojo Satoru thought in his heart, and then he did it in front of Xiaoyuja. 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad, which one do you want to hear first? Gojo Satoru smiled at Xiaoyuja, making Xiaoyuja want to punch him. But whether it was the Gojo Satoru in front of him who deserved to be beaten, or the troublesome Su Yang, he couldn't beat him. I'm unlucky enough, give me some good news. Xiaoyuja sighed. Ha ha ha, the good news is that Su Yang agreed not to pursue you. Gojo Satoru laughed. How about it, this is good news. Xiaoyuja did not respond, but remained silent. Alas! Seeming to understand something, Xiaoyuja sighed and said, "Tell me, what price do I need to pay?" After hearing what Gojo Satoru said, Xiaoyuja knew that the price might not be small. Because this is the bad news. The bad news is that you need to pay 1000 level 1 cursed spirits. Gojo Satoru looked happy. Haha. Xiaoyuja laughed and looked at Gojo Satoru without saying anything, looking at him like an idiot. Wait, what's that look in your eyes? That's what Su Yang did ask for. Gojo Satoru shouted, it was only after my unremitting efforts that the other party gave up this idea. Well, it's how much you are willing to pay. I mean how many cursed spirits you are willing to pay. What does Su Yang want the cursed spirits for? Xiaoyuja's eyes flashed slightly, and he seemed to understand why Su Yang had been killing cursed spirits before, but didn't attack him personally, and even urged him to release more cursed spirits. So that's it, he came for the cursed spirits in my hand. I don't know about this. He just said he was going to try something. Gojo Satoru shrugged. Sure enough, there's no hope for you. Xiaoyuja stood up. Hey? Where are you going? Gojo Satoru shouted. Of course I'm going to talk to him directly. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. Since I already understand what Su Yang wants, there is no need to waste time here. Hey, no, you just abandoned me like this. Gojo Satoru shouted, but it was a pity that Xiaoyuja ignored him at all. Gojo Satoru felt bored and started to deal with the feast in front of him. An hour later, Gojo Satoru's roar resounded throughout the tavern. Xiaoyuja, UBD, you don't even pay the bill? Are you taking advantage of me? Just wait, I won't let you go. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Chapter 46 Simulate Again. Orange Talent. In a room, people were playing mahjong. However, there were not 4 people, but 4 cursed spirits. Genren, Lahu, Huayu, and Nea Huaziu Ojuo, who was not sure whether he was a human or a cursed spirit. Tisk tisk, it seems that Xiaoyuji was beaten badly. Lahu looked gloating. In a way, they were somewhat related to Xiaoyuji, but Xiaoyuji himself was not very clear. Or he was actually very clear, but he just didn't say it out loud. Very miserable? Isn't he not beaten to death? Genren muttered, and started to throw the cards, 2 tubes. Bang! Nojuo's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately grabbed the 2 tubes on the table. It's not dead, but a special grade cursed spirit died. This sentence made the 3 cursed spirits present stunned, because they were also special grade cursed spirits. Then Su Yang is so powerful? Huayu asked. Tisk, the cursed spirits that Xiaoyuja subdued will stop growing and their strength will no longer increase. Who knows how powerful that special grade cursed spirit is? Lahu looked disdainful, and then said in a very superior tone, it's far worse than us. That's right. Nojuo nodded in agreement, but only he knew what he was thinking. Genren suddenly said, it seems that Xiaoyuja started to capture cursed spirits everywhere 3 hours ago. Haha, is this because of too much loss? Has he started to replenish? Lahu laughed. Maybe we can cooperate with him further. Nojuo felt that this was an opportunity. After all, they could help Xiaoyuja subdue the cursed spirits and win him over in this way. After he put forward this suggestion, it was recognized by the 3 special grade cursed spirits present. But neither the 3 of Genren nor Nojuo, who thought he was in control of everything, thought that Xiaoyuja's subduing of the cursed spirits this time was not for himself. In the early morning, a system prompt sounded. Today's simulation times have been refreshed, and the current simulation times are 1. After dealing with Shueno, Su Yang came back and waited for the simulation times to be refreshed. And this time he gave himself a special goal, but whether he could complete it in the end depended on the situation. Su Yang found that although each simulation could determine the goal and let him in the simulation proceed, in fact, the simulation would not proceed completely according to his intentions. For example, Su Yang had thought about improving chakra in the simulation before, but he would still do other things in the simulation, and would not focus on improving chakra. After improving chakra to a certain level, he started to do other things. I don't know if there is any way to change this situation. Su Yang pondered for a while and finally chose to give up. Because the most important thing now is to simulate. With a thought in his mind, Su Yang directly opened the system interface to enter the simulation. The world is determined, and enter the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation can consume simulation points to generate orange talents. May I ask if 100,000 simulation points are consumed to randomly generate one orange talent? Warm Tips 1. Currently, you need to consume 500,000 simulation points to generate 3 orange talents. Warm Tip 2. If you get an S-level evaluation in this simulation, you can get an orange talent for free in the next simulation. The good news is that you can brush higher level talents. The bad news is that one orange talent costs 100,000 simulation points, and brushing 3 orange talents at a time requires 500,000 simulation points, not 300,000 points. 300,000 can only brush 2 orange talents. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's eyelids twitched. The simulation points required are getting more and more. However, there is another good news. If you get an S-level evaluation, you can get an orange talent for free in the next simulation. According to this calculation, can you get an orange talent for free with an SS level evaluation? Su Yang's heart moved. If this is true, it seems to be good news. Forget it this time. If the simulation points are not enough, brush an orange talent to try it out. Well, brush 2 purple talents for the other 2. Suddenly, 120,000 simulation points were consumed instantly, and 3 talents appeared. Simulation starts. Currently available talents: Good Things Come in Pairs, Purple, True Doppelganger, Blue, Combat Power Amplification, Green, Accumulate a Little to Make a Lot, White. This simulation has generated an orange talent. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Combat Power Amplification, Purple, Cultivation Maniac, Purple, Simulation Target, Orange. Combat Power Amplification, Purple talent, which can increase your combat power by 50%. Cultivation Maniac, Purple talent, which can make you a crazy cultivation maniac. Simulation Target, Orange talent, which allows you to set a target every time you simulate, and the simulation of Vice Admiral will be centered on the simulation target. Hey! There is also a Purple Combat Power Amplification. Seeing this talent, Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly. 50% increase. This is quite good. If there is purple, there is orange. It seems that the combat power increase of the orange talent should be a 100% increase in combat power, and this talent will probably be more advanced. Su Yang's eyes flashed with expectation, and then his eyes directly skipped the second talent that looked a bit silly and fell on the third talent. That is, the orange talent that he spent 100,000 simulation points to brush out. Simulation Target. To be honest, after seeing the purple combat power increase, Su Yang thought that if the orange talent brushed out this time was not good, then he would choose this purple combat power increase. The combat power increase of 10% has made him experience the benefits of combat power increase. There is no reason to miss the 50% increase. But the orange talent generated this time really surprised Su Yang. Especially after seeing the effect of this talent, Su Yang suddenly had an idea in his mind. What talent appeared just when I wanted it? System, did you do it on purpose? There is no need to think about it at all. This talent is completely a standard talent of the simulation itself. How could Su Yang miss it? Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg you guys to give me some data support. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 47, What level of genius is it to have 44 seals on a water dragon bomb? Faced with the special talent of simulating the target, Su Yang directly chose to take it, and even had to bring it out. Each time you simulate, you can set a goal, and then the simulation will be carried out based on this set goal. In this way, there are more possibilities for operation. Very high. I was originally thinking about how to determine the goal this time, but now it seems that there is no need to worry. Soon, Su Yang directly chose to set the goal, and the simulation content began to generate. You are born. You find that you are born with the Mangeki Sharingan. Such an amazing thing almost scared the midwife to death, and your parents were extremely shocked. You used the power of Mangeki Sharingan to make them forget the fact that you opened Mangeki Sharingan. When you used the power of Mangeki Sharingan for the first time, you found something that surprised you, that is, the consumption of Mangeki Sharingan seemed to have no side effects on you. But this is not the most important thing, because you were surprised to find that while you have a lot of chakra, you also have a lot of ninjutsu in your mind. You even have a feeling that you can use the ninjutsu in your mind. But due to the physical condition of your newborn, you did not make such an attempt. You subconsciously use chakra to warm your newborn body, as if you have an instinct that makes you choose to do so. A few months later, you are completely sure of one thing, that is, you really have a lot of ninjutsu, and this is not your illusion. You are surprised but don't care, and even think that this is your benefit as a time traveler. Good guy. Su Yang exclaimed, this simulated self just accepts it. But, then again, is it true that every time I simulate, I actually think I have traveled through time? This possibility is not impossible. Look, this time, the simulated self thinks that the innate opening of Mangeki Sharingan and the possession of a large number of ninjutsu are his cheats. A few months later, you are 1 year old. You found that your body, which was nurtured by your own chakra, looked only slightly larger than that of an average 1-year-old baby, but in fact, your physique was already different from that of an ordinary person. You tried it secretly and found that your physique was almost the same as that of a child in his 50s or 60s. This discovery made you more enthusiastic about nurturing your body. After a year of trying, you finally used your clone recently. You began to practice ninjutsu with your clone, especially after discovering that you could only make hand seals with one hand for some ninjutsu. You planned to study and practice hand seals. You spent this year practicing like this, and your body improved greatly. At the age of 2, you have already realized that even if you try your best to refine chakra, it will not have much impact on your body. At most, you will have sequelae such as fatigue, and you can recover after a rest. You are very satisfied with this situation, and you start to refine chakra. You behaved very normally this year, and no one except your parents thought you were a genius. Also in this year, you made progress in the development of ninjutsu, at least you have surpassed many people in hand seals. For example, for the same water-style water dragon bomb technique, you only need to make 6 hand seals. Although it is not as exaggerated as Senju Tobirama's 4 hand seals, it is much stronger than Zabuza, who needs 44 hand seals. Well, this is really something that people can't help but complain about. Although a water dragon bomb technique is a B-level ninjutsu, Su Yang remembers that when he watched Hokage in his previous life, this ninjutsu first appeared in Zabuza's hands. I thought it was super cool at the time. But after watching Hokage FK, what kind of chicken is Zabuza? A B-level water style specifically requires 44 hand seals. This is probably not the ninjutsu with the most hand seals in the entire Hokage. An elite Jonin? The 7 ninja swordsmen? That's it. Fortunately, I don't have such a awesome side in the simulation. Su Yang secretly rejoiced in his heart. In the next year, you are still practicing ninjutsu and developing ninjutsu. At the same time, you are also refining chakra. Soon, you are 3 years old. At the age of 3, your chakra has more than doubled compared to when you were born. This time, the chakra has increased, but it didn't make your body uncomfortable? It can even be completely hidden? Su Yang was a little surprised, which made him guess that his body grew faster in the simulation. Or maybe he practiced some special ninjutsu. Or sealing technique. Maybe I have to use ninjutsu this time. Su Yang's heart moved and continued to look down. Although chakra has increased a lot, it has not affected you. You still maintain your own way of practice. The main body refines chakra and does its duty as a child. The clone continues to practice and develop ninjutsu. In this case, 2 years have passed. On this day, your father is leaving the village to do a mission. You have a bad feeling in your heart, feeling that something bad is going to happen. Under such circumstances, you split a shadow clone to secretly follow your father. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 48 appeared. A God-level hand seal ninja appeared. Changed. There has been a change. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. Multiple simulations have made him clear what will happen after he turns 5. That is, the father in the simulation will go out on a mission and eventually sacrifice himself. This situation has been fixed since the first simulation until the last one. First the father and then the mother. But this time there is a change. The self in the simulation actually sent Shadow Clone to follow his father. This is obviously a change from here. Maybe such a change is also a good thing. Su Yang touched his chin and thought, looking forward to the next simulation even more. Your father did not open his eyes, he is just an ordinary Uchiha. With your strength, even Shadow Clone can't let him find it. Under your secret tracking, you know your father's mission this time. The rebel ninja team from Kirigakure has appeared in the Land of Fire, and it seems to be carrying out a certain assassination mission. Your father and his team's mission is to investigate the Kirigakure rebel ninja team. If the opponent is not strong, they will directly capture Konoha or kill them on the spot. But you soon realized that this mission is not something your father's team can accomplish. Because this Mist Shinobi rebel ninja team is led by the demon Mamakai Zabuza, one of the Mist Shinobi 7 ninja swordsmen. Although Zabuza's strength has not reached its peak, his strength as the master of the beheading sword should not be underestimated. He is definitely an elite Jonin. You remain skeptical about this. After all, a water dragon bomb technique requires a person to cast 44 seals. When the opponent casts a seal, you can use a kunao to hit the opponent 70 times in and 70 times out. You really don't understand how such a person can be an elite Jonin. You are also confused and puzzled about Kakashi, who lost the battle with him in the end. Su Yang. No way. I just complained about Zabuza, the god-level seal-binding ninja, and you came here. So that's how it is. In the simulation, my Uchiha's father died at Zabuza's hands. Su Yang finally understood. Complaints aside, Zabuza still has strength. The fact that he can become the owner of the beheading sword alone is enough to show his strength. At least he assassinated Mizukage, although he failed. But, how could he assassinate without that strength? Although you look down on Zabuza's strength, for a team with only one ordinary Jonin and Fortunin, you know that your father's team will definitely die if they meet Zabuza and his team. So, you took action. You appeared in front of Zabuza and his team before your father and his team met them. A fleeing rebel ninja team will attack anyone who suddenly attacks, regardless of whether they are enemies or not. Because you wanted to end the battle quickly, you didn't hold back at all and used the Flying Thunder God technique directly. With just a flash of your body, you killed all of Zabuza's men, leaving only Zabuza. Faced with the strength you showed, Zabuza chose to escape without any hesitation. Unfortunately, his speed was nothing compared to your Flying Thunder God technique. Soon, you killed Zabuza. He died just like that? Looking at the result of just one line of text, Su Yang didn't know what to say. But if you think about your own strength in the simulation seriously, it is absolutely cage level. A mere Zabuza is naturally not your opponent. Even if it is just a shadow clone, there is still the Flying Thunder God technique. After dealing with Zabuza and the others, your shadow clone secretly followed your father for a while, and only took the initiative to remove it after finding that there was no problem. You were in Konoha and learned about the incident at the first time, but you didn't care. 3 days later, your father came back. It really changed. I just don't know how it will develop next. Danzo shouldn't attack him again. Parents are alive and well, which shouldn't be the goal of that old dog Danzo. 3 months later, the ninja school opened and you enrolled. After enrolling, you are good at disguising yourself as ordinary as possible, but unfortunately you still lost to your appearance. Although you are still young, you already have a handsome face. Because of your appearance, you attract the attention of many girls. Even many senior schoolmates know your existence and come to encounter you from time to time. Although you have been acting very ordinary and not attracting anyone's attention under your deliberate concealment, you still noticed some special sights. After a secret investigation, you found that this sight came from the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was secretly observing you with a telescope technique, as if he wanted to confirm something. You are not worried about this. Because for you now, you are confident that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not notice anything when you face him, let alone a mere peeping technique. Such observation only lasted for half a month and then disappeared completely. You know that the third generation has given up observing you. In his eyes, you are ordinary and do not need to pay attention. This is the result you want. You understand one thing. I am afraid that any child of the Uchiha clan who enters the ninja school will most likely experience Sarutobi Hiruzen's secret observation. This situation makes you realize that the situation of the Uchiha clan is getting worse and worse. Because of your ordinary performance, nothing special happened to you in the following days. The first year in the ninja school has passed like this. You are 6 years old. You, at the age of 6, have made further progress in the Flying Thunder God technique. You have made further progress in the Flying Thunder God technique. Su Yang's heart moved. The Flying Thunder God technique should be enough for him now. Maybe not as good as Namikaze Minato. But it is definitely not bad. It is possible to deliberately practice for a period of time to improve. But this simulated text is a gain. So, this should not be a simple improvement. Unfortunately, there is no specific description. Seeing that it was just a passing mention, Su Yang could only wait until it was brought out to know. The breakthrough in the Flying Thunder God technique made you more free, but you found that your chakra was not enough. Compared to when you were just born, your chakra has increased by almost twice. You secretly investigated and found that your current chakra has definitely exceeded some ordinary shadows. In terms of Kakashi, you are at least 10 times as powerful as him. Because he can only perform Reikari 4 times a day, while you can perform it 40 or 50 times. But even so, you still think that chakra is too little. Because of chakra, you have an idea about the tailed beast. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49. You killed Uchiha Itachi and took his Sharingan. Well, another tailed beast has an idea. Su Yang was not surprised by this. Because with his personality, even if he didn't know he was simulating, he would naturally have an idea about the tailed beast if conditions allowed. Of course, the target he set this time was not the tailed beast. So, this was just an idea at most. This can also improve the sealing technique. Su Yang thought of this, but the target of the simulation this time was not the tailed beast, not that he would not attack the tailed beast. After having an idea about the tailed beast, you can definitely practice the sealing technique in your memory. You found that you did not fully master the sealing technique of sealing the tailed beast, so you began to study the sealing technique. 1 year later, your attainments in the sealing technique have improved a lot. This year you are 7 years old. At the same time, you found that the atmosphere in the clan is getting heavier and heavier, as if something big is about to happen. You know that this is the trend of the village to attack the Uchiha clan. In fact, you also know that the Uchiha clan will be exterminated in a year at most. This has not changed much for you. Even for you, neither the Uchiha clan nor Konoha means much to you. But you began to prepare secretly, asking your parents to try to stay out during this period, preferably outside the village. But you soon found that this was not realistic. Not to mention that your parents did not have this idea, the main reason was that the village was particularly strict about ninjas going out, especially the Uchiha clan. And you also found a situation, that is, the Uchiha clan ninjas have fewer and fewer missions to go out recently. For such a situation, you did not care too much, because you also have your own plans. You choose to ignore the village and Uchiha and continue your training. Because of your strength, can you detect more things? But you don't want to deal with it. Seeing this, Su Yang understood. If it were him, he would not care. Even if he had that strength, he did not want to interfere in the night of extermination. For the Uchiha clan, Su Yang had no good feelings or bad feelings. I just think that the Uchiha clan is good at producing filial sons. This clan is hopeless. The atmosphere in the village is getting more and more solemn. You continue to practice with peace of mind. 1 year later, you are 8 years old. At the age of 8, you know what will happen this year, but you have done everything you should do. It is only your clone that appears in Konoha now, and even your parents have been secretly replaced by you. But under your Sharingan illusion, they did not notice anything wrong. You have even completely sealed their memories of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, allowing them to live an ordinary life. In your opinion, this is the best result for them. Seeing this, Su Yang thought. Can the memory be sealed? It seems that his attainments in the sealing technique in this simulation have really improved a lot. At least with his current sealing technique, he cannot do this. Now Su Yang is looking forward to the ninjutsu he will practice this time. I don't know if I have enough simulation points now. After brushing an orange talent and 2 purple talents, his current simulation points are less than 300,000. But Su Yang doesn't care. After all, Geto Suguru is a mobile treasure house. Well, it's decided. If Geto Suguru doesn't give me a satisfactory result this time, then there is no need for him to exist. Su Yang estimated that if all the cursed spirits of Geto Suguru were killed, there would be at least 1 or 2 million, right? The night of extermination finally broke out. You are not surprised by this, and you are even looking forward to it. Because you are also very interested in Sharingan. You know how to activate Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and you also know how to activate Rinnegan. But the problem is that you have no brothers and sisters, and your Sharingan is a natural Mangeki, which makes you guess that you may be able to awaken Eternal Mangeki Sharingan by yourself. But this is just a guess of your own, so you plan to conduct research on Sharingan. To conduct research, you naturally need a lot of Sharingan. Soon, you set your sights on Danzo. For some reason, you naturally hate Danzo, the old dog, and you want to kill him directly. You made a move. You killed Danzo. Su Yang. Seeing this scene, Su Yang didn't know what to say. But, Danzo, the old dog, is not that easy to kill, right? Sure enough, his guess was verified the next moment. After killing Danzo, you found that the old dog's body disappeared. You were not surprised at all, because you knew that it was Danzo who cast Izanagi. Sure enough, Danzo soon appeared intact on the other side, and he angrily asked who you were. You ignored it and used Kamui to leave. Because your goal has been achieved, when you just killed Danzo, you successfully snatched some Sharingan from him. After leaving, the exasperated Danzo met Uchiha Obito, and then attacked Uchiha Obito directly. The confused Uchiha Obito successfully helped you take the blame, and you found Uchiha Itachi. You attacked Uchiha Itachi because his Mangeki was your real target. Seeing this, Su Yang finally smiled. Finally found the target. That's right, the goal set by Su Yang in this simulation is to seize Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan. If he guessed correctly, he could also bring out Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan smoothly. It is even possible that it is 100,000 simulation points. In his current situation, his Mangeki Sharingan is naturally stronger than Uchiha Itachi's. But Su Yang wants to try to see what effect bringing out Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan can have on his Mangeki Sharingan. Will he even have Tsukuyomi? If this is possible, then the space he can operate in the future will be huge. Please collect. Please collect. Please collect. I beg the big guys to give some data support. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 50 obtained S-level rating for the first time. Uchiha Itachi was very surprised to see you. He didn't expect that there was another strong man in the clan who opened the Mangeki Sharingan. But he was not afraid, and even thought that you were no match for him. So, you quickly made him realize the reality. Both of you have the Mangeki Sharingan, but you are far superior to Uchiha Itachi in both eye power and chakra. Therefore, when Uchiha Itachi used Tsukuyomi on you, you noticed it immediately, and then it was the same as you guessed. You can completely offset Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi by consuming a certain amount of eye power, which is also a special ability unique to your Mangeki Sharingan. While Uchiha Itachi was surprised, you used the Flying Thunder God technique to take away his eyes and kill him at the same time. When he was dying, Uchiha Itachi's last attack on you was easily avoided by you using Kamui. Then, you left Konoha completely. Because you killed Uchiha Itachi, the night of the extermination changed, and Uchiha Fugaku finally broke out. But all this has nothing to do with you. Does this count as almost triggering the first civil war in Konoha again? Seeing this, Su Yang's face was a little amused. However, this time the goal was finally achieved. Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan was obtained. Then it depends on the result this time, and if it goes well, then maybe we can wait for Uchiha Sasuke to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and then snatch it away. Su Yang thought. But everything still depends on the result this time. After leaving Konoha, you came to the home of a merchant in the Land of Fire, which was the retreat you prepared for yourself in advance. Your parents also thought that they were just ordinary merchants under the influence of your Mangeki. A day later, the news that the Uchiha clan of Konoha was exterminated spread throughout the Land of Fire, and soon spread throughout the entire ninja world. You only realized at this time that after you left, Uchiha Fugaku let Konoha know why he was called the Evil Eye. For such things, you just took a quick look and no longer paid attention. You began to study Sharingan, but did not forget to practice ninjutsu. Although you showed the ability to easily defeat Uchiha Itachi, you knew that Uchiha Itachi was nothing in the future battlefield. 1 year later, you were 9 years old. After a year of research, you found that Sharingan was not so easy to study. You even had surgery on yourself and replaced it with Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan. In order to be safe, you have greatly improved your medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, until now you still haven't awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and even replaced it with Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan, which made your original eye technique Kamui unable to work normally. You gave up awakening the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in this way to improve your strength, and instead continued to practice ninjutsu. You really did this? Seeing yourself in the simulation change to Uchiha attack as Mangeki Sharingan, Su Yang's mouth twitched. He had such a suspicion. With Uchiha attack as Mangeki Sharingan as the goal, would you let yourself in the simulation do an eye-changing technique? It really came. In fact, Su Yang also thought that his Mangeki Sharingan was not an ordinary Mangeki Sharingan. Would it really evolve into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan after changing the eyes? It turned out that he thought too much. Sure enough, it's still more reliable to rely on system rewards. Soon, you shifted the focus of your practice from Sharingan to ninjutsu, focusing on sealing techniques. Putting the eternal Mangeki Sharingan aside, you plan to make yourself a Jinkriki, provided that your sealing techniques are strong enough. After practicing the sealing technique for a year, you find that it is much more difficult than you imagined. Although you have the basics, the progress is not satisfactory to you. However, you did not give up. You are only 10 years old now and you still have time. In the next 2 or 3 years, in addition to refining chakra and practicing ninjutsu, you will mainly practice sealing techniques. After 3 years of practice, you have been able to successfully seal the tailed beasts and create Jinkriki. But you are not satisfied, because you think there is still a lot of room for improvement in sealing techniques. Although you really want to catch a tailed beast as a power bank, you do not intend to take actual action before the sealing technique is perfected. Has the sealing technique been improved to the point where you can create Jinkriki? Su Yang was a little surprised, but he was a little speechless about his behavior in the simulation. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Why not take actual action? Su Yang was a little anxious, because if he could seal himself into Jinkriki once in the simulation, it would be considered experience for him. In this way, he can follow this path in the next simulation. Continue to improve. Eventually reach a higher level. Unfortunately, judging from my behavior in the simulation, I'm afraid I didn't have this idea. And if nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid this simulation will end. Sure enough, Su Yang's idea was soon verified. You continue to practice. In the following time, you practice according to your own plan. You are obsessed with practice and don't care about what happens in the outside world at all, until one day. You are hit by infinite Tsukuyomi. When infinite Tsukuyomi appears, you subconsciously try to avoid infinite Tsukuyomi by replacing your clone. You fail because you find that your clone is also hit by infinite Tsukuyomi. When you plan to enter Kamui's different space to avoid infinite Tsukuyomi, you find that you still can't get rid of infinite Tsukuyomi after entering. This state makes you realize that you can't avoid it completely, so you explode and want to fight against this infinite Tsukuyomi. You consumed a huge amount of eye power to counteract infinite Tsukuyomi, and you unexpectedly found that you actually successfully resisted infinite Tsukuyomi. But you also found that this was at the cost of a huge amount of eye power and chakra. Once the eye power is exhausted or the chakra is insufficient, you will still sink into infinite Tsukuyomi. Seemingly aware of your uniqueness and the Mangeki Sharingan you possess, Tsutsuki Kagaya treats you specially. Although your strength is already very strong among cage level, it is a pity that facing a strong person of Tsutsuki Kagaya's level, even if she cannot fully exert her own strength, you are not able to deal with it. What's more, you are still resisting infinite Tsukuyomi. In the end, you were defeated. You were tied up by the sacred tree, and your consciousness fell into infinite Tsukuyomi and sank. Soon, your chakra is drained, and then your life force. You die because your life force is drained. You died at the age of 16. Please add this to your collection. Please add this to your collection. Please give me some data support. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points.